Good morning and welcome here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us here at 6:07 on the East Coast, 3:07 over on the West Coast. Why don't we take a live look out at a number of the cameras that we do have for you this morning across the country and across the world as we get our day started. The highly anticipated second Republican presidential primary debate, well, it's set tonight in California. Taking a live look right now over at the Reagan Presidential Library over in Simi Valley, California. That's where the debate will be hosted again tonight at 9 Eastern to 11 p.m. Eastern on Fox News and the Fox Business Network. We'll have some more coverage on this a little bit later in the show, but let's go ahead and take another live look out in Southfield, Michigan today. A beautiful shot there overlooking that small area where a number of auto workers continue to remain on strike for more than a week now as officials still working to hammer out a deal there with the three big automakers. Of course, President Biden was there just yesterday. Live look out at the U.S. Capitol this morning. Love to take a look at this shot there at the Capitol Rotunda. A little bit of work being done there. You can see at the tippy top where that statue normally lies. Sun not peeking out yet. It's still a little early there on the East Coast, but we are getting the day started. This is Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca, where we bring you all the very latest world news, national news, live events, and breaking news throughout the day. Appreciate all of you joining us here on Live Now from Fox as we do get into some of those top stories of the day so far. Of course, that GOP presidential debate, a big number one for us today that we are following as we are gearing up for that. Again, 7 presidential hopefuls are going to go to the battle against each other in that contest for the GOP presidential nomination. At center stage, that's going to be Florida Governor Ron DeSantis with businessman Vivek Ramaswamy to his right, and the former UN ambassador and South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley to Ron DeSantis' left. And a number of other people still on the stage, but one person not on the stage as was in that last debate. That, of course, is Asa Hutchinson. He did not make the cut this round. Meanwhile, we have Bill Melugin following the latest on what we can expect tonight.
I will veto any spending bill that doesn't take us back to pre-COVID levels.
If we can use the military to secure somebody else's border, we can absolutely use our own military to secure our own border.
Republican presidential candidates making the rounds with voters ahead of the second GOP primary debate. The field of 7 candidates is now set. It's a smaller group, with former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson not qualifying due to tighter RNC standards. Florida Governor DeSantis will be standing center stage. Former UN Ambassador Haley and entrepreneur Ramaswamy on his sides. Senator Scott and former New Jersey Governor Christie in the 4 and 5 spots. And on the wings, North Dakota Governor Burgum and former Vice President Pence. Former President Donald Trump is skipping the debate again, citing his commanding lead in the polls and saying the rest of the field is wasting their time. Trump's former vice president, Mike Pence, is firing back after Trump called Florida's ban on abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy a terrible thing, posting on X, quote, "I'm pro-life and I always will be a champion for life." The candidates are now flocking to California for the debate, with Senator Tim Scott posting a photo of him meeting California fishermen. And the state's GOP chairwoman says expect the deep blue state's crime and homelessness problems to be highlighted on the debate stage.
I think what you're going to see from this debate this week is these candidates drawing a contrast between what California is and not bringing it to the rest of the country. And any one of those candidates could do a better job than Joe Biden.
And in a bit of a surprise, California Governor Gavin Newsom will be here at the debate tomorrow night. That's because President Biden's re-election team is sending him here. They say to push back against GOP talking points and highlight any rhetoric they feel is extreme. Reporting in Simi Valley, Bill Melugin, Fox News.
Meanwhile, the former president Donald Trump will not be on the debate stage tonight. Instead, He's going to be attending a speech over in Detroit, delivering that scheduled at the same time as that GOP debate. People attending Trump's speech will include current and former union members. Meanwhile, a judge also has recently ruled that for years, former President Donald Trump defrauded banks and insurers while he was building his real estate empire. This was a part of a civil suit brought against Trump by New York's Attorney General. We'll definitely have more on that all day long here on Live Now from Fox, but let's go ahead and get out to the nation's capital, where we are continuing to follow the very latest on a potential government shutdown. It is a race against the clock to find bipartisan support on a plan to fund the federal government before the end of the week. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in Washington with the latest efforts in the House and the Senate, starting with the procedural vote in the House, which narrowly passed, moving the House Speaker's partial funding plan to debate.
The rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
With less than 5 days remaining to fund the U.S. government past September or risk a federal shutdown, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy pushed for a vote on 4 full-year spending bills.
The Senate has done nothing this entire time. The House will continue to act and lead to make this happen.
While McCarthy's effort wouldn't fund the full government or prevent a shutdown, the Speaker pledged to also put forward a continuing resolution this week aimed at temporarily funding the government while budget negotiations continue. But the Speaker said the GOP version would include provisions to secure the border, something Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has called a total non-starter. Instead, Senate Democrats, critical of McCarthy's plan, unveiled their own bill to avoid a shutdown, one that would fund the government until November 17th.
I'm not sure what his plan is, but in the Senate, ours is to prevent a government shutdown and have an orderly process of spending bills considered by the Senate.
Meantime, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle warned of dire economic consequences should the government shut down, with Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell urging his Republican colleagues to pass the funding measure.
I've been pretty clear in my view that government shutdowns are bad news.
The House Speaker is also pushing for a one-on-one meeting with President Biden, a discussion he called very important for averting a shutdown. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much there to Madeline Rivera with the latest on the potential for a government shutdown. We'll definitely be touching in later today and getting the very latest updates from lawmakers to see where that issue stands and see if they can avert that shutdown. Meanwhile, I want to bring you out to a live event. We have a number of astronauts returning from the International Space Station this morning, taking a live look right now over in Kazakhstan. This is the live feed that we are getting as those astronauts again expected to land. We're going to pop up the audio, listen in live, raw, and unfiltered as those astronauts are returning.
To occur. Then at some 21,000 feet in altitude, another pressure sensor starts a timer that triggers the remaining events in the landing sequence. At 18,000 feet, commands will be issued to jettison the heat shield. That's about 3 minutes after parachute deploy. Those commands also inhibit the entry thrusters and opens valves to vent all of the hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry thrusters and oxygen in the life support system tank. If we have video at that time, you'll see a white vapor. That is normal. That white vapor is a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen venting into the air. The purpose of this is to safe the vehicle for landing so that the search and recovery forces that will be landing sequentially in their Russian Mi-8 helicopters after touchdown don't encounter any hazardous gases as they try to expedite the extraction of the crew from the Soyuz descent module.
Maneuver and turning off the fans of the Asa cooling and drying equipment. Copy that and please continue reporting your status to us. And the
This is Mission Control Houston, now just 7 minutes away from the deorbit burn, the initiation of the firing of the Soyuz engine that will last for 4 minutes and 39 seconds, slowing the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second. You'll hear call-outs from Soyuz commander Sergei Prokopyev. The Russian flight controllers of the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov will be calling the crew on Prokopiev's call sign, which is Altai. That's the call sign that you'll be hearing for the Soyuz spacecraft as the calls are made to the crew during the final phase of today's landing operations.
And on both inputs, you have to make the appropriate selection of the sensor and select lane E. On displays, control, monitoring, and maneuver.
The 3 crew members are coming home in the Soyuz MS-23 that was launched in February as a replacement vehicle for the damaged Soyuz MS-22 that Rubio, Prokopyev, and Petelin launched on over a year ago in September of 2022. That vehicle was damaged on December 14th when it incurred a leak in its coolant system through its radiator. The coolant was depleted, thus rendering that Soyuz MS-22 unusable for the return of the crew. The Soyuz MS-23 was launched in February unpiloted, made an automated docking to the Prishal module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The MS-22 was then undocked without a crew on board and returned to Earth for a landing in Kazakhstan in the same vicinity that these 3 crew members will be returning for a touchdown a little less than 1 hour from now. It was that coolant leak on the Soyuz MS-22 that resulted in the extension of the mission by Rubio, Prokopyev, and Petelin from 6 months to the mission that is coming to a conclusion today, 371 days, 157 million miles. Again, Rubio comes home with the longest single spaceflight in U.S. history, and this becomes the 3rd longest spaceflight ever, behind Valery Polyakov's 438-day mission to the Mir space station, followed by Sergei Avdeev's Mir mission of 380 days.
If you're just now tuning in here to Live Now from Fox, I'm Giacomo Luca. You are listening in right now as a Soyuz capsule carrying NASA astronaut Frank Rubio, along with Russian cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin, is going to land outside of Kazakhstan. Rubio sets the record for the longest 371-day single spaceflight by an American astronaut.
Mi-8 helicopters with the NASA Russian landing team will be taking off in sequential fashion from the airstrip in Zhezkazgan, the intermediary staging site for tonight's landing operations. An Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft will also be in the area. This airborne fleet will be conducting a racetrack pattern, flying around the landing zone, awaiting the arrival of the Soyuz vehicle And immediately after touchdown, those helicopters will begin landing in sequential fashion to enable the recovery teams that are comprised of Rosaviatsa, the Civil Air Patrol Agency, as well as RSC Energia, to approach the spacecraft, make sure there are no toxic gases emanating from the Soyuz vehicle so that they can begin the process of opening up the hatch and extracting the crew. "90 seconds away now from the initiation of the deorbit burn.
Минута до включения двигателя.
1 minute to engine activation and Bill's power is on. Copy.
Russian flight controllers now intently watching their data, 30 seconds away from the start of the deorbit burn.
Recommend. Inaudible.
Standing by for the beginning of the deorbit burn.
Thruster activated at 13:24.
And the confirmation has been received that the deorbit burn is underway. This will last 4 minutes and 39 seconds. We'll be getting reports from Sergei Prokopiev on the progress of this burn that will slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second and begin the journey home for Rubio, Prokopiev, and Patelin.
We have 13.3 in 13 seconds. 2 kilograms so far. And delta V increasing. Parameters are normal.
Good reports so far on the progress of the burn.
Two minutes, and we now have 27 decimal inaudible.
Everything looking good 1 minute into the burn. Three minutes left in the deorbit burn. Everything proceeding as planned.
KDU combined propulsion system parameters are nominal. Pressure in the oxidizer line inaudible. Pressure in the fuel line.
2 minutes, 10 seconds into the burn. Change in velocity and all of the engine pressures looking good.
Parameters are nominal.
3 minutes into the burn, about another minute and a half.
Pressure in the spherical tank is inaudible.
3.5 minutes into the burn, just about 1 minute left.
95 meters in 30 seconds, and the KDU combined propulsion system parameters are nominal.
Отработали 4 минуты.
4 minutes into the burn. Everything is right down the money.
157 kilograms of propellant. And pressure in the spherical tanks is 81 in number 2.
About 15 seconds left. And the deorbit burn is complete and perfectly normal. 4 minutes, 39-second braking maneuver. The Soyuz now is on its way home with Frank Rubio, Sergei Prokopiev, and Dmitry Petelin on board. Their journey coming to an end. Touchdown scheduled about 48 minutes from now.
Is this ghetto open? Pressure.
The next milestone on the road home will be the module separation that is scheduled at 5:51 and 58 seconds a.m. Central Time. The pyrotechnic separation of the 3 sections of the Soyuz.
If you have been listening here to Live Now from Fox, I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. As you take a look at our screen, we got a couple of things happening right now and throughout the day. Over in Kazakhstan now, we are awaiting the return of several astronauts from the International Space Station, including the American who holds the record for most days in space. For American, that is Frank Rubio, of course, some 371 days spent in space. That's the longest by any U.S. astronaut. They're returning over the next hour there, landing hopefully safely there in Kazakhstan. Meanwhile, later tonight, the GOP debate, the second one of this season, kicking off at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Fox News and the Fox Business Channel. We'll have post-debate coverage of that event after it pops up. So stick here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow that. Meanwhile, not at the debate will be Donald Trump. The former president is heading to Michigan instead to be speaking to a number of auto workers. We're going to head out to a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox, but we'll be back with all your top stories, live events, and breaking news in just a couple minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. It's 6:34 now here on the East Coast, 3:34 over on the West Coast. We want to get back live to that event happening over in Kazakhstan right now. Several astronauts now returning from the International Space Station. One American returning after a historic time in space. Let's go ahead and pull up that feed right now and listen in and watch Live Raw and Unfiltered.
Copy. I'll give you the time in a second. Okay, main engine cut off, command 132847. Copy. How copy? Yes, copy. Our specialists are working.
One thing that we'll note here, in about 8 minutes, as the Soyuz moves to a distance of about 87 miles away from the International Space Station on its descent towards the beginning of the traceable senses of Earth's atmosphere, that will end our guaranteed voice communication with the Soyuz through a relay to the International Space Station itself. That VHF relay still in place and being heard, of course, by the Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. So starting at about 5:42, the communications from the Soyuz will be a bit choppy. We may lose comm for a while, especially as the Soyuz descends into the peak heating regime for about 5 minutes. That peak heating regime will begin at about 5:56 a.m. Central Time. Often communications is lost for several minutes until the Soyuz emerges from that plasma regime that builds up that ionization around the spacecraft itself. At that point, the Soyuz will begin to approach the area where voice communication will be established with the Antonov fixed-wing aircraft that is flying in the vicinity of the landing site to relay data from the spacecraft as well as voice back to the Russian flight control team in Korolyov.
If you have been listening in here on Live Now from Fox, you are taking a live look over in Kazakhstan right now as a Soyuz capsule carrying NASA astronaut Frank Rubio, along with several Russian cosmonauts, is planning to land right now over in Kazakhstan. Rubio sets the record for the longest 371-day single space flight by a U.S. astronaut. The record holder in the world is held by a Russian of 437 days. That was in the mid-1990s.
In addition, right after the completion of the deorbit burn, the orbital module, the top section of the Soyuz spacecraft, the three-section Soyuz spacecraft, it was depressurized about 10 seconds after the conclusion of the deorbit burn, setting the stage for the module separation that's coming up.
All right, we are going to go ahead and step away from some of that coverage right now, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Hopefully when that capsule gets a little bit closer to Earth, we'll be able to pop into that coverage and actually see it coming down when it lands safely. And hopefully we'll be able to bring you some video later on today of those astronauts and Russian cosmonauts again landing safely to Earth. Here we are going to go ahead and switch gears just a little bit on Live Now from Fox. Again, I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. Amazon is now being sued by not only the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, but also 17 U.S. states over accusations of violation of antitrust laws.
About competition and competition that has been foregone because of Amazon's unlawful tactics.
The tactics outlined in the complaint filed in Washington include anti-discounting measures that punish sellers for offering lower prices elsewhere, forced use of Amazon's costly fulfillment services, biased search results to favor Amazon products, and costly seller fees. All practices the FTC alleges gives Amazon an unfair advantage.
Greater competition will mean lower prices, better quality, better selection, and greater innovation.
Amazon, however, doesn't see it this way. It's accusing the FTC of departing from its role of protecting consumers and competition and of being wrong on the facts and the law. In a statement, Amazon's general counsel saying in part, if the FTC gets its way, the result would be fewer products to choose from, higher prices, slower deliveries for consumers, and reduced options for small businesses, the opposite of what antitrust law is designed to do. Connecticut's Attorney General disagrees.
Just because Amazon is great and in many ways wonderful and convenient doesn't mean Amazon can break the law. And it doesn't mean that Amazon can break our nation's and our state's antitrust laws to stay on top and dominate the market.
Amazon is also facing separate lawsuits in California and Washington, D.C. over similar complaints of unfair pricing policies. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
Taking a live look right now over in New York City, New York there as the sun's starting to pop out, setting up a beautiful sunrise there in the Big Apple as we head to our third commercial break of the hour. This is Live Now from Fox. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us at 6:43 now on the East Coast, 3:43 over on the West Coast. We are going to go out to New York City right now, where we do have a live reporter standing by for this next story after a judge ruled that for years, former President Donald Trump defrauded banks and insurers while he was building his real estate empire. It's all a part of the civil lawsuit brought against Trump by New York's Attorney General. And we want to bring in now live, raw, and unfiltered Robert Moses over in New York. Good morning, Robert. What are we learning? All right, looks like Robert may not be hearing us, so we'll go ahead and pop to a different shot, and we'll return to him in just a moment. Let's go ahead out right now over to Washington, see what things are looking like right now. There's a beautiful shot there over at the White House. And let's go ahead and take another live look over at the U.S. Capitol this morning. That shot's just a little blue right there as we have a number of things happening over at the Capitol with that government shutdown continuing to loom. Let's turn right now to Madeline Rivera following this story on the shutdown.
The rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
With less than 5 days remaining to fund the U.S. government past September or risk a federal shutdown, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy pushed for a vote on 4 full-year spending bills.
The Senate has done nothing this entire time. The House will continue to act and lead to make this happen.
While McCarthy's effort wouldn't fund the full government or prevent a shutdown, the Speaker pledged to also put forward a continuing resolution this week aimed at temporarily funding the government while budget negotiations continue. But the Speaker said the GOP version would include provisions to secure the border, something Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has called a total non-starter. Instead, Senate Democrats, critical of McCarthy's plan, unveiled their own bill to avoid a shutdown, one that would fund the government until November 17th.
I'm not sure what his plan is, but in the Senate, ours is to prevent a government shutdown and have an orderly process of spending bills considered by the Senate.
Meantime, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle warned of dire economic consequences should the government shut down, with Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell urging his Republican colleagues to pass the funding measure.
I've been pretty clear in my view that government shutdowns are bad news.
The House Speaker is also pushing for a one-on-one meeting with President Biden, a discussion he called very important for averting a shutdown. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Meanwhile, out in New York, we want to turn to that story from Robert Moses today on the very latest out of New York involving former President Trump. Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team has this story.
Gorin ruled that former President Donald Trump, his 2 adult sons, and others committed fraud to get more favorable loan terms and cheaper insurance. The ruling came in a civil lawsuit brought by Attorney General Letitia James. The judge ordered some of the former president's business licenses be taken away, which will make it harder or impossible for him to operate in New York State. The former president noted that the judge is a Democrat and called him deranged. In a brief statement, James said, "We look forward to presenting the rest of our case at trial." That non-jury trial, scheduled to begin Monday in Lower Manhattan, will decide, among other things, whether the defendants must pay $250 million in penalties, as James has requested. The judge used biting language in his 35-page ruling. In defendants' world, rent-regulated apartments are worth the same as unregulated apartments. Restricted land is worth the same as unrestricted land. Restrictions can evaporate into thin air. A disclaimer by one party casting responsibility on another party exonerates the other party's lies. That is a fantasy world, not the real world, he said. The judge said the former president falsely claimed his triplex at Trump Tower is nearly 3 times larger than it actually is, resulting in an overvaluation of between $114 million and $207 million. Good faith measurements could vary by as much as 10 to 20%, not 200%, the judge wrote. He also noted that former President Trump overvalued Mar-a-Lago by at least 2,300%. The former president also claimed that his Seven Springs estate in Westchester County was worth nearly 10 times more than previous appraisals of at or below $30 million. Former President Trump's lawyer promised to appeal the ruling and called it, quote, completely disconnected from the facts and governing law.
And taking a live look out in New York City right now, they're at Trump Tower. When we come back after the break, we'll have Doug Burns, a former prosecutor and legal analyst, breaking down the very latest on what all this means for the former president. This is Live Now from Fox. Stick with us. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back. This is Live Now from Fox. 6:51 now on the East Coast. Before the break, we were taking a live look out at Trump Tower over in New York City. That's where we go live right now as we continue to follow the story about the New York judge's ruling on former President Trump, claiming that the former president had defrauded banks and insurers for years to boost his companies. We want to turn now to Doug Burns and Andrew Kraft. Andrew Kraft here with Live Now from Fox, speaking with that former prosecutor Doug Burns, also a legal analyst, breaking down really the very latest on what all of this means.
Talk about this all right now with former federal prosecutor Doug Burns. He joins me. Doug, good to see you. My first question about this, I guess, is, why did the judge rule on the matter first? Why did not, a jury get this and then they decide, they render a verdict? Because this is a civil suit. The judge ruled today, yeah, fraud was committed by the former president.
No, it's a great question, and it's a two-word answer: summary judgment. In a lawsuit, one party or the other can petition for what we call summary judgment. And the test, without getting in the weeds and in simple English, is, is it clear from the papers that there's no issue of fact to be decided, and therefore the judge can render a verdict? This is partial summary judgment, obviously. I didn't study the file that closely, but it's partial because they are going forward, according to many media reports that I looked at, going forward with, other parts of the case in terms of whether he did or didn't commit certain legal violations. So it's a partial summary judgment ruling. And then, of course, the other point to be made is that the question of damages is a separate question. And I'll address that in a minute when you ask me a couple more questions.
Yeah, no, Doug, I just want to go over from the New York Attorney General's office. They put out some of the big takeaways. One was the Judge Engoron, canceled all of the defendants' business certificates in New York. So I thought that was interesting also because, you know, that was part of these lawsuits on whether or not the Trump organization and the former president, you know, can operate their business going forward in New York as well. And so we're also hearing from the former president, Doug. I don't know if you can see this or the viewers can see it. This is the statement. You can see how long it is there. Former President Trump really going on a diatribe after Tish James and the judge there. I just want to read part of it. I'm not going to read all of it. This is his response. He says, the widespread radical attack against me, my family, and my supporters has now devolved to new un-American depths at the hands of a deranged New York State judge doing the bidding of a completely biased and corrupt prosecutor, in quotes, Letitia James, who ran for office based on a Get Trump platform before even knowing anything about me. So you can imagine former President Trump not happy with this ruling today. I mean, what happens now? What can or cannot the Trump organization, Donald Trump, do in New York when it comes to business?
Well, there are lots of legal steps still remaining.
All right.
You don't need me to tell you that. I'm surprised that the judge would have issued that draconian move of canceling certificates. That's the type of thing that would normally be addressed in the later portion of the case, you know, the so-called damages or relief phase. So that's very surprising. It will be appealed. But let me say this. I mean, the former president is correct that this individual ran on a platform of getting him. I've said in other contexts with other prosecutors that that should really not be allowed or sanctioned in any kind of political campaigns. Once again, the tedious editorial. I'm not defending Donald Trump. That's not the point. When I look at a case, it doesn't matter whether it's Mother Teresa or Charles Manson. Completely irrelevant. And in this case, I'm going to tell you 2 points that are very interesting and very important. Point number one, there was really no loss to the lenders. And when I was in the United States Attorney's Office for 9 years, agents brought cases all the time. Doug, the guy lied. He said he made $300,000 last year. Well, guess what? He made $110,000. The first question we ask every single time is, what's the status of the loan? It's performed 100%, Doug. We would decline the case. Now, here's the key to what's going on. They are correct, hyper technically, that the submission of the document with the inflated number is the legal offense. And that's what gives them the wiggle room to do this.
I see.
But they're not fooling anybody, myself included, that under prosecutorial discretion, when the loans perform, you don't do it. Again, it sounds like I'm defending Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with that. No matter who the person was, if the loan performed, we would not accept the case for prosecution. Next point, very important, and that is that these are not, you know, Cape Cod houses in the middle of the sticks. These are notable signature buildings in New York City.
Right.
So these lenders do all kinds of due diligence and appraisal work on their own. So in the end, I mean, look, I call it the way I see it. I tell it like it is. And the bottom line is a highly political move. And what this man is guilty of is no doubt about it. He's guilty of being a braggart, a self-promoter. Yes, he did inflate a lot of things. He said his apartment in Trump Tower was 30,000 square feet. It's 10. He said it was worth X millions of dollars. It was worth a third of what he was saying. But again, those aren't necessarily legally actionable. But I think your audience, your viewers will find it interesting. You can make moral judgments about that all day long.
Oh, sure.
You can make ethical judgments about it, of course. But the point is, you know, if the loans performed, and these are signature buildings where the banks would do all kinds of their own appraisals, it's kind of a troubling case legally to me.
Doug, will there be any, you know, fines, penalties other than, you know, limitations on doing business in New York? Will that be a part of this, do you think, or will, you know, a separate kind of jury and judge have to decide damages or not?
No, spot on. But you're raising two different things. This is a civil case, and it's important to note that. So in the civil case, you know, the trier of fact will determine the amount of damages and so on and so forth. But there may be civil fines as well. In criminal cases, every federal criminal offense carries a fine and so on. So there could be. But this case will be very important on appeal, obviously. There's a lot of negativity about Donald Trump in violation of my rule, which is don't even look at who the person is, just crunch the legal X's and O's on it. So it's a troubling case in my view.
Okay, so Doug, while we have you as well, I want to talk about Hunter Biden, and I want to talk about Rudy Giuliani as well. That seems to be yet another major legal story a lot of people are talking about. So this is what we know. That Hunter Biden sued Giuliani today and another attorney who used to be Giuliani's attorney, saying that the two wrongly accessed and shared his personal data after obtaining it from the owner of that Delaware computer repair shop, the Hunter Biden laptop in the news again. So the suit accuses Giuliani and attorney Robert Costello of spending years, quote, hacking into, tampering with, manipulating, copying, disseminating, and generally obsessing over, that's the language in the suit, the data that was taken or stolen from Biden's devices or storage, leading to the quote-unquote total annihilation of Biden's digital privacy. So, Doug, you and I, last week, we talked about the Hunter Biden suit against the IRS over similar violations of Hunter Biden's privacy, alleged violations. And now you have this case as well. And I would be remiss, we got to note the coincidental kind of timing of both of them. What did you make of this today? Is Hunter Biden really going on the offense here?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's counteroffensive, counterpunching, and so forth. Get out to the public that, as bad as you may think this laptop is, and the salacious photographs and so on, showing drug use and cavorting with prostitutes, the reality is they violated my rights. I have good news for him and bad news for him, and the bad news outweighs the good for the plaintiff, Hunter Biden. The good news is that under federal law, and I know the viewers like to do a little research, which is easy, 18 USC 1030. I've worked with that statute many, many, many times over the years. That's a computer fraud statute, which makes it, quite simply, a crime to illegally access without authorization, computer data and information. The problem for them, though, which I'm sure you've heard, is that when the laptop was dropped off with John Paul Mac Isaac at his shop, an agreement was signed, and that agreement specifically said, Andrew, that if nobody claimed the laptop within a period of time, I believe it was 30 days off the top of my head, then it becomes the property of John Paul Mac Isaac, excuse me. So the point is, if nobody picked it up in the 30 days, and if that clause is held enforceable, it could be some type of open legal question. The point is, if, again, John Paul Mac Isaac then owned the property, he was free to turn it over to anybody he wanted. And then by extension, they were free to do whatever they wanted. Okay. But again, I don't prejudge the lawsuit. It may be a little more complicated than that. But I do think that the language in that agreement is going to be difficult for the plaintiffs.
Okay, also Robert Costello, one of the defendants in this, who used to represent Giuliani, who in a separate case is suing Giuliani over unpaid legal fees here. So we'll just have to kind of see how this all plays out here. Giuliani quite embattled himself, former New York City mayor, former attorney, senior advisor to Donald Trump when president. And I haven't seen anything if he's responded to this lawsuit, but I just want to go back to the point about Hunter Biden going on kind of the counteroffensive in the wake of his indictment there. Is that at play here, or is this just all happening at once, do you think?
No, again, we live in a 24/7 sort of media cycle, obviously. Yeah. Impressions can be created that can get baked in a sense. So I just think it's sort of a counteroffensive move, I'm sure he has good lawyers, so this point about the agreement, I'm sure they have an argument in waiting to address that. They're almost undoubtedly going to claim that it's not enforceable. They may also claim that Hunter Biden, I don't believe he was the one who personally dropped it off, but I could be wrong. So, they'll delve into that type of thing. But more importantly than the outcome of the case is the point you're highlighting, which is sometimes it's just good to have people walking around saying, oh, all that stuff about the laptop. Well, wait a minute. He's suing the IRS and Rudy Giuliani. So, I mean, maybe And I'm not saying that, pompously or patronizingly, but the point is, the average person is like, oh my God, Hunter's now suing. Oh, good for him, et cetera, et cetera. And that's more public relations, obviously, than law.
Sure. Doug, also just one last story we want to get with you as well. We haven't talked to you about all of the, drama and the legal saga surrounding Senator Bob Menendez, the Democrat from New Jersey. I just wanted to get your thoughts on the indictment itself. Our Capitol Hill producers caught up with him on Capitol Hill today. And one of the questions they had is, why won't you resign? To which he responded, because I'm innocent. So, like I said, we heard from Menendez on camera yesterday. He remained quite defiant, going so much to say possibly he might run for re-election. He has stepped back, though, from chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. But he is remaining defiant. He's going to be in court tomorrow, I believe, for an arraignment. What will you be looking for then?
Well, it's interesting because, everybody's saying, he is innocent. He is. He's absolutely innocent right now as we speak. He's presumed innocent. Nobody's proven anything against him. But the reason I'm smiling is, where was all of that when it's in reverse with a political figure from the other side, which is troubling. So you'd like to see uniformity in those concepts. Now, having said that, I read the indictment, and it's very, very strong, obviously. It's going to be adjudicated on two sides of the aisle. Side one is, what did he receive? The gold bars, the cash, the Mercedes automobile, and who did he receive it from specifically, and why did he receive it, etc. I'm being sarcastic from the conference room. Did his rich aunt die, who was eccentric and have all this stuff, and it was delivered to him? Of course not, but you get my point. So where did all this come from, etc.? They claim that on some of the cash envelopes, you have the fingerprints of the person who paid him. That's going to be hard to defend. Okay. Criminal law is the mother of invention. Oh, I invited the guy over and I showed him my aunt's cash and he touched it. Being sarcastic. But that's one part of the case. The other part of the case, 10 times more importantly, is what official actions did he take, if any, in return for all these lavish gifts? Jurors presume, look, nobody's just going to give you all that out of the goodness of their heart. They want something in return, but the law requires that he take official acts in return. Yeah. So we'll see. There was a well-known case involving the former governor of Virginia, McDonnell, where the Supreme Court of the United States trimmed back what is considered official acts, and they specifically held that McDonnell just setting up some meetings or even attending a little event with the company that gave him some gifts wasn't enough. And that kind of emboldened Menendez and led to him sort of escaping like Houdini from the prior case. But let me say one thing last.
The McDonnell conviction was vacated after a while, so there is possibly that Supreme Court ruling might work in Menendez's favor. To your point, I think that's what you're getting at. Yeah.
No question, because he's going to turn around and say, I did normal things for constituents, but I had a chance to look at it closely. And they're saying that he tried to interfere in some prosecutions. He accessed sensitive documents and made them available to the Egyptian government. Again, I don't prejudge it. If they can prove all that, it's going to be strong. But I do want to point out that for him to say that he took this money out of the bank for emergencies and because of his Cuban heritage, I think that was a mistake, because that's going to be so easy to disprove if it's false. Okay? Serial numbers on the bills, bank records from his banks, etc. Maybe it is true. Okay, I have no idea yet, but I seriously doubt it, because nobody keeps $500,000 for an emergency. You keep 5,000. Okay.
Doug Burns, I think we'll leave it at that. That was good to leave it at that. As always, we do appreciate your insight. I know we kind of went long today, but there were so many legal topics to get into. We appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much there to Andrew Kraft, as well as our friend of the show, Doug Burns, that former prosecutor, really breaking that down. Those new allegations against the former president, Donald Trump, after that judge made a decision. 7:08 now here on the East Coast, 4:08 over on the West Coast. Let's get out to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have a bit of breaking news that we are continuing to monitor. Stick with us. This is Live Now from Fox. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us here at 7:10 now on the East Coast, 4:10 over on the West Coast. We are getting a bit of breaking news this morning here at the top of the hour. We are learning that North Korea says it will expel the American soldier who crossed the DMZ back in July. North Korea saying again Wednesday it plans to expel that soldier, Travis King, after he confessed to illegally entering North Korea because he harbored, quote, ill feeling against inhuman maltreatment and racial discrimination within the U.S. Army and was, quote, delusioned about the unequal U.S. society. Verifying the authenticity of the comments attributed to King, it's impossible right now. The agency did not say when authorities plan to expel King or exactly to where. Travis King, who had served in South Korea, sprinted into North Korea while on a civilian tour of a border village on July 18th, becoming the first American confirmed to be detained in North Korea in nearly 5 years. At the time he joined the civilian tour and crossed the border, he was supposed to be heading to Fort Bliss, Texas, following his release from prison in South Korea on an assault conviction. Following weeks of silence, North Korea confirmed in August that it had detained King and was questioning the circumstances surrounding his border crossing. In an interview last month with the Associated Press, King's mother, Claudine Gates, said that her son had, quote, so many reasons to want to come home. I just can't see him ever wanting to stay in Korea when he has a family in America, she said. He has so many reasons to come home now. Travis King, again, that American who fled into North Korea, crossing the DMZ back in July, will be expelled by North Korean authorities. All right, changing gears right now, getting back into some politics here. Let's take a live look out at the White House this morning. Beautiful shot there on a soggy day in the nation's capital. President Joe Biden was on the picket line in Michigan yesterday before heading off to Arizona, but there are no plans to visit the border. That has brought in a lot of concern, a lot of questions, as well as the issue on the U.S. border continues to surge. My colleague Karel O'Hara has this report on that.
Fresh off his visit from the UAW picket line in Michigan, President Biden is stopping by in California and then making the trip to Arizona. But the president does not have plans to visit the southern border, something that a lot of constituents have been asking of the president for a long time now. For more on his trip and the issues at the border, we are joined now by Fox 10 Phoenix reporter Marissa Sarbach. Marissa, tell us about the president's visit to Arizona.
Corral, right. So he is supposed to come on Thursday and speak here about about John McCain and give a tribute there and also speak about democracy, kind of just address Arizonans. But we heard from constituents and from local politicians, all who would like to see President Biden visit the southern border. Now, he has not yet been there, and this would be his fourth trip to Arizona. We heard from Senator Sinema yesterday, who was hoping that President Biden would come to the border during this trip. And we also heard from local officials in Yuma County and in Cochise County all along our southern border here in Arizona, all who say they will be disappointed if President Biden does not stop by while here.
I've invited him several times to come and see for himself the challenges that he has created in border communities.
The Yuma sector has seen some of its highest numbers of illegal crossings over the last 2.5 years. Local officials say the president is nowhere to be found.
I don't believe he's gotten within 200 miles of the international crossings.
While there are issues across the state, Arizona leaders on a state and local level have called the crisis at the border one of their top concerns.
It's highly disappointing that the president gets this close to the border and continues to pretty much ignore the situation.
Each sector deals with its own unique problems. Last week, Nogales Mayor Jorge Maldonado says CBP agents at the ports were instructed to help Border Patrol agents monitor the open areas of the border where illegal crossings happen. But it took away personnel at his ports, where legal crossings need to happen.
Mayor posted shutdown from eight lanes to 4 lanes. They continue to drop from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. And that.
All right, thanks so much there to Karel Lahara breaking that down for us. We want to get out live, raw, and unfiltered now over in Kazakhstan, where several astronauts now landing back safely from the ISS. We'll pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Sergei Prokopiev continuing to provide reports back to the search and recovery forces, indicating that the crew is doing well. Just over a minute until touchdown.
The crew is doing well. Let them know. Cosmos 9549. For your information, the object has passed 500 meters and feeling well. 690 is out.
The search and recovery helicopters are circling the landing zone. We might see one of those helicopters come into view shortly, as the Soyuz is less than 500 meters off the ground.
We have come with the crew and they're feeling well. Prepare. 100 meters to ground.
100 meters to go. The crew being told to brace for touchdown.
Object getting close to touchdown. Object
touchdown. Touchdown confirmed at 6:17 a.m. Central Time. Rubio's record ride comes to an end as he, Prokopiev, and Patelin return to Earth after a 371-day, 157-million-mile journey at the International Space Station. The third longest flight ever in human spaceflight history is over with a pinpoint landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan.
Altai. Search and recovery here. How do you read? Okay, all good.
Once again, Soyuz MS-23 has landed on the steppe of Kazakhstan. A bullseye touchdown for the three crew members, Frank Rubio, Sergei Prokopiev, and Dmitry Patelin.
409, how do you read? 249.
Landing occurring as planned at 6:17 a.m. Central Time, 7:17 a.m. Eastern Time. 5:17 p.m. at the landing site that you're seeing right now in our live view.
I believe so. Let it get a bit
About an hour and 53 minutes before sunset.
$952 is on the ground.
The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are now descending in sequential fashion to arrive in the vicinity of the spacecraft. You can see one of those helicopters in view. The all-terrain vehicles will be moving toward the spacecraft as well, repositioning themselves to enable us to get video of the recovery process, the extraction of the crew, and the crew will be placed in reclining chairs next to the Soyuz MS-23 for a few minutes to regain their equilibrium before they're carried in those chairs to a nearby inflatable medical tent where they will doff their Sokol launch and entry suits, get into more comfortable flight clothing, and then make their way with the assistance of recovery personnel, to 3 helicopters, 1 for each crew member, for a 2-hour flight back to the staging city of Karaganda.
K1, K2.
At that point, Rubio and his 2 crewmates will split up. Rubio will board a NASA jet to fly back to Houston. Prokopiev and Petelin will board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft to fly back to their training base at Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow.
Another 477, I will circle one more time. Okay. Go a little bit further, 49.
In this view, you can see Russian Mi-8 helicopters landing in the vicinity of the spacecraft that's just out of the field of view. The all-terrain vehicle that carries this television equipment that you saw the landing from will be repositioning itself a short time from now and make its way to the Soyuz as it documents for us. And hopefully we will be seeing the extraction of the crew and the crew being placed in those reclining chairs by the capsule.
178 landing in its place.
At the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside Moscow, the Russian words "Jest Posadka," they've landed, and a greeting welcoming Frank Rubio back after his record-setting mission for an American astronaut of 371 days in space.
Four 09, checking coordinates. 47 degrees, 16 minutes, 47 seconds. 1 minute, 39 seconds. This 240. I'm following 49.
All right, you have been watching in there here on Live Now from Fox Live, Raw and Unfiltered, as several astronauts, including an American astronaut, returning there safely to Earth there in Kazakhstan after spending a world record-breaking third place world record-breaking 371 days in space, along with another 2 Russian cosmonauts there landing safely on the ground in Kazakhstan from the International Space Station. We're going to head out to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. The time now 7:28 here on the East Coast, 4:28 over on the West Coast. President Joe Biden was out on the picket line just yesterday over in Michigan before heading over to Arizona, showing support there in a historical move, joining the picket lines with the American auto workers. Ed Lawrence following this story for us this morning.
President Biden making history, becoming the first sitting president to walk a picket line with a union in modern time.
Stick with it, because you deserve the significant raise you need and other benefits.
Let's get it!
Let's get back what we lost, okay?
The president's appearance in Michigan, an effort to show solidarity with union members who, at day 12, remain locked in an escalating dispute with America's 3 biggest car makers. Strikers are calling for better benefits and increased pay. Auto companies say their demands are too much.
Numbers don't lie, right? If inflation went up 29%, why are you trying to offer us 19, 20, and 21%? You know, it just doesn't make sense. And you offered your CEOs 40. That's not okay. We build these cars that the management's driving right now, you know.
Republicans, meantime, are critical of the president, saying it's his economic policies that led to the strike.
A picket line that he created, the subsidized electric cars that are putting them out of business and sending their jobs overseas.
But the White House says it's the president's policies that are bolstering the economy.
He believes that there could be a win-win agreement here, but he's always going to stand on the side of workers, always.
Wednesday, former President Trump is scheduled to visit Detroit and talk with auto workers to make his own pitch for the rank and file. In Wayne County, Michigan, Edward Lawrence, Fox Business.
All right, and we want to go ahead and play out this conversation with Andrew Kraft, speaking with Christian Daytalk over at the Washington Examiner with the latest on the strike.
Correspondent for the Washington Examiner, Christian Daytok. He joins me now. Christian, good to see you. I know you've been covering this pretty extensively today. There was some back and forth about answer President Biden gave to a reporter about the nature of what the UAW is demanding, specifically when it comes to pay increases. So there's these numbers being bandied about. President Biden there, though, in Detroit today said he would support a 40% increase for the workers there. Of course, right now they're only asking for 36%. What is the White House saying about that? Because that's more, of course, than what the UAW is asking for. Was this kind of just a off-the-cuff gaffe, or is that what the White House wants for these UAW workers?
Well, Andrew, it's certainly movement based on the answers we got out of Karine Jean-Pierre and even the president himself on Monday. Of course, the president was asked by reporters if he would support a 40% raise. And like you mentioned, that's even higher than the demands the UAW put forth to the big three automakers already. This is difficult for the president because he bills himself as a pro-labor guy, but he's made these auto manufacturers a critical component of his Bidenomics push in the electric vehicle transition over the next 10 years. So he's really caught between a rock and a hard place, given UAW has withheld their endorsement of the president, which, of course, they offered him in 2020.
Yeah. I just want to put up this tweet from one of the reporters, Sungmin Kim, with the, I believe, AP, traveling with Biden today. Saying, she asked the question. I asked Biden whether the UAW workers should get a 40% increase. As a chorus of workers said yes, Biden, too, responded yes. And you're so right, Christian. I mean, there does seem to be two competing or contradicting things happening at once in the Biden White House when it comes to Bidenomics. I mean, we've seen him with these big three CEOs, Mary Barra, Jim Farley, really touting their transition, or at least a part of their market share, to electric vehicle manufacturing. But then again, on the flip side of that, that's one of the main kind of sticking points for some of these UAW workers, and Sean Fain, the president there of the UAW, saying that, you know, we got to figure out what we're going to do about EV manufacturing. It doesn't take as many parts, meaning it doesn't take as many workers to assemble. And so those two things are somewhat contradictory.
They are, and I think this is indicative of a greater problem the president is facing heading into 2024. His polling on stewardship of the economy was already underwater, and the latest numbers, especially this poll from NBC, shows him at the low point in his presidency. He's earning just 37 support when it comes to his economic stewardship, and this is something that the president wants to address head on. If he can hold on to that coalition that won in the White House in 2020, and that was, of course, based heavily on the outpouring of support from union members, he thinks he's got a good shot at re-election. But again, they're battling two competing narratives right now. Just because the Biden administration says the economy is going to come back once all this legislation is further implemented, that doesn't mean people aren't feeling pain right now. And I think this is sort of behind the shifting rhetoric coming out of the president when it comes to supporting a proposed 40% pay increase. Yeah. And like Sean Fain, the UAW president, had said, these tax incentives that the president has offered to the auto manufacturers are really at the heart of the strike. So on the one hand, the president can push for his Bidenomics platform, but on the other hand, he's got to take care of those voters who put him in the White House in the first place.
I mean, are your other reporters in the press pool kind of thinking, well, he hasn't gotten the UAW endorsement in the re-elect just yet, and maybe behind the scenes, those are some of the conversations as to why now. We brought our viewers this event in California earlier today. He got the endorsement of the United Farm Workers there, but he has not yet gotten that from the UAW. We know former President Trump is going there on the picket line tomorrow. We're told Sean Fain's not going to be meeting with him there. So it's interesting to see these labor questions really kind of shape and be a factor in the 2024 race.
They certainly will be a factor. Like you mentioned, former President Trump is traveling to Detroit on Wednesday. He's really been targeting these union votes over the past couple of months as UAW has held off that endorsement. That being said, and again, like you mentioned, the president is garnering a significant number of endorsements from other union groups. The big sticking point with UAW, again, are those tax incentives for the creation of electric vehicles, and just the sort of core part they play in the president's overall economic platform. Now, we have pressed the White House on whether Trump's decision to travel to Detroit forced the president's hand, made him join the picket line. They said no. Of course, President Fain invited Biden last Friday when they expanded the strike, and logistically, they had to just cross all the T's and dot the I's before they could announce the trip that took place earlier today. But it's certainly something the folks at the campaign are wary of, and I expect labor to take an even greater focus heading into the general election once we get out of the primaries.
Yeah. You know, Christian, LiveNOW look there at the U.S. Capitol. What's the Biden administration's message on this looming government shutdown? We just heard from Speaker McCarthy. They finally passed some of the rules to begin debate on some of these spending bills. It seems like to me, looking at this, reading a lot about this, the White House is kind of taking a back seat. They're letting the House and the Senate duke this out.
That's right, Andrew. The White House's message has been crystal clear for the past several days, if not weeks. Any government shutdown would fall squarely on the shoulders of House Republicans for trying to fund the government at levels that fall far below the agreed-upon levels in the debt ceiling agreement that President Biden and Speaker McCarthy brokered earlier this summer. I think this is going to end up being a much bigger problem for McCarthy than it will be for Biden, because let's not forget, even if the government does shut down and there is a slight economic contraction to round out this year, that means the economy is bound to boom once the government reopens and all those paychecks start getting cashed again heading into the election year. They want to make this a political issue while Kevin McCarthy is dealing with the politics of corralling his own caucus rather than combating Democrats and President Biden's agenda writ large.
Yeah. So, Christian, we know Biden touched down today in California for some events and some fundraisers. He'll be coming to Arizona, the Phoenix area, later this week as well, to give a speech at the McCain Institute on the issue of democracy. You've heard him talk so many times about threats to democracy. He made that really a fixture of his campaign message back in 2020 when he was taking on Donald Trump. Is that what we're going to expect, kind of more of the same that we've heard from him in the past in Phoenix next? I think it's tomorrow.
All right, everybody, we are going to go ahead and switch gears here on Live Now from Fox. So we appreciate everybody joining us here at 7:38 now over on the East Coast. We want to go ahead and change gears out to this expected to be happening later today. We know that the Senator Robert Menendez is expected to appear in Manhattan federal court on today to face bribery charges. 4 co-defendants, including his wife, Nadine Menendez, are also set to appear. Democratic U.S. Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey defiantly pushed back against federal corruption charges on Monday, saying that nearly $500,000 in cash authorities found in his home was from personal savings, not from bribes, and was on hand, he says, for emergencies. Let's go ahead and turn right now to John Wisniewski. He served in the New Jersey State Assembly from 1996 to 2018. He also was a Democratic Party candidate for governor of New Jersey in 2017 and led that investigation into the Bridgegate scandal, in which aides to the then Governor Chris Christie closed several lanes of the George Washington Bridge in Fort Lee, New Jersey. Good morning, John. We sure do appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for coming on so early. Well, first off, we do want to kind of break in and just ask you just a little bit about the very latest on what these charges signify in this case, and you know, how serious are they? John, it looks like you're on mute.
Senator Menendez faces some very long jail time if convicted. And while everybody's entitled to a presumption of innocence on any charge, the facts of this case are damning. Gold bullion in his closet, hundreds of thousands of dollars in $100 bills stuffed into his clothing, DNA of somebody who supposedly gave him the money on those bills. It's hard to imagine a set of facts that would allow this to be converted into some kind of innocent explanation.
As someone who has served in the legislature before, as someone who has served as a public representative, these charges, what do they kind of symbolize for someone like you looking at this?
Well, one thing that anybody who's held public office and the citizenry at large know that there's a great deal of cynicism about the motivation of anybody who holds elected office. When you ask people if they're going to vote, a lot of times they say it doesn't matter. They have very low opinions of people who hold elected office. This only serves to ratify those low opinions. It only serves to ratify the cynicism that people have. And if that cynicism just continues, it really doesn't speak well for our system of government and its ability to continue to function effectively.
How serious do you think these charges are, and do you think that the current senator, could face any jail time or maybe just fines for this?
Well, clearly, it's not something that's going to just result in fines. If convicted, he's going to wind up having to serve some time. And if you combine these charges together, it's a long time. But as I said earlier, every criminal defendant, whether it's Bob Menendez or Donald Trump, is entitled to a presumption of innocence. It's up to the prosecution to make their case. But just with the mountain of evidence that we've seen, and remember, the prosecution hasn't revealed its entire hand, so they have more information that we don't know about. When you look at that mountain of evidence, it's just hard to imagine a set of circumstances that would result in him being exonerated or even there being a hung jury, as there was the last time he was indicted.
How suspect do you think it is to hear about this allegation of receiving gold bullion and cash from a potentially, Egyptian foreign folks involved in foreign governments?
Well, receiving money from a foreign government to affect U.S. policy for that government almost sounds treasonous. Whether they're ally or foe, United States senators, one of the most, after presidency, one of the most important positions in the land, need to have absolute fidelity to the nation and to the people of this nation. And the allegations seem to suggest that Senator Menendez put his own interests in front of those of the nation. This is why so many people are calling for him to resign. The only people that can throw him out of the Senate right now would be his fellow U.S. senators, and that's a very rare occurrence.
We have heard some calls for Menendez to resign, but not from leadership such as Chuck Schumer or anyone in the Democratic leadership. What do you make of that, and do you think congressional members should keep their noses out of it? Should they be making calls for a resignation?
Well, look, I think if you look at the history of what's happened here in New Jersey, we had a United States senator decades and decades ago, Harrison Williams, who was indicted and convicted. And there was a similar situation where it started out as a trickle and then it became an avalanche in which all of his colleagues started calling on him to resign. The irony is he didn't resign until after his trial in which he was convicted.
And how rare is it to see a sitting member of the Senate or even the House of Representatives, and we might have to add in here George Santos, also facing a number of charges in the same area, I should say, not Manhattan Court, but not far away.
Right.
How rare is it to see sitting members of our federal government being charged with crimes?
Well, it's thankfully rare, but it's also very frustrating for anybody who's taken the time to run for public office, to put themselves out there. And there's hundreds, if not thousands, of really diligent, good public servants out there. They wind up being almost tarnished by association when somebody like a George Santos or a Bob Menendez or even a Donald Trump commit the acts that they have committed, because it makes everybody who holds public office look bad, which is why I think there's a groundswell of more and more senators calling on Bob Menendez to resign, because it does tarnish the entire institution.
All right. What do you see happening next in the case? How do you think this may play out?
Well, the crescendo of calls for Senator Menendez to resign will increase. The Senate will probably convene an ethics committee investigation, which is a precursor to there being a vote ultimately to expel him. That'll take a long time. In the meantime, the trial process will play out. He'll be arraigned. He'll likely plead not guilty. And then after that, there will be all of the preliminary exchanges of discovery and motions to exclude discovery. And so I think there's going to be a long saga ahead of us watching this unfold in court in real time, as well as unfold in the halls of the United States Senate in real time.
All right, certainly very serious charges, and we'll definitely be staying in tune to find out really what happens next as the current sitting Senator Robert Menendez expected in court later today. John Wisniewski, a former New Jersey Assembly member, we sure do appreciate you for joining us. Anything we didn't ask you? Anything you'd like to add on this?
Just to reiterate what I said, this makes anybody who wants to hold public office look bad, and Bob Menendez should resign.
All right, calls to resign from someone from his own state. We sure do appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm sure we'll be speaking again.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
Thank you. Okay, the time now 7:47, folks, here on the East Coast, 4:47 over on the West Coast. Let's take a live look out at that courthouse, Manhattan Courthouse over in New York City. That is where Bob Menendez, the sitting senator, expected to arrive later today to face those charges related to his indictment on bribery. It's 7:47 on the East Coast. We're going to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. It's 7:49 now on the East Coast, 4:49 over on the West Coast. Taking a live look out at the U.S. Capitol this morning. We also know that there is going to be this important GOP presidential debate kicking off over in California later today. Not at that debate tonight, former President Donald Trump. Instead, he'll be in Detroit delivering a speech scheduled for the same time as that GOP debate. People attending Trump's speech will include current and former union members. Meanwhile, a judge ruling that for years, former President Donald Trump defrauded banks and insurers while he was building his real estate empire, all part of a civil lawsuit brought against Trump by New York's Attorney General. We want to turn now to a conversation between Andrew Kraft and Doug Burns, a former prosecutor, breaking down the latest on the former president's new ruling.
A jury get this and then they decide, they render a verdict? Because this is a civil suit. The judge ruled today, yeah, fraud was committed by the former president.
No, it's a great question, and it's a two-word answer: summary judgment. In a lawsuit, one party or the other can petition for what we call summary judgment, and the test, without getting in the weeds and in simple English, is it clear from the papers that there's no issue of fact to be decided, and therefore the judge can render a verdict. This is partial summary judgment. Obviously, I didn't study the file that closely, but it's partial because they are going forward, according to many media reports that I looked at, going forward with, other parts of the case in terms of whether he did or didn't, commit certain legal violations. So it's a partial summary judgment ruling. And then, of course, the other point to be made is that the question of damages is a separate question. And I'll address that in a minute when you ask me a couple more questions.
Yeah, no, Doug, I just want to go over from the New York Attorney General's office. They put out some of the big takeaways. One was the Judge Engoron, canceled all of the defendants' business certificates in New York. So I thought that was interesting also because, that was part of these lawsuits on whether or not the Trump organization and the former president, can operate their business going forward in New York as well. And so we're also hearing from the former president, Doug. I don't know if you can see this or the viewers can see it. This is the statement. You can see how long it is there. Former President Trump really going on a diatribe after Tish James and the judge there. I just want to read part of it. I'm not going to read all of it. This is his response. He says, the widespread radical attack against me, my family, and my supporters has now devolved to new un-American depths at the hands of a deranged New York State judge doing the bidding of a completely biased and corrupt prosecutor, in quotes, Letitia James, who ran for office based on a Get Trump platform before even knowing anything about me. So you can imagine former President Trump not happy with this ruling today. I mean, what happens now? What can or cannot the Trump organization, Donald Trump, do in New York when it comes to business?
Well, there are lots of legal steps still remaining.
All right.
You don't need me to tell you that. I'm surprised that the judge would have issued that draconian move of canceling certificates. That's the type of thing that would normally be addressed in the later portion of the case, the so-called damages or relief phase. So that's very surprising. It will be appealed. But let me say this. I mean, the former president is correct that this individual ran on a platform of getting him. I've said in other contexts with other prosecutors that should really not be allowed or sanctioned in any kind of political campaigns. Once again, the tedious editorial. I'm not defending Donald Trump. That's not the point. When I look at a case, it doesn't matter whether it's Mother Teresa or Charles Manson. Completely irrelevant. And in this case, I'm going to tell you 2 points that are very interesting and very important. Point number one, there was really no loss to the lenders. And when I was in the United States Attorney's Office for 9 years, agents brought cases all the time. Doug, the guy lied. He said he made $300,000 last year. Well, guess what? He made $110,000. The first question we ask every single time is, what's the status of the loan? It's performed 100%, Doug. We would decline the case. Now, here's the key to what's going on. They are correct, hyper technically, that the submission of the document with the inflated number is the legal offense. And that's what gives them the wiggle room to do this.
I see.
But they're not fooling anybody, myself included, that under prosecutorial discretion, when the loans perform, you don't do it. Again, it sounds like I'm defending Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with that. No matter who the person was, if the loan performed, we would not accept the case for prosecution. Next point, very important, and that is that these are not, Cape Cod houses in the middle of the sticks. These are notable signature buildings in New York City.
Right.
So these lenders do all kinds of due diligence and appraisal work on their own. So in the end, I mean, look, I call it the way I see it. I tell it like it is. And the bottom line is a highly, highly, highly political move. And what this man is guilty of, there's no doubt about it. He's guilty of being a braggart, a self-promoter. Yes, he did inflate a lot of things. He said his apartment in Trump Tower was 30,000 square feet. It's 10. He said it was worth X millions of dollars. It was worth a third of what he was saying. But again, those aren't necessarily legally actionable. But I think your audience, your viewers will find it interesting. You can make moral judgments about that all day long.
Oh, sure.
You can make ethical judgments about it, of course. But the point is, you know, if the loans performed, and these are signature buildings where the banks would do all kinds of their own appraisals, it's really, it's kind of a troubling case legally to me.
Doug, will there be any, you know, fines, penalties, other than, you know, limitations on doing business in New York? Will that be a part of this, do you think, or will, you know, a separate kind of jury and judge have to decide damages or not?
No, spot on. But you're raising two different things. This is a civil case, and it's important to note that. So in the civil case, you know, the trier of fact will determine the amount of damages and so on and so forth. But there may be civil fines as well. In criminal cases, you know, every federal criminal offense carries a fine and so on. So there could be. But this case will be very important on appeal, obviously. You know, there's a lot of negativity about Donald Trump in violation of my rule, which is don't even look at who the person is. Just crunch the legal X's and O's on it. So it's a troubling case in my view.
Okay, so Doug, while we have you as well, I want to talk about Hunter Biden, and I want to talk about Rudy Giuliani as well. That seems to be yet another major legal story a lot of people are talking about. So this is what we know, that Hunter Biden sued Giuliani today and another attorney who used to be Giuliani's attorney, saying that the two wrongly accessed and shared his personal data after obtaining it from the owner of that Delaware computer repair shop, the Hunter Biden laptop in the news again. So the suit accuses Giuliani and attorney Robert Costello of spending years, quote, hacking into, tampering with, manipulating, copying, disseminating, and generally obsessing over, that's the language in the suit, the data that was taken or stolen from Biden's devices or storage, leading to the quote-unquote total annihilation of Biden's digital privacy. So, Doug, you and I, last week, we talked about the Hunter Biden suit against the IRS over similar violations of Hunter Biden's privacy, alleged violations. And now you have this case as well. And I would be remiss, you know, we got to note the coincidental kind of timing of both of them. What did you make of this today? Is Hunter Biden really going on the offense here?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's counteroffensive, counterpunching, and so forth. You know, get out to the public that, you know, as bad as you may think this laptop is and the salacious photographs and so on, you know, showing drug use and cavorting with prostitutes, the reality is they violated my rights. I have good news for him and bad news for him, and the bad news outweighs the good for the plaintiff, Hunter Biden. The good news is that under federal law, and I know the viewers like to do a little research, which is easy, 18 USC 1030. I've worked with that statute many, many, many times over the years. That's a computer fraud statute, which makes it, quite simply, a crime to illegally access without authorization, you know, computer data and information. The problem for them, though, which I'm sure you've heard, is that when the laptop was dropped off with John Paul Mac Isaac at his shop, an agreement was signed, and that agreement specifically said, Andrew, that if nobody claimed the laptop within a period of time, I believe it was 30 days off the top of my head, then it becomes the property of John Paul Mac Isaac, excuse me. So the point is, if nobody picked it up in the 30 days, and if that clause is held enforceable, you know, it could be some type of open legal question. The point is, if, again, John Paul Mac Isaac then owned the property, he was free to turn it over to anybody he wanted. And then by extension, they were free to do whatever they wanted. Okay. But again, I don't prejudge the lawsuit. It may be a little more complicated than that. But I do think that the language in that agreement is going to be difficult for the plaintiffs.
Okay, also Robert Costello, one of the defendants in this, who used to represent Giuliani, who in a separate case is suing Giuliani over unpaid legal fees here. So we'll just have to kind of see how this all plays out here. You know, Giuliani quite embattled himself, former New York City mayor, former attorney, senior advisor to Donald Trump when president. And I haven't seen anything if he's responded to this lawsuit, but I just want to go back to the point about Hunter Biden going on kind of the counteroffensive in the wake of his indictment there. Is that at play here, or is this just all happening at once, do you think?
No, again, you know, we live in a 24/7 sort of media cycle, obviously. Yeah. You know, impressions can be created that can get baked in a sense. So I just think it's sort of a counteroffensive move. You know, I'm sure he has good lawyers. So this point about the agreement, I'm sure they have an argument in waiting to address that. They're almost undoubtedly going to claim that it's not enforceable. They may also claim that Hunter Biden, I don't believe he was the one who personally dropped it off, but I could be wrong. So, you know, they'll delve into that type of thing. But more importantly than the outcome of the case is the point you're highlighting, which is sometimes it's just good to have people walking around saying, oh, all that stuff about the laptop. Well, wait a minute. He's suing the IRS and Rudy Giuliani. So, I mean, you know, maybe, you know, people aren't legal experts and so on. And I'm not saying that, you know, pompously or patronizingly, but the point is, you know, the average person like, oh my God, Hunter's now suing. Oh, good for him, et cetera, et cetera. And that's more public relations, obviously, than law.
Sure. Doug, also just one last story we want to get with you as well. We haven't talked to you about all of the, you know, drama and the legal saga surrounding Senator Bob Menendez, the Democrat from New Jersey. I just wanted to get your thoughts on the indictment itself. Our Capitol Hill producers caught up with him on Capitol Hill today. And one of the questions they had is, why won't you resign? To which he responded, because I'm innocent. So, like I said, we heard from Menendez on camera yesterday. He remained quite defiant, going so much to say possibly he might run for re-election. He has stepped back, though, from chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. But he is remaining defiant. He's going to be in court tomorrow, I believe, for an arraignment. What will you be looking for then?
Well, it's interesting because, you know, everybody's saying, you know, he is innocent. He is. He's absolutely innocent right now as we speak. He's presumed innocent. Nobody's proven anything against him. But the reason I'm smiling is where was all of that when it's in reverse with a political figure from the other side, which is troubling. So you'd like to see uniformity in those concepts. Now, having said that, I read the indictment, and it's very, very strong, obviously. It's going to be adjudicated on two sides of the aisle. Side one is, what did he receive? The gold bars, the cash, the Mercedes automobile. And who did he receive it from specifically, and why did he receive it, et cetera. You know, I'm being sarcastic from the conference room. You know, did his rich aunt die, who was eccentric and have all this stuff, and it was delivered to him? Of course not, but you get my point. So where did all this come from, et cetera? They claim that on some of the cash envelopes, you have the fingerprints of the person who paid him. That's going to be hard to defend, okay? You know, criminal law is the mother of invention. Oh, I invited the guy over and I showed him my aunt's cash and he touched it, being sarcastic. But that's one part of the case. The other part of the case, 10 times more importantly, is what official actions did he take, if any, in return for all these lavish gifts? Jurors presume, look, nobody's just going to give you all that out of the goodness of their heart. They want something in return, but the law requires that he take official acts in return. Yeah. So we'll see. There was a well-known case involving the former governor of Virginia, McDonnell, where the Supreme Court of the United States trimmed back what is considered official acts, and they specifically held that McDonnell just setting up some meetings or even attending a little event with the company that gave him some gifts wasn't enough. And that kind of emboldened Menendez and led to him sort of escaping like Houdini from the prior case. But let me say one thing last.
And the McDonnell conviction was vacated after a while, so there is possibly that Supreme Court ruling might work in Menendez's favor. To your point, I think that's what you're getting at. Yeah.
No question, because he's going to turn around and say, I did normal things for constituents, but I had a chance to look at it closely. And they're saying that he tried to interfere in some prosecutions. He accessed sensitive documents and made them available to the Egyptian government. Right. Again, I don't prejudge it. If they can prove all that, it's going to be strong. But I do want to point out that for him to say that he took this money out of the bank for emergencies and because of his Cuban heritage, I think that was a mistake, because that's going to be so easy to disprove if it's false. Okay? Serial numbers on the bills, bank records from his banks, etc. Maybe it is true. Okay, I have no idea yet, but I seriously doubt it, because nobody keeps $500,000 for an emergency. You keep 5,000. Okay.
Doug Burns, I think we'll leave it at that. That was good to leave it at that. As always, we do appreciate your insight. I know we kind of went long today, but there were so many legal topics to get into. We appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Talk about.
All right, I appreciate my colleague Andrew Kraft giving us the very latest for that interview. Good morning to you all. The time 8:06 on the East Coast, 5:06 on the West Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine here joining you this Wednesday, September 27th. Always a pleasure joining you all here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, I'll be looking at the live events coming through the feeds, and if we don't have anything, of course, hitting our top stories of the day. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We do have some breaking news we do want to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. They're on your screen as it relates to the breaking news that we have. So according to our content partners at the Associated Press, North Korea is saying today that it will expel a U.S. soldier who crossed into the country through the heavily armed border between the Koreas back in July. The North's official Korean Central News Agency said that authorities have finished their questioning of Private Travis King. It said that he confessed to illegally entering the North because he harbored, quote, ill feeling against inhumane maltreatment and racial discrimination, end quote, within the U.S. Army and was, quote, disillusioned about the unequal U.S. society, end quote. Of course, verifying the authenticity of the comments attributed to King is impossible. The agency did not say when authorities plan to expel King or to where. King, who had served in South Korea, sprinted into North Korea while on a civilian tour of a border village back on July 18th, becoming the first American confirmed to be detained in the North in nearly 5 years. Now, at the time he joined a civilian tour and crossed the border, he was supposed to be heading to Fort Bliss, Texas, following his release from prison in South Korea on an assault conviction. Following the weeks of silence, North Korea confirming in August that it had detained King and was questioning the circumstances surrounding his border crossing. In an interview last month with the Associated Press, King's mother, Claudine Gates, said her son had, quote, so many reasons to come home. She said, I just can't see him ever wanting to just stay in Korea when he has family in America. He has so many reasons to come home. Again, this just coming through our newsroom. North Korea saying today that it will expel a U.S. soldier who crossed into the country through the heavily armed border between the Koreas back in July. Of course, this is something we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. Getting to other top stories of the day, that includes the Soyuz. This is something we have been following. As you can imagine, space and all of the entities, something we do here follow on Live Now from Fox. Coverage of the Soyuz MS-23 deorbit landing. We were following it this morning, and we got some
Russian
of it.
Words, yes,
but that is something that we do want to bring to you here live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I know earlier this morning we did see how everything happened, but we didn't see when the astronaut actually came back to Earth. So I want to play that for you now, raw and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox.
For 09, checking coordinates. 47 degrees, 16 minutes, 47 seconds. 1 minute, 39 seconds. Just 240. Following 49.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're looking at video from the landing site in Kazakhstan, where the Soyuz MS-23 touched down just 9 minutes ago. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters have landed in the vicinity of the spacecraft. They will soon approach the spacecraft to begin the process of opening up the hatch and extracting the crew. Touchdown occurred right on time at 6:17 a.m. Central Time, 7:17 a.m. Eastern Time.
24 bias. 95. 4. 09. Object is close by.
And if you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you are watching Raw and Unfiltered as the astronauts return to Earth as part of the Soyuz MS-23 Deorbit. This is happening out in Kazakhstan. Again, soon, within moments, you will see the astronauts as they land.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, the greeting on the front screen of the Russian Mission Control Center, welcoming home Sergei Prokopiev, Dmitry Petelin, and Frank Rubio after their 371-day mission. Touchdown occurred about 13 minutes ago at 6:17 a.m. Central Time, 7:17 a.m. Eastern Time. It was a pinpoint return for the crew, landing just as planned about 90 miles southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan. The Russian search and recovery forces, the Russian Mi-8 helicopters have landed to begin the process of extracting the crew from the Soyuz. All of the events beginning with hatch closure late last night Central Time, followed by the undocking of the Soyuz from the International Space Station's Prishal module at 2:54 a.m. Central Time this morning, and the deorbit burn that occurred several hours later. All of those events went by the book. No issues whatsoever. Sergei Prokopiev reporting to the search and recovery forces in the final minutes before touchdown that the crew was feeling well and ready for their return to Earth. This is Mission Control in Houston. We're still awaiting for video from the spacecraft at the landing site. The search and recovery forces are there. They are beginning the work to extract the crew from the spacecraft. So far, we do not have video alongside the spacecraft itself. The video resources at the landing site have to be repositioned from where they were to show us the touchdown that occurred about 18 minutes ago.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you are watching Raw and Unfiltered out in Kazakhstan as astronauts return to Earth as part of the Soyuz MS-23 deorbit. There you see the astronaut on your screen. Let's listen into his comments now, Raw and Unfiltered.
Helped out of the Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft. Once again, this video courtesy of Roscosmos. Sergei Prokopyev, who was strapped into the center seat of the descent module of the Soyuz spacecraft, always the first out. He'll be followed by his two crewmates here shortly. Touchdown occurred just 20 minutes ago at 6:17 a.m. Central Time, 7:17 a.m. Eastern Time, 5:17 p.m. at the landing site. The crew home after 371 days in space, the third longest space flight in history, and of course for Frank Rubio, the longest single space flight by an American astronaut.
So did you realize that you are finally on the ground? It has been more than a year. Well, the result is the main thing. Just perfect, just ideal. That the overload was 4.5, greater than last time. So wet. I'll take care of you. All good. I'll just stay here, take care of you too. Don't turn, just stay where you are. Don't jump. And we have seen all your greetings on Air Force anniversary. Yes, and we also worked with veterans of soccer teams here. Exactly. He has not changed at all. You look the same as when we were sending you off to space. So the date is ready.
Prokopyev exchanging greetings with Some of the members of the search and recovery forces happy to see him for the first time in over a year. And from the view we just had, it appeared as if the Soyuz was pulled over onto its side,
Congratulations.
as opposed to being upright.
Thank you. Easy, easy. Check the arm. Check the cables. Careful. Easy.
So you are watching Raw and Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox as they are pulling the astronauts from the vessel. Truly amazing to see. This is not something we get to see every day. And then you see the paramedics there on the site out there in Kazakhstan as they are now about to take the vitals.
Very nice to see you. So great. We're all here. All went well. All the tasks completed. So we performed all the program and performed additional tasks.
Field test?
What about the field test? No, we're not going to have a field test now, but tomorrow we'll have a Soyuz constellation experiment that is going to be interesting experiment on controlling manual descent. Thank you.
Stand by. Pulse off here. Finishes that up.
Иди вот сюда и потом будешь говорить. Officers? 97.
Your foot this way.
Hello, Frank.
Great, thank you.
Great.
It's good to be back.
You were the doctor on the crew, mate. How is in the space? How is your mate?
Fantastic. Yeah, everybody did really well.
You look very well.
Thank
very
you.
Well.
Thank you. It's good to be home. Thank you. It's good to be home.
Thank you.
Once again, the view from the landing site right by the Soyuz MS-23. Frank Rubio on the left, Sergei Prokopiev on the right.
Check the arm on the right side.
And Dmitry Petelin now being removed from the Soyuz spacecraft.
Easy, easy here. Turn. Legs. Turn back. Remove cables. Little higher. Move him a bit higher.
Есть.
Frank Rubio receiving congratulations there from Joel Montalbano, the International Space Station Program Manager, who, along with NASA's Chief Astronaut Joe Acaba, part of the NASA team on site.
Come on, Joe.
Sergey?
And a view of the Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft that touched down 28 minutes ago at 6:17 a.m. Central Time.
Yeah, drink a little bit. Hold it. Everything is in due time.
Can we actually cut a little
We're here in the steppe of Kazakhstan.
Sergei Prokopiev, the commander of Expedition 69 and the Soyuz commander for the landing today, comes home after 2 flights in space and a total of 568 days, putting him 12th on the all-time list for most days in space by a human being. And there are technicians who are gathering up the parachute that deployed about 15 minutes before touchdown.
Still a bit dirty, that happens. All good. Do you want me to comb your hair?
Меня слышно? Слышно, Миша? Ну, я отрываю и говорю, идет в темно. Я просто когда начал колбасить. Погладшивается. Пораньше. После филтеста. А также термочет только, да? Нормально, ничего удара нет. Приложила.
So you had it was a bump, so did feel it.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to receive video from the landing site in south-central Kazakhstan. On the right, Sergei Prokopiev, the Soyuz commander and the commander of Expedition 69, which came to an end with the undocking of the Soyuz MS-23 this morning at 2:54 a.m. Central Time, 3:54 a.m. Eastern Time. Expedition 70 began. Prokopiev handing over command of the International Space Station to European Space Agency astronaut Andy Mogensen. Expedition 70 now well underway and will continue through the course of the fall time frame until Mogensen returns to Earth next spring with Crew 7.
At about 300 meters, CAM was established again. At that time, we also acquired visual. All normal, all good. Did you see us at the main chute? Yes, at about 800 we saw you already. You were not responding, but we were able to see you already. All great, all normal. Good numbers. 140 to 90. Don't scream over there.
Да, слышно? Ты сунул назад, это копи. Ну да,
The next step for the 3 returning crew members, they'll be, as you look at the all-terrain vehicles that are on site, the 3 crew members will be carried in those chairs into a nearby inflatable medical tent to doff their Sokol launch and entry suits, get into more comfortable flight clothing, and then they'll be transported in those ATVs to 3 awaiting Russian Mi-8 helicopters to take off for a 2-hour flight back to the staging city of Karaganda to the northeast of the landing site.
Soyuz didn't get any bigger. Oh, really? Соленые огурцы выбирайте.
And maybe you want some pickles. Oh yeah. Maybe some suck.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you are watching Raw and Unfiltered out in Kazakhstan as the astronauts have returned to Earth as part of the Soyuz MS-23 Deorbit. You were listening Raw and Unfiltered to officials from the International Space Station providing a update on this, and you see the astronauts giving a thumb up. You see that they are getting their vitals taken, so pretty cool thing to see Raw and Unfiltered here on Live Now as we do try to show you all things from around the world. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 8:39 on the East Coast, 5:39 on the West Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, getting right back into your top stories and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Getting back to the news of the day here on your screen, Raw and Unfiltered, out in Latvia. The European Commission president welcoming the Prime Minister of Latvia, followed by statements. Let's watch now, Raw and Unfiltered.
So good morning, dear Prime Minister. It's very nice to have you here, to greet you here in Brussels. Congratulations once again on your appointment as Prime Minister of Latvia. And I'm very much looking forward to working with you. And this is the first step we are doing. Actually, there's a lot of work to do. The first topic that I want to mention in our common work is your unwavering support to Ukraine. And I really want to thank you for that. Latvia has backed our successive waves of sanctions against Russia and our different financial aid packages for Ukraine. You have been, from the very beginning, a strong supporter. So we are really grateful for that. The European financial support remains, of course, a lifeline for this country, a country that is so bravely fighting for its freedom and for its future. And this is why the Commission has proposed a new facility for Ukraine in our proposal for revision of the EU budget. You recall this, these are 50 billion euros till 2027 as support for Ukraine. We have started the discussions in the European Union on that. Here too I want to thank Latvia for a very constructive role that you are playing, driving these discussions on not only the facility for Ukraine but the whole revision of the budget forward. It is money that Ukraine needs now, and it will continue to need it for the future. For the reconstruction, for example, the recovery, but also for the reforms on its path to the European Union. This brings me to another topic I'm sure we will discuss today, and that's the topic of enlargement. This is not only a call of history, but it's also a geopolitical necessity. We need to set a vision for successful enlargement. And this is why the Commission has started working on a series of pre-enlargement policy reviews. It's basically the question on how our institutions, our budget, our security guarantees would work. And I would be very eager to listen to your views on that one. Latvia itself is a shining example of successful integration. An integration that you continue to deepen even almost 20 years after you joined the European family. For example, I'm very glad that you are fast-forwarding by 1 year your synchronization with the continental European grid. This fast-forwarding will disconnect you from Russia and Belarus, so it's good for your energy security. And it will also facilitate your uptake of renewable energy to set the green transition fully in motion in Latvia. Here, Next Generation EU's investment plan for the future will, of course, support you on this path. Now, my last point, we have just received your revised Next Generation EU plan yesterday, including the Repower EU chapter. It can certainly unleash significant additional resources for clean growth and good jobs, so let's work on that one together. My final topic is migration. Europe continues to stand in full solidarity with you, because we've seen Belarus' cynical and inhuman instrumentalization of migrants. Over the past years, we have deployed Frontex personnel and mobilized 63 million euros in additional funding for border surveillance. We continue to closely monitor the situation at the border. These hybrid attacks carried out against our member states are all more reasons why we need a swift political agreement on two key proposals. The one is the Pact of Migration and Asylum. This is key to have the common rules in the European Union. And the other one is indeed the revision of the multi-annual EU budget, the so-called MFF, where we have also a top-up for migration. So we have a lot to discuss. It is all in preparations of the summits that are coming up, the European Political Community, then we have the informal summit in Granada, and afterwards we have the formal European Council here in Brussels. Once again, a very warm welcome to Brussels.
Thank you. Dear Ursula, thank you for your warm welcoming me. And today I'm starting my first working visit in Brussels as a newly appointed Prime Minister of Latvia. I'm very pleased that the first meeting here in Brussels is with the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. We are in agreement on many issues, which has made our cooperation easy, beneficial and productive. In this geopolitical situation, I would like to clearly state that Latvia's position on the different EU policies will remain unchanged. My government will keep a clear pro-European approach. Latvia can only be strong and prosperous as strong as the European Union. It also reflects the viewpoint of Latvian society. We are observing a record high level of support for the EU in Latvia. The war in Europe continues. Russia is attacking independent Ukraine. My government will continue to urge for the EU strong support for Ukraine as long as it takes. I would like to express my deep gratitude to you, dear Ursula, for your strong leadership for supporting Ukraine. And our cooperation has been really excellent. I will gladly discuss with you further support for Ukraine, in more detail financial and military support, as well as its integration in the EU. We will talk about further sanctions against Russia and the issue of Russia's accountability of aggression. We will also discuss challenges of migration in Europe, including Lukashenko's hybrid attacks on the eastern borders of the European Union.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you are watching Raw and Unfiltered as the European Commission President is speaking with the Latvia Prime Minister about international relations. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time 8:49 on the East Coast, 5:49 on the West Coast. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, giving you live events, top stories, and headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for tuning in this Wednesday, September 27th. Let's take a look at some of the live feeds coming through our studio right now. Here live, Raw and Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We are live in New York as we are taking a look outside the federal courthouse as Menendez is expected to be in court today for bribery charges. Also happening live, Raw and Unfiltered out in New York City. A live look as Texas Governor Greg Abbott is expected to be out there in New York to discuss the migrant crisis. He says, quote, "It's the nation's unprecedented border crisis created by President Joe Biden's open border policies," end quote. That is from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. This happening at the Manhattan Institute lawsuit out there live, raw, and unfiltered in New York City. I'm Jeanne Francine. We have to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but when we come back, getting right back into your live events, top stories, and headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time 8:54 on the East Coast, 5:54 on the West Coast. Good morning to you. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Live Now on Fox this Wednesday, September 27th. A lot of events to get to today. There on your screen is an event that happened earlier this morning. We weren't able to play it for you due to other live events, but the NATO secretary and the Latvian prime minister speaking to the media after their meeting at the NATO headquarters in Brussels. Let's listen in raw and unfiltered, and I'll also pop up some events we are following as well going on here in the U.S.
It's great to see you, and thank you so much for coming here and meeting with me at your first visit abroad as Prime Minister of Latvia. Congratulations on your appointment, and thank you for your commitment to NATO. Latvia is a highly valued NATO ally. You contribute to our operations in Kosovo and Iraq, and you lead by example on defense investment, already spending more than 2% of GDP on defense. And you host a Canadian-led battle group strengthening our deterrence and defense on NATO's eastern flank. Latvia is also one of Ukraine's strongest supporters, providing Kiev with military support and training Ukrainian soldiers. In response to Russia's war, NATO has increased our presence from the Baltic to the Black Sea. In the air, Italian and Spanish jets keep Latvian skies safe. On land, we are enhancing our presence, with Canada planning to double its troop numbers in Latvia. And at sea, some 30 warships just concluded exercise northern coast of Latvia's shores. One of our biggest exercises in the region, testing high-end naval warfare and sending a clear message of NATO's vigilance. Today in our meeting, we addressed Russia's war against Ukraine. Ukraine's counteroffensive continues to make steady progress. In some areas, Ukrainian forces have pressed past Russia's defenses, but we see no sign that Putin's objectives have changed. So the best way to lasting peace is to step up our support for Ukraine. So I welcome the significant contributions that NATO allies are making, including the first American Abrams battle tanks that have arrived in Ukraine, boosting Ukraine's capacity to push back the Russian forces. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is the biggest threat to our security in decades. So at the NATO summit in Vilnius, we took important steps to keep our country safe. We agreed the most robust regional defense plans since the Cold War, backed by 300,000 troops on high readiness and substantial air and naval power. NATO is ready to defend every inch of Allied territory, and I know Latvia will continue to play its part for our security and for Ukraine's. So thank you again, Prime Minister. I look forward to working with you. Once again, welcome.
Thank you, Secretary General, for a fruitful meeting and opportunity to discuss issues relevant to Euro-Atlantic security. Today marks 581 days since Russia started its large-scale invasion in Ukraine. We can't tolerate this open aggression against democracy, freedom and prosperity. Latvia stands strongly with Ukraine. Our military instructors are training Ukrainian forces. Our hospitals are treating wounded Ukrainian soldiers. Our people have opened their homes for Ukrainian refugees. We have given Ukraine military and non-military support worth more than 1.3% of GDP. We will continue this. It is our common task to continue supporting Ukraine until it achieves victory. To guarantee long-term peace in Europe, we have to welcome Ukraine in NATO. When helping Ukraine, we must also build up our deterrence and defense capabilities to protect every centimeter of Allied territory. Adoption of new NATO regional defense plans and increase of Allied presence in eastern flank demonstrates Allied commitments towards stronger NATO. We are grateful to all nations that have contributed forces to EFP in Latvia. We highly value our Canadian friends for their long-term commitments to deploy brigade in Latvia. Similarly, we are grateful to Denmark for decision to deploy battalion in Latvia. Latvia remains committed to strengthen our defense system. We will continue to increase our defense budget with aim of 3% of GDP in 2027. Latvia will continue to invest in national military capabilities with new weapon systems. We will continue to invest in new infrastructure for hosting Allied troops. We will continue to participate in NATO Kosovo force with Latvian troops. Secretary General, let me use this opportunity to thank you personally for your strong leadership in the alliance.
Thank you very much.
This concludes the statements. Thank you.
So brief comments there as the NATO Secretary General and Latvian Prime Minister did update the media. And then soon Texas Governor Greg Abbott expected to discuss the migrant crisis. This is something he has been wanting to discuss for some time now. According to him, he says, quote, the nation's unprecedented border crisis created by President Joe Biden's open border policies is an issue. He is speaking at the Manhattan Institute in New York City. And then also something we are following today, Menendez in New York City federal court. I do see that this shot is up. Someone coming in now. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered out in New York City as this event is getting underway, as Texas Governor Greg Abbott will soon discuss the migrant crisis.
front lines of this crisis. The mayor of El Paso recently said his city has been receiving 2,000 migrants a day. And just last week, a group of over 6,000 migrants overwhelmed the small city of Eagle Pass, Texas, with a population of 25,000. Since 2021, Governor Abbott has endeavored to fill glaring gaps in the federal response to this crisis through Operation Lone Star, a sprawling, multi-agency effort. Thousands of Texas National Guard members and state troopers have been deployed to the border. And last week, Governor Abbott announced the operation had resulted in almost 450,000 apprehensions, nearly 35,000 criminal arrests, and seized enough fentanyl to kill millions of men, women, and children. Texas has also bused tens of thousands of migrants to sanctuary cities and other states and jurisdictions, including roughly 15,000 to New York City. Leaders here in New York have been quite frustrated to discover how difficult it is to accommodate thousands of unexpected migrants at once. It's safe to say that border states like Texas now have the rest of the country's attention. So I'm eager to hear what Governor Abbott has to say and ask him questions about the decisions he's made and the best ways to resolve this serious, urgent crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, Governor Abbott.
Well, thank you, and good morning to all of you all. And let me start out maybe in an unorthodox way. I realize as I'm up here today, many of you are maybe meeting me and seeing me for the first time. Some of you have seen me on TV before, perhaps, and many of you probably were unaware that the governor of Texas is in a wheelchair. Let me just quickly tell you about that, provide some context that actually relates to what we're going to talk about today. When I was 26 years old, I had just graduated from Vanderbilt Law School and moved to Houston, Texas to take a job. And one day I was out jogging, out running, which is something that I did every single day. On this particular day when I was out running, a massive, about 75-foot oak tree crashed down onto my back, fracturing my vertebrae into my spinal cord, leaving me immediately and forever paralyzed and needing to use the wheelchair that I'm in right now. People are shaking their heads, nodding, as I typically see, and that is people are wondering, how slow was that guy jogging to get hit by a falling tree? But here's the lesson that I learned in the aftermath of that, because it was after that I went on to do the things mentioned in the introduction. It was after that I became a Supreme Court Justice and Attorney General and now Governor. And what I learned is that our lives are not defined by the ways in which we are challenged. Instead, we determine our lives by the way that we respond to the challenges that we face. That's exactly what Texas is experiencing right now, and the way that we are responding to it is what New York is experiencing. It's what the country is experiencing. We are, as a nation, facing an extraordinary challenge. Quite literally, we have a national crisis taking place as we gather in New York today. It's a crisis that New Yorkers are grappling with, perhaps maybe for the first time, at least to the magnitude to which you are. That same way in which New York is grappling with this crisis, you see Chicago and LA and Philadelphia and the cities across America dealing with it. But I can tell you, what you're dealing with in New York, what you are seeing and witnessing in the state, is a tiny fraction of what is happening every single day in the state of Texas. Let me give you some numbers. Last year, there were more than 2.3 million people apprehended coming across the border illegally. Key word, apprehended. Point being is that for everyone apprehended, there's others who are not apprehended. To put that number in context, the number of people who were apprehended coming across the border in just 1 year last year is more than the population of Houston, Texas, which it took more than 100 years to aggregate just over 2 million people who live in Houston, Texas. This year, the federal government operates on a fiscal year that ends at the end of October. this year there's going to be even more people apprehended coming across the border. 2.4, maybe more than 2.4 million people coming across the border. So just in 2 years alone, almost 5 million people apprehended coming across the border. It's unsustainable. It's absurd. But you need to know this. All of these numbers, all of these consequences, all of what Texas is going through, which I will articulate more momentarily, and all of what New York is going through, it's not just like a circumstance for which we have no control over. It is all carefully, choreographically designed policy put in place by the current President of the United States of America. Never forget, it was just 3 years ago, we had the lowest number of border crossings in 40 years. It's kind of hard for people to understand or remember, but it proves this, and that is the President of the United States can have an outsized impact on illegal immigration across the border. To restate what I just said, under President Trump, 3 years ago, before Biden took office, there were the lowest number of illegal border crossings going back to the 1980s. And it's because 4 simple policies were put into place. The Remain in Mexico policy, Title 42 policy, the end of catch and release, and coinciding with the enforcement of laws that are already on the books in the United States of America, and the building of the border wall. When Biden took office, he eliminated all of those policies and said, world, the border is open. And the world took Biden up on his offer. We are getting people, unlike before, where we would have some people coming from Mexico and maybe a few other countries, and you hear the border czar, Kamala Harris, talk about how this is a problem involving Central America. The fact of the matter is there are people coming from more than 150 countries across the entire globe, from China, from Russia, from nations that are hostile to the United States of America. And in fact, one of the worst, potentially catastrophic consequences that we as a country are having to deal with is the fact that we have record numbers of people apprehended who are on the terrorist watch list. Know this fact. Everybody coming across the border, they pay money to the cartels to get across the border. If you are on the terrorist watch list, you pay more money so that you will not be apprehended. If we have apprehended a record number of known terrorists on the watch list, how many more were successful in evading being caught? The answer is nobody knows. The result is we face an existential threat to our country with terrorists maybe getting across the border. Think of all the long lines that you and others stand in, taking an extra hour or two to get through an airport with all this detection going on because of trying to eliminate a bomb on an airplane. Think at the same time the terrorists who may be coming across the border, who are in our neighborhoods, whether it be in Texas or New York or some other location, and the evil that they could cause this country. The President of the United States has one primary authority, in my opinion, and that is national security. His top job must be to keep America safe. And he is endangering the United States every single day by having a porous border that is allowing people on the terrorist watch list to cross that border. Well, Texas, listen, we are not going to tolerate what's going on the border. And that's exactly why Texas has taken unprecedented action to try to stop what is happening on the border. We have deployed the National Guard. We have deployed the Texas Department of Public Safety. Thousands of them are on the border. And the National Guard, part of what they are doing, they are building these barriers whether it be these concertina military-grade razor wire barriers that you see are impenetrable. People who are trying to cross the river or cross the border and come into the state of Texas, they are repelled and turned back by these concertina razor wire barriers. Texas is building its own border wall. In the state of Texas, we have a budget where over the past 2 years or past 2 sessions, we have expended about $10 billion of Texas taxpayer money, part of which is to build our own border wall out of the exact same materials that were being used during the time of the Trump administration to build the border wall then. So we have troops on the border, building a border wall, using concertina wire, repelling migrants, and returning them back to Mexico. And then also because of a disaster declaration, it heightens the penalties for any crime taking place in the state of Texas. And if we have migrants coming across the border that damage state property, which would include that concertina wire, or if they are trespassing in the state of Texas, they are arrested and they are jailed. We cleared out 3 prisons to be able to house the migrants who are arrested on the border. And we are trying to respond to this any way that we possibly can. But as much as we are doing, we're seeing the Biden administration decimate what Texas is trying to do. 2 easy examples. Some of you all will recall the buoys in the water. The buoys in the water are a proven deterrent of people being able to cross. They were originally utilized or sought to be utilized and analyzed by the Border Patrol themselves under the Trump administration. They were ready to be deployed in January, the January that Biden took office. And Biden said, no, we are not going to use those buoys. First of all, they are safe. They do not endanger anybody, contrary to reports that say that they do endanger people. But second, most importantly, they are a proven effective deterrent. And we deployed them, and the Biden administration knew that they were going to be effective in stopping people from coming across the border. And so the Biden administration sued Texas to remove those buoys from the water. Well, they won at trial court. We got an immediate stay of that. It's in the 5th Federal Court of Appeals as we speak right now. The key point is that the buoys still remain in place as we speak. If we win that lawsuit, which we should, we will probably have hundreds of miles of those buoys on the border. And there's a reason for that. Remember moments ago I told you that we're building our border wall. A border wall deters people from making it across the border at that location. Buoys cost 1/10 of the price of the border wall. We'll be able to have far more expansive barriers at 1/10 of the cost and be more effective in deterring people from coming across the border. Also remember what I said just a few minutes ago when I told you that we are erecting mile after mile after mile of these razor wire barriers. Many of you may have seen the video that came out last week. Exactly. He was using his hand signals to do what happened. Amazingly, the Biden administration had their Border Patrol go in and cut that razor wire that we put up, pull it open, and there was an onrush of thousands of illegal immigrants pouring into the country. That shows you the mindset of the Biden administration. There are ways in which Texas is stopping people from coming in. The Biden administration wants those people to come in. This is something that's unsustainable. I think those are the words of your mayor. Those are the words of the mayor of Chicago and LA. Those are the words of the governor of Texas. What's going on is unsustainable. It's a crisis, it's chaotic, and it must stop. While we are waiting for a president who's going to enforce the law, not have to pass new laws, enforce the current laws on the books. Until that time comes, Texas is going to continue to use every tool that we can to secure the border the best that we can. And with that, I'll be happy to begin the process of taking questions.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, Texas Governor Greg Abbott out there in New York City wrapping up his comments as he speaks about the migrant crisis. And we've also provided recent video of the migrant crisis, most recently from this weekend out in Eagle Pass, Texas. You see them on your screen there. The time now 9:18 on the East Coast, 6:18 on the West Coast. Let's go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, of course, getting back into your live events, top stories and headlines. I'm Jeanne Francine. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Good morning to you. So happy you are joining us this Wednesday, September 27th. Let's head back out now, live, raw, and unfiltered, to New York City. Texas Governor Greg Abbott discussing the migrant crisis. Before the break, he wrapped up his speech, right now answering questions that folks in the audience might have about the migrant crisis. This happening live, raw, and unfiltered in New York City at the Manhattan Institute.
Plays and must play is to hold the Biden administration accountable to the laws that exist on the books in the United States of America.
Walk us through a typical day at the border. So you have different categories of persons, I gather. You have some who are, for example, going through the CBP-1 process, who are looking to apply for asylum. There are others who are just brazenly crossing the border without regard for that process. Talk to us about what that looks like and these different categories of individuals.
So let's do a little compare and contrast. What does a typical day look like in New York City with regard to the migration process? And it is completely different than what we are dealing with every single day on the border. We have in any one particular location thousands of people crossing the border in a mad rush type of way. You have people who are dropped off on buses at city centers, may be connected to non-governmental organizations, things like that. We have people who are being pushed across the border by the cartels, by the thousands, into small little communities completely disrupted. One thing that happens is once they get across the border, we have one thing that does not take place in New York. They're called bailouts. The people who get across the border, there are smugglers on the Texas side of the border who pick them up, put them in cars, and then are driving at a racing speed to get to the next location in the delivery process. And we have Texas Department of Public Safety officers that are pursuing them and at a dangerous speed, 80, 90, 100 miles per hour car chases. And the smugglers know if we capture the smugglers, they're going to be arrested and put behind bars for 10 years or longer. And so they bail out, and the smugglers take off running and leave behind a car full of migrants who they're smuggling. You don't have bailouts here in New York that I know of, and you see them in hardly in any other place. So we have the bailouts. We have crime taking place in ways that you don't see in New York. We have cartels that have been caught on video as they're coming across the border. They have assault rifles, AK-47s, extraordinary weapons that they're using, and they have high-powered capabilities of killing people, protecting themselves. It's a quasi-war zone down there. And speaking of the war zone, again, we as a state are trying to instill the rule of law as much as we possibly can, only to be at war, not so much with those who are coming in, but at war with our own federal government that is interfering with Texas's attempt to enforce the rule of law in our state. But the volumes are so high, and I think you may have touched upon this a little bit. An area that you hear a whole lot about on TV or whatever is a town called Eagle Pass. And you said Eagle Pass, 25,000, I think it's actually 28,000, close to rounding error for 25,000. But in 1 week, this town of 28,000 people had more than 10,000 people coming into their town. It's unsustainable. They don't have the ability to take care of the people who are coming across the border. They don't have any, hotels or any other type of location where they can house people. And that's exactly why we had to engage in the busing operation to provide a sense of relief to these towns that were completely overwhelmed by the number of migrants who were coming in and being dropped off by Border Patrol in their communities.
I wonder, what would a more cooperative and effective partnership between Texas and the federal government look like? What are the things that you would want to see, say, in a future presidential administration, or if this administration decided to make a sharp course correction?
Yeah, so this is not a theoretical question. This is a question that we've actually lived, because this is exactly what we did under the Trump administration. And that is, under the Trump administration, we didn't have to go through all of these scenarios and jump through these hoops that we're jumping through now. When the Trump administration was in office, they applied the law that exists already in the United States, and they ended the catch and release, and they enforced it. If someone came across the border and they were caught, they were going to be repatriated or sent back to the country from which they came. So at that time, the state of Texas was involved, but in much lesser way, where at that time, we would be involved in the apprehension game, and anybody that we apprehended, we would turn over to the Border Patrol, and at that time, the Border Patrol would be involved in the process of sending people back to the country from which they came. Now, under the Biden administration, if we apprehend somebody and turn them over to the Border Patrol is going to give them a notice to appear, which is known as a notice to disappear. And if they get a notice to appear, it means they have to show up for their asylum hearing, some of which are put off for 3 or 4 years. And something like 90% of the people who get these notices to appear never show up, and they disappear in the United States of America. So it is extraordinarily easy for a state, Texas or some other state, to collaborate with the Border Patrol, with the federal administration, when the federal administration is enforcing the rule of law. When they are abandoning the rule of law, we cannot cooperate with them when we will not be an accomplice to that. Instead, we have to alter our strategies so that we, the state of Texas, are using every tool that we can to enforce the rule of law in Texas and in the United States.
There have been many claims made about Operation Lone Star and specifically the busing operations that have helped relieve some of that pressure on border communities in Texas. One of the arguments you hear from public officials here in New York State, Chicago, Philadelphia, and other cities is that essentially this is something that has been chaotic, where there has not been meaningful coordination between public officials in Texas and in these various jurisdictions. I wonder if you could talk to us a bit about the initial rationale and also about how you have endeavored to ensure that these transports are safe and orderly.
Sure. So first of all, we need to understand what is truly chaotic. Again, what's going on in New York, I know is not maybe the common circumstance or what you were looking for, but what is going on in New York is calm and organized compared to the real chaos of what we see on the border, not every day, but every hour of every day. We don't get any notice about who's coming across when or where or how many. And we don't have the Biden administration saying, oh, okay, we're going to have 5,000 people come into El Paso or Eagle Pass today or whatever the case may be. It's total chaos of what we're dealing with in Texas. But going back, the rationale for the busing began when I was talking to local officials, whether it be in Eagle Pass or Del Rio or other small communities on the border. And they were saying that the high volume number of migrants being dropped off by the Biden administration was unsustainable. They had zero ability to deal with it, as opposed to them being cities of the population of 8 million people. They were communities of sometimes 8,000 or 18,000 people. And they themselves were saying, listen, we're going to have to find some relief valve here and move people to some other city by buses. And we said, well, we as a state will take over that operation. And thus began the busing process. And the busing process, FYI, is totally voluntary. No one is ever put on a bus against their will. No one is ever put on a bus without them identifying the location they want to go to. I was told about a story where Mayor Adams had a team go down to the border to observe what was going on, thinking that this is something that Texas was just making up and coercing people to do something. And they visited a location inside about the size of this room that was filled with migrants. And they went in there, and the people who were there was asked, raise your hand if you want to go to New York. Like everyone raised their hand. They about passed out. That's when they knew that the magnitude of the challenge that they were going to be facing. And so the purpose of this is we don't have the ability in Texas to accommodate millions of people who are coming across the border. This is something where we have to relieve our own communities from the challenges they face. And so it's New York and other places that are dealing with this. However, maybe the most important thing I can tell you is this fact, this extraordinarily unknown. So you have in New York, I mean, you may know the number. How many migrants do you have here? 120,000, something like that? Say it again?
In the shelter system. That's 61,000 in the shelter system, but overall.
So let's say 120. So know this fact. Texas has bused 15,800 to New York. Where do these other people come from? The Biden administration. The lead importer of migrants to New York is not Texas. It's Joe Biden. Joe Biden is doing it not just to New York, but to other communities across the entire country. We've sent about 10% of the migrants that you have here, which candidly would be easy for New York to deal with. What you're dealing with is Joe Biden either busing people or more likely flying people. Y'all saw the videos of months ago when they were flying them into Westchester and other places in the darkness of night when no one knew what was going on. And that process continues, maybe accelerating for all I know. And so the busing operation we have in Texas is minuscule compared to the high volume that you are getting from the Biden administration.
I have a two-part question for you. So part of what you're telling us is that, in a way, every state and local government that is dealing with this surge, that's dealing with this crisis, has a shared interest in ensuring that the federal government is doing its job when it comes to border enforcement. You also referenced in your remarks the fact that when you're seeing many public officials here in New York City and a number of other states, what they're saying they want, their big ask from the federal government, is temporary protected status. They are asking the federal government to step in, the executive branch to step in and unilaterally say, we are going to grant work authorization to folks who have entered the country unlawfully through some other status. I wonder, first to hear your reaction to that strategy, having thought about it quite deeply and having done quite a bit on the subject. But then secondarily, given that this is now a reality, given that you now have TPS for something along the lines of 500, 600,000 Venezuelans, what does that mean for Texas in terms of how you're able to handle this population, how you're able to, ensure that it's not causing the strain on your public services?
I'll try to answer all the components of that question. There probably could not be a worse strategy, a worse policy than temporary protected status. Temporary protected status leads to permanent magnet status that would be attracting millions of more people to come to this country illegally. And along this line, let me make this point. I know that New York, historically, has been a place that you've been the home of legal migration to New York and to the country. So has Texas. Texas has been an area where there's been a lot of natural legal migration. There are millions of people trying to legally migrate to this country, do it the right way, and can add extraordinary value to our country. The people who are trying to legally migrate here are being pushed to the back of the line by the millions of people who are rushing in front of the line, destroying the legal immigration process. So it would be the worst policy to provide another magnet to attract even more people here. Your first part of your question, I think, was something about the shared status.
So I gather, and you've explained it, you've knocked it out of the park. You explained why you believe that TPS is a bad idea, why extending it is a bad idea. But also there are TPS beneficiaries in your state, and I wonder how you think about that angle of things. The argument you're hearing from the mayor and governor of New York is that, hey, we want these folks to work. We do not want them to be dependent. We do not want them to be in the shelter system. And so, one wonders if, for you, as governor, is it useful to have a situation where folks who would otherwise...
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, Texas Governor Greg Abbott out there live in New York City at the Manhattan Institute. Earlier, he gave a speech about the migrant crisis. Right now, he's answering this panel question. And then also, he referred to the migrant crisis in New York City and what we saw this weekend out in Eagle Pass, Texas. We saw people swimming in the water. We saw people bathing in the water. So that's what that second box is showing on your screen. The time now 9:36 on the East Coast, 6:36 on the West Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, if this event is going on, we'll head right back out live to New York City. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Good morning to you. Thank you for tuning in here to Live Now. So happy you are joining us this Wednesday. It is September 27th. As promised, let's head back out live, raw and unfiltered, to New York City as Texas Governor Greg Abbott on your screen now. He is speaking about several things, which does include the migrant crisis. That's actually the topic of conversation. He's answering questions now. Let's listen in live, raw and unfiltered.
Resistance that Texas is putting up. And so, for one, we're repelling people. The cartels are finding it easier to get people to cross in Arizona and in California, and it's shifting everything. But also, it gives you this perspective. Let's just assume Texas proved to be 100% successful, that no person would enter the United States illegally through the state of Texas. You would still have people entering from New Mexico, Arizona, and California. So much so, get this fact. So New Mexico is in what's called the El Paso sector. El Paso is in Texas. Most of the people coming into the El Paso sector, they don't come to the United States through Texas. They come through New Mexico and then go over to El Paso. And so not only are we building border barriers between the border of Texas and Mexico, we're also having now to build border barriers between Texas and New Mexico.
I wonder, Texas is, of course, absorbing this massive, massive wave of unlawful migrants. But Texas has also been an incredible magnet for lawful and domestic migrants from around the country. Texas is home to several of the fastest growing metro areas in the country. Now, you, through Operation Lone Star, have committed vast resources, when it comes to public safety, when it comes to state troopers, that could be deployed elsewhere in your state. I wonder if you could talk to us a bit about the strain that's caused, dealing with the natural, healthy, explosive economic and demographic expansion of your state, while also having to divert resources to deal with a place where, as you've laid out, the federal government is not doing its job.
So it has put a strain. I will talk about the strain, but first I'll pick up what you said, and that is this: and Texas is growing faster than any other state. Last year, we had 450,000 people migrate from other states in the United States to the state of Texas, including people from New York. Texas is also the stickiest state. What that means is that native Texans stay in the state of Texas more than native people from other states stay in their state. So we have the fastest growing population, and that leads to a robust economy. And the growth is not just in people, it's also in businesses. Texas is now home to more Fortune 500 company headquarters than any other state in the United States. And we have led in economic development every year that I've been governor. So the economy is growing rapidly. And that in part helps us deal with the strains that we're dealing with. However, I have to tell you this. Texas is having to come out of pocket to the tune of billions of dollars for people who are admitted to hospitals who are in the country illegally. There's a law that requires hospitals to not turn away anybody who needs care. And migrants don't have the ability, they don't have insurance coverage or anything like that, and their only access to care typically is by going to a hospital. And hospitals have to bear the cost of this. And the Biden administration is threatening to challenge Texas's ability to get reimbursement through the Medicaid system that we have been getting in the past that would pay for that what's called uncompensated care. We have challenges in the education system. There was actually a Supreme Court case that came out of Texas back in the 1980s, about 40 years ago. And the Supreme Court case, Plyler versus Dose, ruled that states have to use state money to educate children who are in the country illegally. It's offensive that it's not the federal government. This is a problem caused by the federal government. It's not caused by the state of Texas. Why should the state of Texas or New York now have to come out of our state budgets to pay for a problem, a financial problem, caused by the Biden administration? You may be able to expect some litigation on that issue coming down the pike.
It's also an opportunity for some red-blue agreement, I imagine, because that's something that would benefit a great many governors and mayors across the country. I'd like to open it up to questions from the audience.
Just picking and choosing.
Please.
Thank you, guys.
So that panelist wrapping up his questions to Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Now the audience is asking questions about that migrant crisis. And then on the left side of your screen, some top stories we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, the second GOP debate that will be on Fox Business and Fox News. We will not be airing that live here on Live Now from Fox. Also, former President Donald Trump choosing to skip the debate to give a speech to UAW members out there in Michigan. Also, the government shutdown looms as lawmakers scramble to make a deal. I'm Jeanne Francine. We must go to our third commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, getting right back into your live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Want to show you one of the many live shots we have here on Live Now. They're live, raw, and unfiltered out there in New York City. Menendez expected to be in federal court soon for those bribery charges we've been sharing with you all week. So that is a shot we do continue to follow here on Live Now. But also out in New York City, before the break, if you were tuned in, you know that Texas Governor Greg Abbott, he did give a speech about the migrant crisis. He says, quote, "It's the nation's unprecedented border crisis that was created by President Joe Biden's open border policies." Right now, he's speaking at the Manhattan Institute, answering questions from the audience. Let's continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Secure. However, if for one day he would watch and see what was on TV, he would know that people are coming across. Hence, it dovetails into the ideology of the left wing of the Democrat Party that Joe Biden is trying to appeal to. There are members of the Democrat Party who want these open border policies. They want people coming in from across the entire world, and Joe Biden is accommodating that because he's just trying to appeal to the farthest of the leftists of the Democrat Party. Go ahead.
People in New York and say there's like 5 to 6 million have come in since the beginning of this operation of policy that federal government started. Where are all these people?
Two places. One is some of those people who've been apprehended actually have been repatriated. Others of them, however, they're going to L.A., to San Francisco, to Chicago, to Philadelphia. They're spread across the entire country.
Jack Morford from the New York Post. You've compared the plights of Texas and New York insofar as handling the migrant crisis, but migrants aren't settling long-term on the border. So how would you handle the influx long-term in New York? Do you have any advice for either Governor Hochul or Mayor Adams?
Yeah, there's one solid piece of advice, and they're actually beginning to follow it. The challenge that the city of New York and the state of New York are dealing with is caused by one person, Joe Biden. Joe Biden can flip that switch any day and stop New York from having to deal with the consequences of an open border. Unless and until that is done, New York and other states are going to continue to deal with this. They must prevail upon their president for more than just money. They need a change in policy. They need to demand what all Americans expect, and that is the Biden administration will follow the rule of law and stop illegal immigration into the United States.
Hi, Governor.
Hey.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Whalen. I'm an Albany County legislator, and recently we've had 700 migrants come to Albany County. We, the Republican conservative part of the Albany County legislature, have tried to control the chaos. But the pushback that we receive from our other members on the other side of the aisle is, they're uncooperative. They don't want to support us in our a bipartisan effort to control the chaos and help these folks that have come up to Albany and have been sent from New York. So I was wondering, what is it like in your state? Is it a bipartisan effort with respect to your legislators, or are you receiving pushback from the Biden supporters in your state government and in your county legislatures? Or
Sure. So it's a little bit of both. I'm going to say two things. One is to directly answer your question, then to indirectly answer your question. So in the state of Texas, we have every statewide official is Republican. There are Republican majorities in the Texas House and Texas Senate. In both the Texas House and Texas Senate, when we, this past session and the session before, passed laws to build the border wall, to do some other things that we're doing on the border that push back against the Biden administration, it is bipartisan. We don't get all the Democrats, but we do get some Democrats, especially the Democrats who represent districts on the border who have to deal with these challenges every single day. Let me mention something else, because you didn't say this, but I have to think that maybe you or others deal with this issue, and that is that, let's say that the Democrats you're talking about, or it could be leaders here in New York City, whatever the case may be, they may say it is inhumane to do what you're doing. Let's talk about what is inhumane. What's inhumane is a 1-year-old child dying in New York because of fentanyl. One thing that we're dealing with is that every state in America now is a border state. Every community is a border community. In addition to the migrants that, whether it be in your district or in New York City, wherever, you're dealing with the migrants. But fentanyl is poured all across this country. To give you just one example, just the Texas Department of Public Safety alone, only that one law enforcement agency, has seized more than enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in the United States of America. Had they not seized those drugs, how many more people in America would be dead? To think that you have a 1-year-old child in New York exposed to fentanyl, probably because of the open border policies put in place by Joe Biden, that's inhumane. The victims of human trafficking are inhumane. If you knew the way that women and children were raped and assaulted and sometimes killed, being trafficked to the border, dying coming across the border, that's inhumane. In case you didn't know, because common media would not tell you this. The United Nations, an agency of the United Nations, declared under Joe Biden that the border between the United States and Mexico.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, strong remarks there from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He's speaking about the migrant crisis, which he blames on President Joe Biden. He's also speaking about the fentanyl crisis, which he blames on President Joe Biden, and also human trafficking, women who are raped. He also blames that on President Joe Biden. So strong remarks there from Texas Governor Greg Abbott as he is live at the Manhattan Institute in New York City. I'm Jeanne Francine. It's been a pleasure to be with you for these past 2 hours, giving you all of your live events, top stories, and headlines. We must go to our final 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, my colleague Josh Breslow will be hosting for you, giving you all of the news you need to continue your day. Thank you for watching Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:56 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:56 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. Coming up here, we do have 2 government-related pressers that are going to get underway at about 10 a.m. Eastern time. We're going to hear from House Republicans, and about 10:45, we'll hear from House Democrats. No question, a lot of this will be related to the possible government shutdown. We also have Governor Greg Abbott there in Texas, who has been answering questions. Part of a panel there. Looks like that panel is now over, so he is no longer answering questions. But as you can see, a lot going on here on this Wednesday. It is September 27th. I do want to get to some of the other stories, though, that we are covering right now. And a big one is going to be tonight's debate. We are watching very closely as we wait to see exactly how everything plays out with the different candidates. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll be joined by Hersh Singh. He is running for president on the Republican ticket. However, he did not qualify for that second debate. He's going to help us break everything down. Now, again, this is airing exclusively over on Fox Business and Fox News. Doug Luzader here does have the latest.
Look like tonight. We know what's at stake, but we don't know whether any of these candidates are going to be able to effectively shake up this race. It has become something of a shrine for the Republican Party, and the Ronald Reagan Library tonight will play host to this debate. The elaborate stage has been in the works in recent days, and we now know what the lineup will look like. Just like the last debate, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the frontrunner in this group, will be at the center, flanked by Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy, both of whom got a boost from the last debate. Tim Scott, Chris Christie, Mike Pence, and Doug Burgum round out the field, which has narrowed a bit.
Thank you. It is great to be here.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson didn't qualify this time around, and former President Donald Trump, the clear Republican frontrunner, will be sitting this out again.
You know, they're wasting a lot of time with these ridiculous debates that nobody's watching.
And Trump will once again be a target tonight.
I think he owes it to all the voters to show up, defend his record.
But much of the focus will be on President Biden. Look for attacks on the border crisis, inflation, the government funding fight in Congress, and perhaps even the ongoing UAW strike, just a day after the president made history by joining a picket line in Michigan. And Trump will be in Michigan today in his own push for union workers, an effort to counter what will play out on this stage tonight. And the Biden campaign is dispatching California Governor Gavin Newsom to the debate tonight to respond to Republican attacks. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that report here. I do want to get to some breaking news that we have been covering this morning. The U.S. soldier who crossed into North Korea 2 months ago through the heavily armed border separating the Koreas, now back in U.S. custody. The Associated Press reporting moments ago that Private Travis King is in American custody a short time after North Korea announced it would expel him. David Fields is with the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He's an expert on U.S.-Korean relations, U.S.-East Asian relations, and American foreign policy. He joins us now live to discuss all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So first off, can you kind of break down for me everything as it's played out this morning? Because a lot of people were fairly surprised to hear that North Korea was going to expel Travis King.
It is surprising, although there were signs of this based on the statements they were releasing in August, that they were going to be treating King more as a criminal than as a political defector. And at that time, they also indicated that deporting him to a third country was a possibility. So there were signs for hope that this might happen. But I think it was much quicker, certainly, than I expected. And I think a lot of people were expecting. And also, it's somewhat surprising that it appears that they turned him over directly to American officials rather than turning him over to a third country where the Americans could come and collect him. So it is a surprising development, but one that is not completely out of the blue. It was signaled.
And the state's news agency says that King confessed to illegally entering North Korea because he harbored, quote, ill feeling against inhumane maltreatment and racial discrimination within the U.S. Army. But at this point, there's no way to really verify that these comments were made by him, correct?
There is no way to verify that other than asking him when he's hopefully back home in the United States. The fact that he illegally entered North Korea, though, is really beyond any sort of doubt. I mean, there's videos of him sprinting across the DMZ, which is of course, against North Korean law. He did not have a visa. So that part of the statement is just a statement of fact.
The U.S. had said that getting King back was a priority, and based on what we've seen and your experience, does that appear to be the case? Did it seem as though it was a priority to get him back?
You know, we don't really know what happened in this case and how much U.S. pressure on North Korea really played a role. It's quite possible that the North Koreans decided, and I think most likely decided for their own reasons, that holding King was just not in their interest, either because they didn't think that he had much propaganda value, or perhaps there's something about the way King interacted with them that they just felt that turning him over was the right thing to do. However, I think the administration does deserve a lot of credit for not screwing this up. And when I say that, I mean there were calls on the administration to put a lot of public pressure on North Korea to release King as soon as this happened. And I know myself and many other experts on North Korea thought that that was probably a bad idea, and that the United States should work quietly behind the scenes with our representatives in the Swedish embassy in Pyongyang to try to broker some sort of deal to have King released. And it appears that that is the tack that the administration took, or at least they did not go public, making all sorts of threats to North Korea and demands that probably would have made his release, his timely release, less likely. So they at least deserve credit for that.
I want to go a little more general here. Can you break down the current relationship between the U.S. and North Korea at this moment?
Well, it's not good, and frankly, it hasn't been good since the founding of the DPRK in 1948. There's never been relations between the United States and North Korea. And bad relations long predate nuclear weapons. And they've been especially bad after the breakdown of the Trump-Kim dialogue process. So this is really probably the best thing that's happened in the past several years with North Korea. This is North Korea and the United States acting more or less like normal countries, engaging in quiet dialogue with each other and getting stuff done that the United States wanted. I don't think this really harbors any sort of breakthrough on the nuclear weapons issue, which is really the main issue dividing the two states. But, I mean, we have to take successes where we can find them in U.S.-North Korean relations. And this clearly has worked out well from the standpoint of the United States and certainly from the standpoint of King and his family.
Any idea what happens next? Because we know that he is now in U.S. custody. This all happening once again very quickly this morning as word broke. But do we know what happens next in this whole process?
We don't. Something like this did occur back in the early 2000s when Charles Jenkins, an American soldier who had defected across the DMZ, was released into Japan after, I think, more than about 40 years in captivity. And what he did is he reported for duty at a U.S. military facility in Japan. He ended up being charged and found guilty with desertion, but then was credited with his decades in Korea as time served and ultimately released. Private King was not in North Korea that long. I do not know what his experiences were, but I cannot imagine that they were anything besides harrowing. And that may be taken into consideration as military authorities decide how to deal with his case. But I think whatever their judgment is, it's certainly better than spending decades in North Korea, as happened to the other defectors.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
I think we should just take a moment and really appreciate what's happened here. There's been 6 other cases of these defectors. 5 of them never returned, and the 6th only returned after 40 years. So the fact that Travis King is back in United States custody and hopefully heading back to the United States after just a few months in North Korea is really remarkable. And I think it almost goes without saying that defecting to North Korea, despite what your political problems are, is never a good idea. But maybe it's a good time to take that opportunity to say this again. No matter what sort of difficulties King was facing in the ROK and with the American military authorities, defecting to North Korea was certainly a bad decision, and I'm glad it's not going to cost him his life or the rest of his life.
A lot of questions still remain here and a lot left to figure out, so I appreciate you taking the time to break down what we know so far and what's ahead. David Fields is with the University of Wisconsin-Madison, an expert on U.S.-Korean relations, U.S. East Asian relations, and American foreign policy. Thank you again for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
All right, everyone, I'm Josh Breslow. I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. It is now 10:06 on the East Coast and 7:06 on the West Coast. A few live events that are expected to get underway any moment now. We do have the stage set here for 2 pretty big news conferences as we wait to see what happens with that possible government shutdown less than a week away. We have the House Republican leadership expected to speak first any moment now, and then around 10:45 Eastern Time, the House Democrats are going to hold their weekly news conference. We'll bring those to you here live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more coverage here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, once again, the stage is set for a dual news conference right here. We're going to hear from the House Republicans really any moment now, and then we're going to hear from House Democrats around 10:45. They're going to give their opening statements, and then members of the media will have a chance to answer questions. A big topic of discussion is going to be the possible looming federal government shutdown. We're going to bring you those comments right here on Live Now from Fox. We also do have Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, who is speaking at a discussion right now about the migrant crisis. They were in a break a bit earlier on, but things have started back up once again. So let's pump up that audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Jogging to get hit by a falling tree. But here's the lesson that I learned in the aftermath of that, because it was after that I went on to do the things mentioned in the introduction. It was after that I became a Supreme Court Justice and Attorney General and now Governor. And what I learned is that our lives are not defined by the ways in which we are challenged. Instead, we determine our lives by the way that we respond to the challenges that we face. That's exactly what Texas is experiencing right now, and the way that we are responding to it is what New York is experiencing. It's what the country is experiencing. We are, as a nation, facing an extraordinary challenge. Quite literally, we have a national crisis taking place as we gather in New York today. It's a crisis that New Yorkers are grappling with, perhaps maybe for the first time, at least to the magnitude to which you are. That same way in which New York is grappling with this crisis, you see Chicago and LA and Philadelphia and the cities across America dealing with it. But I can tell you, what you're dealing with in New York, what you are seeing and witnessing in the state, is a tiny fraction of what is happening every single day in the state of Texas. Let me give you some numbers. Last year, there were more than 2.3 million people apprehended coming across the border illegally. Keyword apprehended. Point being is that for everyone apprehended, there's others who are not apprehended. To put that number in context, the number of people who were apprehended coming across the border in just 1 year last year is more than the population of Houston, Texas, which it took more than 100 years to aggregate just over 2 million people who live in Houston, Texas. This year, the federal government operates on a fiscal year that ends at the end of October. This year, there's going to be even more people apprehended coming across the border. 2.4, maybe more than 2.4 million people coming across the border. So just in 2 years alone, almost 5 million people apprehended coming across the border. It's unsustainable. It's absurd. But you need to know this. All of these numbers, all of these consequences, all of what Texas is going through, which I will articulate more momentarily, and all of what New York is going through, it's not just like a circumstance for which we have no control over. It is all carefully, choreographically designed policy put in place by the current President of the United States of America. Never forget, it was just 3 years ago, we had the lowest number of border crossings in 40 years. It's kind of hard for people to understand or remember, but it proves this, and that is the President of the United States can have an outsized impact on illegal immigration across the border. To restate what I just said, under President Trump, 3 years ago, before Biden took office, there were the lowest number of illegal border crossings going back to the 1980s. And it's because 4 simple policies were put into place. The Remain in Mexico policy, Title 42 policy, the end of catch and release, and coinciding with the enforcement of laws that are already on the books in the United States of America, and the building of the border wall. When Biden took office, He eliminated all of those policies and said, world, the border is open. And the world took Biden up on his offer. We are getting people, unlike before where we would have some people coming from Mexico, maybe a few other countries, and you hear the border czar, Kamala Harris, talk about how this is a problem involving Central America. The fact of the matter is there are people coming from more than 150 countries across the entire globe, from China, from Russia, from nations that are hostile to the United States of America. In fact, one of the worst, potentially catastrophic consequences that we as a country are having to deal with is the fact that we have record numbers of people apprehended who are on the terrorist watch list. Know this fact. Everybody coming across the border, they pay money to the cartels to get across the border. If you are on the terrorist watch list, you pay more money so that you will not be apprehended. If we have apprehended a record number of known terrorists on the watch list, how many more were successful in evading being caught? The answer is nobody knows. The result is we face an existential threat to our country with terrorists maybe getting across the border. Think of all the long lines that you and others stand in, taking an extra hour or two to get through an airport with all this detection going on because of trying to eliminate a bomb on an airplane. Think at the same time the terrorists who may be coming across the border, who are in our neighborhoods, whether it be in Texas or New York or some other location, and the evil that they could cause this country. The President of the United States has one primary authority, in my opinion, and that is national security. His top job must be to keep America safe. And he is endangering the United States every single day by having a porous border that is allowing people on the terrorist watch list to cross that border. Well, Texas, listen, we are not going to tolerate what's going on the border. And that's exactly why Texas has taken unprecedented action to try to stop what is happening on the border. We have deployed the National Guard. We have deployed the Texas Department of Public Safety. Thousands of them are on the border. And the National Guard, part of what they are doing, they are building these barriers, whether it be these concertina military-grade razor wire barriers that you see are impenetrable. People who are trying to cross the river or cross the border and come into the state of Texas, they are repelled and turned back by these concertina razor wire barriers. Texas is building its own border wall. In the state of Texas, we have a budget where over the past 2 years or past 2 sessions, we have expended about $10 billion of Texas taxpayer money, part of which is to build our own border wall out of the exact same materials that were being used during the time of the Trump administration to build the border wall then. So we have troops on the border, building a border wall, using concertina wire, repelling migrants, and returning them.
The Federal Aviation Administration until December 31st.
All right, it looks like they just switched that feed with Fox News Edge. They did have it, of course, on Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, but they just popped up Chuck Schumer, so he's making some comments there over on the floor. It is now 10:18 on the East Coast and 7:18 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we're going to be talking about that second GOP debate and economic policy. We'll be joined by GOP presidential candidate Hirsch Singh to break down everything here. That is coming up in just 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 10:21 over on the East Coast and 7:21 on the West Coast. 7 Republicans will take the stage tonight for the second Republican debate. The setting is the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library over in Simi Valley, California. The debate airing exclusively on Fox Business Network and Fox News Channel. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson did not qualify this time. Like for the first debate, Trump, the current frontrunner, will not take part either. Hersh Singh is running for president. He did not qualify for the debate, but is joining us live to discuss all of this here. Hersh, thank you so much for taking the time to be here again.
Hey, Josh, it's great to be back with you.
For sure. So first off, I really want to get your opinion on the criteria for these debates. We talked about this previously when you joined us live, but what are your thoughts overall on the actual qualifications that are in place for folks to take place in this debate?
Well, the fact that every single person who is on the debate stage in the first debate has gone down in the polls for the most part, and none of them are resonating, I think sends a clear signal that the methodology they're using to qualify is not bringing in quality candidates. Some individuals even paid in gift cards to get someone to give a $1 contribution. I don't think that justifies the will of the Republican base, so it's clearly not working.
And I want to get your opinion here, but I think I know the answer. Do you feel that you not taking part in that debate is going to have any impact on your campaign overall?
So the only real challenge is that historically, even as recent as 2016, it was possible through our big tech platforms to get known by the masses. But in today's day, where big tech essentially has removed all organic reach, unless you're being put on a certain type of media platform, the majority of people might not know that you're there. For example, in my case, anyone who hears our message, anyone who knows about the campaign, they get excited and they get very much so on board to help out. Whereas if you look at the other candidates, they have been getting lots of attention, yet it's not going anywhere. The attention is not converting into people being excited. So whatever methodology is being utilized, it's not working with those that have been getting the attention. Meanwhile, candidates like me that are a little bit more grassroots, we're on day 62 of this campaign. Every single person who knows what we stand for, what we're about, they're excited and they're on board.
What topics do you expect to take center stage tonight at that second debate?
I think that the topic that everyone is obsessed with is the fact that none of them have been able to even compete with President Trump. I think that historically, the front runner is on the debate stage, and so someone has an opportunity to joust. But because President Trump is astronomically far and away from the rest of them, he has no reason to engage with them, and none of them have had the ability to get him to have a one-on-one parlay. I think that the American people and the American base, they're focused on the message that he resonates with. If you were to have another MAGA conservative who would be able to actually bring up issues that matter to them, I think there'd be a much higher opportunity to have a robust dialogue.
Who has the most to gain tonight and who has the most to lose?
To be clear, President Trump and Hersh Singh have the most to gain tonight because the candidates on the stage, as I said would happen previously, are all going to lose. They all basically dropped in the polls last time. Maybe one of them moved up a couple of points, but I think today it's going to seal the deal for these round of candidates. And I think that the GOP is going to need to reevaluate their criteria of how they're going to move forward if they really want to bring together the Republican base as well as the other elements of the Republican Party.
I want to go into a little detail here about economic policy. Break down for me your thoughts and where everyone kind of stands here.
So on day one in a Hersh Singh administration, I will set up a commission to remove the income tax. Right now, we have a situation where if people are supposed to be getting a $40K salary, they're making substantially less. People that get a $50K salary deserve $50K. And so I would be focused 100% on day one to ensure we have a commission to set up the removal of the income tax. I also think that we just saw yesterday in Philadelphia a destruction of law and order in one of our great shopping areas of that city. And small businesses are being hurt with this destruction of law and order across this entire country. So I would reestablish law and order so that small businesses would no longer be closing down due to these concerns and issues which are really going in the wrong direction. It's really tragic. Philadelphia, the beautiful parts of that city were looted last night because of this degradation. And I mean, even my parents were there just this last weekend. This is unacceptable. Small businesses cannot operate, and people are not going to spend their money if they are not comforted with the environment that they're supposed to be enjoying and relaxing within. I also think that we need to head on take the student loan issues. For example, we must allow students to declare bankruptcy. We must allow them to treat student loans like all other loans, and that will bring down the price of tuition while at the same time making universities compete with each other. Because right now, they know the government will underwrite all their loans, and because of that, they're increasing the cost of tuition every single year. And so this needs to be stopped. It needs to be handled really head on, and that'll only happen once we take this seriously. And last but not least, we must bring manufacturing from abroad, from China, that has been outsourced for many, many years, back into this country and rebuild our manufacturing base.
And my last question for you here before I let you go, you kind of touched on some of your feelings on a variety of topics there, but tell me about Harsh Singh. Tell me who you are for folks who are not familiar with your campaign. You mentioned you're a couple months into the campaign now, but tell folks out there about you and what you stand for.
Of course, Josh. So yes, this is day 62 of the campaign. But anyone who looks into me will know that I have had many years of in the trenches, Republican conservative work. I got established in the Republican world with the Young Americans for Liberty during the Ron Paul movement era. And if you look into me in GOP databases, I'm known as a hard Republican. And Democrat leaders such as State Senator President Steve Sweeney, they labeled me as Trump on steroids. And that's because I am an absolutist on pro-life. I'm a strong conservative with a track record of fighting against both big tech censorship as well as for election integrity. I actually sued all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court in 2020 before November for election integrity. I understand the issues that are, really harming the American people. I'm doing what it takes to actually get in front of them, and we're hoping that we have 110 days before the first Iowa competition. We're working really hard to make sure we get in front of as many people as possible. We're looking to perform well in Iowa. We're looking to perform well in New Hampshire, and we're looking to dominate in South Carolina. We are very confident that as this moves forward into its next quarter, we are going to represent more and more the will of the American people and resonate.
All right, Harsh Singh there, Republican presidential candidate. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Is there anything else that you want to add about any of this, from the debate to your policies, before I let you go?
Josh, the only thing I want to say is what we're seeing on the Democrat side in this country is such a travesty. Our country is the greatest country that has ever existed. If America falls, there's no one else who's coming to save us. And that is the reason why we have to take personal responsibility for fixing our home, fixing our country. If there are other ills in the world, America can go and save them. But we can't let America fall, and that's why I'm doing this. So if you're a patriotic American who loves this country, please get involved. Go to HarshSingh.com, and let's help us make this country great again. God bless you.
All right, Harsh, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, everybody, it is now 10:30 on the East Coast and 7:30 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, it looks like a news conference is underway over in New York with the district attorney in Suffolk County, as we know that Rex Heuermann, the man suspected in those Gilgo Beach murders, was in court about an hour ago. Again, that news conference underway, so we're going to take you out there live, raw, and unfiltered in just 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Moments ago, we heard from the Suffolk County DA, Ray Tierney, speaking after a hearing for Rex Heuermann, the man suspected in those Gilgo Beach murders. You see him in that video obtained by Fox 5 New York. I want to take you out to that news conference. It just wrapped up, so we're going to start it from the beginning here, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Torture me with the sun? We finally see the sun. Yeah, nice. Good afternoon or good morning. Thanks for everyone for coming out to Suffolk County. As you see, it was a typical court conference with a case like this. It's not exciting, but it's necessary. The parties, defense and prosecution, we worked out some logistics with regard to the protective order, with regard to discovery. We provided a number of items of discovery. Not only prior to the court appearance, but at the court appearance. We'll continue to provide that discovery on a rolling basis, and the next court date is November 15th.
What's the protective order? Mr. Tierney, can you explain what Mr. Santomartino said in court, that apparently there's a match between the DNA on the pizza crust and the buccal swab you took for Mr. Heuermann, and explain the significance of that?
Sure. So that was provided. That was provided today. That the data and the reports pertaining to that aspect. So as everyone I think knows, that there was an abandonment sample obtained from the defendant via the pizza box, and the pizza that was in the pizza box, a DNA profile was obtained from that pizza. Subsequent to the defendant's arrest, a buccal swab was taken of the defendant. A DNA profile was obtained from that buccal swab, and the buccal swab of the defendant matches the DNA profile from that of the abandonment sample in the pizza box.
When you just hear about the swab to the hair, when are we going to hear about the swab to the hair that was found on Ms. Waterman? That was the other thing that you guys said you needed the swab for, was to run that analysis.
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be the same thing, because the pizza box and the buccal swab are the same. It's the same profile.
Can you go over exactly what was handed over today?
It's over, I think, 5,000 pages of material. So primarily grand jury material, grand jury reports, grand jury exhibits, that sort of stuff.
And the exhibits included video walkthroughs, footage from the car, the memo books. Can you go through that, the storage unit?
So, it's just a voluminous amount of stuff, and we're providing it on a rolling basis. So, it's just it's a continuing process.
Is this the first time he's spoken for today?
Probably, yeah.
Tierney, just to clarify, you have the buccal swab. It matches the pizza crust. Does it match the hair that's on Megan Waterman's body from the buccal swab?
So that analysis doesn't change anything that's in our bail letter.
But can you confirm that in the past it matched?
Well, you're using the term match. It's consistent with. Okay. Yeah. And then there's a ratio, a probability that's provided. So that would just confirm all of that which is contained in the bail letter.
Swab increase the ratio, increase the probability?
No.
What is the protective order pertaining to?
So in all cases, really, you have a protective order with a number of conditions in the protective order. Really, the most important one is that the material that is provided is not provided to the media. So there are terms and conditions in the in all protective orders, and that you go through a series of just working with the court, working with defense counsel to hammer out language that works for everybody. So sometimes you have to make slight modifications, and that's what we did in this case. And in this specific case, there was a watermark that the defense found unwieldy, so they asked, and we complied and removed the watermark.
The mention of the amount of time he's got to, or the amount of time he's able to review this discovery, 2 to 3 hours. Based on that, as long as that being how long he can sit and do this on a daily basis, how long do you think it's going to take him to get through all the discovery?
Well, he says it's up to 4 hours, and
can sit for 2 or 3.
And so again, that's something that the defense does, but it's given to the material is given to his counsel, and then his counsel chooses how they review it, who they review it with, and the methodology behind that. So we'll just leave that to them.
Are you feeling stronger about the case now that the DNA has come back? I mean, I think this is sort of is this not a monumental development, or did you know this was?
Not at all.
Okay.
We were very confident that this was going to be the case. When you look at a case, there are things that we as a prosecution team expect. And the way the case is unfolding, is consistent with our expectations. So that's good.
You mentioned the watermark that you put on some of the evidence. Were you worried that there would be leaks? There haven't been any apparently to the media. Like, were you worried about that? Is that what?
Well, I mean, I think you're always worried about leaks. You're always worrying about maintaining grand jury secrecy, grand jury privilege, privacy rights of individuals. So what you do is you do a balancing act, between everyone, between the prosecution team, between the defense team, between the court and their team. So this is something that you worry about in general, but I had no specific worries, in this instance. There's a lot of material that we have to provide to the defense. We appreciate the cooperation of not only the defense but the court, because you can't just you have to provide the material in such a way that's coherent so they can follow it along. It helps them. But it also helps us, so we are able to memorialize and show that every single piece of paper and document in this case has been provided to the defense, because that's certainly important not only for the trial but for an appellate record as well. So it's not something, you don't take a 13-year investigation and turn it over in a day or two. So we certainly appreciate the cooperation that we're receiving from the court and the defense.
Are you any closer to additional charges against him?
We're still investigating. Our investigation is continuing, and when we're prepared to announce charges, if that day comes, we'll do it in court.
What will happen on the 15th?
I'm sorry?
What will happen on November 15th?
Just basically what you see here. Unless there are new issues that arise or new facts that come to bear. But this is the court case. Especially a complex case like this. It's just a lot of clerical type of discovery that needs to be provided to the parties, to the court.
What's going on with his guns? His guns were transferred to Nassau. Can you explain?
Well, the guns that's a subject of a separate motion, and I believe that's being heard October 2nd. So we'll have more clarity on that. We're seeking to have those guns returned to Nassau.
Why is it necessary to have a conference in private instead of in front of a public court?
I think it's just it's up to the council. Really, and the court primarily, most of all, and basically what happens is there's discussions, and those discussions are then placed on the record.
What is the investigation? Moved on to the other unsolved murders on Ocean Parkway, and whether genetic material from Heuermann.
Well, we've been we said that initially our investigation centered around the Gilgo 4. We were prepared to bring charges with regard to 3 out of the 4 Gilgo 4 victims. We're working on the 4th Gilgo victim, and now we've expanded our investigation to include other bodies that were recovered in that area, and we'll speak about that when and if we're prepared to bring charges.
Is there DNA evidence on any of those other?
There's always potentially DNA evidence in any case. You just have to see whether or not you can take DNA or genetic material and compare it to a subject. So
you're investigating all the bodies on Gilgo as being killed by the same person?
We're investigating other instances where individuals were left on Gilgo.
In terms of the 4th victim that has not been charged yet, what is the reason behind the delay in time or the time lapse between the 3 and this last one?
So as we said right from the very beginning, when we started the grand jury investigation, there was a tension between the acquisition of evidence as well as maintaining grand jury secrecy as well as public safety. At a certain time in January, that balance shifted. We moved on to the 3 cases that we had completed, and we're continuing with the investigation of the Maureen Brainerd Barnes murder, and that investigation is continuing. So it takes time. I know that when you watch a show like CSI, everything gets done in an hour, but that's just not realistic.
For those who don't have expertise, can you just explain the significance of the match between his DNA that you took after he was arrested and the pizza crust? So, there was the surveillance team had observed the pizza box and were confident that was his DNA, that the DNA profile would be consistent with the defendant because he left that material inside the box, and so the buccal swab just erases all doubt.
Are you working with them in South Carolina? There was a missing woman that you could share anything?
Yeah, so we work with all of our partners on all of our cases, and we're ready, willing, and able to share whatever information we have. Obviously, we've amassed a lot of information with regard to this particular subject, and we're sharing that with anyone who wants with regard to their investigations. But just as I wouldn't want those authorities to be commenting on my investigation, I'm not going to comment on theirs. I'll leave that to them.
And any gauge on how long this discovery process is going to last? Are we still looking at months ahead with how much data there is?
I mean, it's certainly going to be a lengthy process, and we'll continue to work with the court and the defense to streamline it as much as possible. But it will take months, that's for sure. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
So that right there was the district attorney over in Suffolk County speaking after that hearing did come to an end. We are now hearing live, raw, and unfiltered from the attorney for Rex Heuermann. So let's pop that up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Is pretty significant. So that's what they have. So that's all I can tell you. And I have not, and that's assuming a lot of different things, right? Because DNA can be transferred. DNA can be transferred from me going up to the cameraman and shaking his hand, and I would say he would get my hair, but I have no hair, but he would get my DNA, and then he goes to a second person, and now it's transferred. So all things, I'm just putting that out there, but going back to inclusive versus exclusive, it's still a significant amount of people that could be the source of this hair. But anyway, any other questions?
You said something about the protective order to the judge. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, so initially there was a protective order that we agreed to, which had a couple of things in it that were troubling to us. Number one is there's a watermark across every single piece of evidence, every photograph. It's troubling because we want to obviously print out some of these items and utilize it to our benefit at trial. In addition, the photographs that they provided were in a PDF fashion. So PDF is much less clear than a digital photograph. So we wanted everything digital because when you enlarge things digitally, you can see much more detail. That's going to be important for us. So those are two of the things that we're now getting. I don't know if there's any other significant portions of the protective order that were amended, but those were two significant parts. Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk about your client was asked if he was taking advantage of his right to review material? What is he doing? Is he reviewing everything that you get?
He is. So what happened was we went to the court, we went to Justice Mazie, and we asked for a court order. We wanted a court order because we wanted to enable him the opportunity to review all the discovery while he's in custody. Justice Mazie signed that, and the sheriff is now abiding by that order, and he's permitting my client to review the discovery as it trickles in. We're providing it to him, and he's reviewing the discovery.
And how is his mood and demeanor now?
Well, he's somebody who has from the beginning has said he's not guilty, so he's now incarcerated. He's a fellow who was working, has never been arrested, has a wife and children, is a productive member of society, and obviously the district attorney, the government is making these allegations, and they're horrific. But if he's not guilty of this, well, now he has to sit in custody be away from his family, be away from his wife and kids, not work, not produce for his family and support them, and sit in a jail cell until this case can come to fruition. So he's doing the best he can. The sheriff made a comment about how he's not making any emotions, right? And I know the press ran with that and said, oh, look, he's not showing emotions. Well, I have to tell you that when I first started on this case, I made it a point to tell him, just get through this, Rex. Get through this. Get to the point where we can go to trial. And don't show emotion. Don't let anything upset you. Just be stoic. And that's what he's done. And then we saw a comment, unfortunately, and I have a lot of respect for Sheriff Toulon, but the sheriff made a comment about he's not showing emotion, and from that I can tell you there's something wrong with him. Well, that's just not the case. That's just sensationalism, and that's just things that, unfortunately, poison the jury pool. That's not true. So the answer to your question is he's doing the best he can at this point.
Has he been in touch with Asa or his children?
They do communicate, yes.
Have they physically?
Yes, sir.
What's your experience working with the data? Was it the table of contents? Was it easy to work with?
In terms, which data are you referring to?
This is 8 terabytes to start with that.
The 8 terabytes. So initially we got 4 external hard drives. 99% of those 4 external hard drives was what's called poll cameras. What the DA's office did is they set, in the police department I should say, they had poll cameras focused on my client's house from a year and a half prior up until the date of the arrest. What that shows, and this defies common sense that he is actually the murderer, what the poll cameras show is a guy who gets up in the morning, he goes to work, he comes home, he spends time with his wife and children, you see him chopping wood, you see him hanging out on his porch. That's what you see. And that is 99% of what we got from the beginning.
Yeah, so you said you've got very little actual evidence. I mean, can you expand on that?
So we just talked about those 4 external hard drives. I have ME reports, which are from the scene itself. They don't attribute in any way my client to the commission of these acts. The poll cameras basically defy their suggestion that this is this monster of a person. When he was arrested, there was a video in the actual police vehicle. My client, unless he's a tremendous actor, he was completely shocked, had no idea why he was being taken into custody, and there's this interaction. So they don't tell you, the government doesn't tell you about these things, but these are things we're going to bring out during the course of the trial.
You said 99% of what you've reviewed is poll cameras?
What I had said was in the first 4 external hard drives, I'm going to say that there's about 99% of that was the poll camera video. Correct.
So you've been given very little indication of what their actual case is at this point?
I think that you folks have received what I've received, which is the bail letter, which says there's a pizza crust, and then they talked about burner phones, and they talked about pinging in New York City. That's what I've seen in terms of the bail letter. Pinging in New York City, I mean, you folks know how the ping works, and there's probably hundreds of thousands of people that are pinging off that cell site at any given time. That's all I've seen.
How is Rex doing right now? How is Rex doing right now?
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Given that and the fact that he's got 2 to 3 hours at a clip sitting there going through this evidence with you, how come we're being told by the DA that it's going to be months and months and months before we get to trial? Does he want to be in jail for months and months?
You're asking me. Well, I haven't gotten discovery. I'm still waiting for. So let's talk about things like this. Investigation was going on for 10 to 12 years. There were numerous other suspects, and you folks have reported this. There's numerous other suspects that they looked at. I want to see those records. I want to see those notes. I want to see why the police accused other people, were focusing on other people, and what it is about those individuals that caused them to discount those other individuals. I haven't seen any of that. I also want to see, obviously, the crime lab. I want to see the testing that was done. I want to make sure it was done in the right manner and fashion. None of that I have seen. Going back to your question, does Rex want to stay in custody? Of course not. Of course not. But he can't bail out, and we are not going to go to trial until we get all the discovery, and the district attorney under the law is required to provide us with all of the discovery.
Do you expect him to be charged in a 4th murder?
You'd have to ask Mr. Tierney about that. I have no idea. I have no idea.
And Rex is spending 2 to 3 hours a day going through this discovery himself. Is that something he wanted to do, something that he asked you specifically if you could, be privy to the information?
Sure. I mean, he's the defendant. He's charged. He's an intelligent man. He's never been arrested. He wants to know what is it that they have that they're saying I'm involved in this. So as a defense attorney, we obviously want to share that with our client. If he was out of custody, he'd probably be coming to my office and we'd review that together. Because he's in custody, we made copies, and we're affording him the opportunity so that he can, at his leisure, review these items and all the discovery and assist in his defense, because that's what it's all about.
You said most of the evidence was from the cameras. What about other evidence you've seen?
Well, those 4 external hard drives. So again, about 99% is these poll cameras. Then you have approximately 3,000 pages deal with the ME's report when they found the bodies on each of the 3 occasions. We had videos again of him being arrested and what they call the takedown, and him in the police vehicle. I think that's the extent of what I recall in the first set, in the first 4 external hard drives. The 5th external hard drive is voluminous. It's these phone records and computer searches, and we started to look at those, but it really doesn't make sense until we have the question and answers from the grand jury, because those are all grand jury exhibits. It's like having a car without gas. You're not going to get anywhere. So now today, the district attorney indicated that we have gotten the grand jury testimony. So now we can put 2 and 2 together and we can review this and make sense of what they have and go from there.
All right, so you did hear right there from the DA, Ray Tierney, as well as the attorney for Rex Heuermann, both of them speaking after that court hearing that it sounds like dealt a lot with the discovery, the evidence or alleged evidence in that case. So we're going to post that on our YouTube page. Just go to YouTube, search Live Now from Fox, and you can watch the video there. Also, while you're there, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I want to take a look at the stock board as we are in the red for the Dow, actually starting the day off in the green, but now down about 0.33% or 109 points. This all coming as we are now less than a week away from a possible federal government shutdown. A bit earlier on this morning, maybe 30 minutes ago, we did hear from House Republicans as they spoke about that possible shutdown and some other issues here. Let's play that news conference for you here, raw and unfiltered.
A lot of things.
Good morning, everyone. A new national NBC poll shows voters overwhelmingly trust Republicans over Democrats on the economy, border security, and crime. And on the question of who is best fit to handle the economy, Republicans have a 21-point margin, the highest margin in the history of when the question has been asked. In addition, according to an even more recent Morning Consult poll, voters say that the Democrat Party is more extreme than Republicans by an almost double-digit margin. And of course, this weekend, a new ABC Washington Post poll shows Joe Biden trailing the Republican frontrunner, President Trump, by 10 points. Republicans continue to show why we were brought to Washington to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars and combat the many crises created by Joe Biden and far-left Democrats' policies, especially the raging border crisis. Last month alone, our southern border saw over 230,000 encounters. It is time for Democrats to work with Republicans to secure the border, and the majority of voters agree. Last night was a big night. House Republicans passed the rule to bring 4 appropriations bills to the House floor for consideration. These appropriation bills include many conservative wins for the American people and rein in extreme Democrats' reckless spending. Our Homeland Security Appropriations Bill secures the border by increasing the number of Border Patrol agents to 22,000 and finishing the wall on our southern border. It also prohibits funding for Joe Biden's failed open border policies that have led to a border crisis across America. Our Defense Appropriations Bill, it eliminates woke DOD programs. It cuts $20 billion from Joe Biden's wasteful budget and redirects funding to war-fighting needs. And it gives our brave service members a historic pay raise. Our State and Foreign Ops Appropriations Bill protects life by including the expanded Mexico City policy. It prohibits funds for groups facilitating illegal immigration to our border, and it counters Communist China's aggression. And our Ag Appropriations Bill prohibits foreign adversaries like Communist China from buying up American farmland. This is an important bill that I've worked on for a number of years. And it eliminates funding for radical Green New Deal policies, and it terminates Joe Biden's Waters of the U.S. rule. From protecting American values at home to ensuring our national security abroad, House Republicans are committed to curbing Joe Biden's reckless spending and delivering results for the American people, especially securing the border. I now am honored to hand it over to one of our appropriators, Michael Cloud, from the state of Texas. Michael.
Well, thanks for being here, and thought I'd take a second to talk to you about maybe what you don't see happening. Of course, anytime you come to a funding deadline, all the attention goes to that. But I wanted to talk to you about a little bit the process of how we got here. One thing you're seeing in the Republican majority is we are rewriting the muscle memory of how Congress works. And sure, it's harder to run a House when you actually get to read the bills because people have input on the bills. It's harder to run it when you're offered amendments and people get to have say into the bills. And it's also harder when you don't just automatically go to the CR to omnibus showdown. But this is what the Republican majority is committed to doing, committed to passing appropriations bills, committed to working the process, committed to restoring this government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And that's one of the things that I'm really, really proud of. These bills are conservative. These bills are what many have called the many years since we've had the cleanest comb through of these appropriations bills, where we've gotten back to just putting this government, right-sizing our government and getting us back to the priorities that this government should be working on. Things like strengthening our military, getting our military focused on its job of protecting and securing our liberties and defending our interests, getting our borders secure, and to continuing to do that. Only in D.C. do you get to get away with measuring success by how much money you spend. We're turning the corner on that, realizing the financial crisis that we're facing as a nation and making sure that we rightfully rein in spending while we meet the priorities of this nation. And so it's good to see these approach bills moving forward. And I hope you can appreciate the good work that's going into doing this differently, because the American people are tired of the status quo of kicking the can down the road. And you can see that our majority is working to make sure that happens for the American people.
We'll now hear from our whip, Tom Emmer.
Hey. Thank you. I identify with both the conference chair's remarks and Michael Cloud's remarks, but for me, it's a big day in Congress for more reasons than what we've talked about so far. Today, SEC Chair Gary Gensler is going to testify before the House Financial Services Committee. And boy, does he have a lot to answer for. Under Gary Gensler's leadership, I would say failed leadership, the SEC has been an incompetent cop on the beat. Throughout his career, Gensler has been...
All right, so you're listening to the House Republicans. They are speaking on a variety of topics, including the government shutdown. I do want to go out live right now where we have former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson speaking. We know that he did not qualify for the second GOP presidential debate tonight, but he is making some comments here, so let's pop him up live, raw, and unfiltered.
In Detroit, because I want to debate. Donald Trump is here in Detroit tonight because he wants to avoid a debate. And I would love to have the opportunity to debate Donald Trump on his policies, on his support of workers, and bringing back manufacturing in the United States. And that's why I want to speak today both about the plan that I have to bring manufacturing back to the United States, but also the misleading comments of Donald Trump when it comes to American workers. And tonight, he's going to have an audience of a select few, and he's not going to have any tough questions. You debate me, you've got the tough questions. And there's some very important issues that we have to address as a nation that Donald Trump is trying to take us down the wrong path. And so before I engage in the plan that I want to present, I do want to talk about some background for a second and comments that President Sean Fain has made that I agree with. He said, quote, "We can't keep electing billionaires that don't have any understanding what it is like to live paycheck to paycheck and struggle to get by, and expecting them to solve the problems of the working class," end quote. Well, Sean, I agree with you. It's time to have new leadership and people that understand those that are working and living from paycheck. I agree, and everyone knows the statement. And it illustrates why I can say that I am the most pro-union Republican in this race for president. And it's simply because I want to follow the law, and the law allows that balance between management and the workers and the ability to strike and to negotiate for higher wages, for economic differences. And that's what's happening here in Detroit. I support the right of the private sector unions to strike. I support their right to organize, and I support their right to negotiate, because that is provided by the law under our labor relations law. Now let's go to my plan, if we might, to the important issue of bringing manufacturing jobs back to the United States of America. We need to build manufacturing in the United States, and here's how you do it. First, you have to slow down the Biden top-down push for electric vehicles with arbitrary timelines that he has pushed industry to meet. Let me emphasize, electric vehicles are a part of our future. They're a part of our manufacturing future. I have led the effort for electric charging stations and manufacturing of electric vehicles in Arkansas. We have those electric vehicle manufacturers in our state, and it's an option that is important for consumers who want an electric vehicle. They should have the ability to obtain that. So I support the electric vehicle industry, the choice, incentives, not mandates and pushing from Washington, D.C. on artificial timelines. Donald Trump has said this. He has said that the United States will lose to China in the making of electric vehicles. He is wrong. What he has said is an insult to the American workers and American ingenuity. We will win this competition against China. But our workers and our manufacturers need more time. The goal of 50% of new vehicles sold being electric vehicles by 2030 gives a false narrative of what the consumers want and what they need and what our manufacturers can do. And that false narrative has created an imbalance in the environment here in the automobile manufacturing industry. And now we see EPA pushing even more to double down on the time requirements with new rules that would accelerate the transition to electric vehicles even more. This is wrong for the economy, it is wrong for the consumer, and it is wrong for the union worker in Detroit. Today, I'm announcing my support for extending those timelines to make sure the automobile industry can adjust and that we do not lose our competitive advantage. The second part of my plan for increasing manufacturing in the United States is in terms of fair trade agreements. I will negotiate as president fair trade agreements that benefit our economy and benefit the American worker and will not provoke trade wars that cost us American jobs. What Donald Trump has proposed will hurt our global trade and will hurt American workers. Trump promises a 10% tariff across the board to our trading partners. He wants to create a trade wall around the United States of America, a ring around us. Let me tell you, that would be the most significant harm that could be done to the American worker. This is the kind of tariffs that was proposed and enacted prior to the Great Depression that cost thousands of people their jobs and their ability to make a living. I would love to debate Donald Trump on the issue of his plan for 10% tariffs across the board to our trading partners and the harm that it would cause. It would lead to economic disaster for the United States. Trump is saying, by saying we have to have a ring around the United States, that we cannot compete in the global economic sphere, that we need to impose this ring around the United States. This would bring retaliation by our trading partners, and it would tell the world that we're not a reliable trading partner as well. It would reduce manufacturing in the United States and would hurt Michigan union workers. The Tax Foundation looked at the 10% tariff proposal of Donald Trump and called it a $300 billion hike on American consumers. It will eliminate 500,000 jobs, according to their report, because of the retaliatory tariffs that would be imposed. It would cause higher costs to our consumers in a time that they're already being hit by high inflation. It would have higher input costs for our manufacturers that makes us less competitive. It puts us in a weakened position here in the United States. In other words, his proposal would shrink our economy. The third part of my plan is that as president, I will lead the effort to bring manufacturing jobs back to the United States. I've done this as governor. As governor, I did this in the steel industry as well as other industries in which I competed. We won them, they came, and they're producing steel actually in Arkansas that comes to Detroit for the auto industry. And we prove that we can make things here in the United States of America that we don't have to rely upon overseas manufacturers. I want to be able to enhance that and make sure we can return manufacturing to the U.S. in terms of the military weapons component parts that are necessary for our military. I want to make sure that we can do the pharmaceutical manufacturing here in the United States. And so we can do this. I supported the CHIPS Act that helped us to bring the semiconductor manufacturing, production back to the U.S. It's still a work in process, but as chairman of the National Governors Association, I supported this in a bipartisan way. The fourth thing that we need to do here in this country, and as part of my plan, is to have a pro-growth energy policy. Right now, the President, Biden, has canceled oil leases in the Alaskan slope. This was wrong whenever the consumers are facing higher prices at the pump for their gasoline. We need to produce energy, whether it's from oil, whether it's from the fossil fuels, whether it is from nuclear power, whether it is from the biofuels, whether it's from alternative sources. We need to produce energy in the United States of America. We don't need to have our president, as President Biden has done, going to Saudi Arabia with a handout saying, can you produce more? And going to Venezuela and being turned down. We need to be energy independent and energy dominant here in the United States of America, and that will help drive our economy forward and increase manufacturing jobs here in this country. Yesterday, of persistent and repeated fraud. Today, I'm making the same finding on President Trump, that he is guilty of persistent and repeated fraud on the American workers. We can do better. And I invite Donald Trump to debate me and not simply speak to a selected audience. Donald Trump claims to have added manufacturing jobs here in Michigan, but Michigan lost manufacturing jobs while Donald Trump was president. Even before the pandemic, 10,000 jobs were lost in the manufacturing sector here in Michigan under Donald Trump. Trump is in town tonight, and he will mislead our workers just like he misled bankers in New York. Finally, there's a debate, as I mentioned, in California, and I hope some of these issues will be discussed there and questions asked of the candidates. First, do you support Donald Trump's 10% tariff or ring around the United States? I say no to that. It is the wrong policy. It is wrong for the American worker. And secondly, do you support our collective bargaining laws? It should be a simple question, but I think it's an important answer for everyone to say that I support the collective bargaining laws that give our workers the ability to negotiate if they have a union contract and to strike under the law as they deem appropriate and necessary. Thank you, and with that, I'll take any questions. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so as we know, Asa Hutchinson, the former Arkansas governor, did not qualify for tonight's GOP debate. He took part, though, in the first one. So instead, he is over in Detroit, Michigan, speaking about the UAW strike that is ongoing and providing comments that he would have made during the debate. You heard him say he does want to debate former President Donald Trump, who is currently the front runner for the Republican Party. And we know that Trump is not going to take part in tonight's debate. He was not part of the first one either. Tonight's debate does air on Fox Business Network and on Fox News. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we'll get right back into your top stories, headlines, and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I want to take you out to some of the live images that we do have coming into our newsroom right now. And this is live outside, I believe, the federal courthouse there in New York. That is where Senator Bob Menendez is in court this morning, federal court there, after being indicted just last week on bribery charges. You can see the podium is set up there with a lot of microphones. Not sure if we are going to hear from the senator or any attorneys there, but we'll make sure to bring those to you if there are comments right here on Live Now from Fox. Also want to take you back out over to Detroit, Michigan. That is where we have Asa Hutchinson, the former Arkansas governor, who is running for president. We know that he qualified for the first GOP debate, but he has not qualified for tonight's debate and will not be a part of it. He's instead holding a news conference and talking a lot about the UAW strike and saying that he does want to debate former President Trump. He's now taking questions there in Detroit, so let's pop up that audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Move quickly. They're late deciders. And really the same thing is true in New Hampshire. And so it is wide open. But 4% shows progress, and it will show that we're passing others as well. And so that is the standard that will be for the third debate is 4%. So I thought that was a reasonable standard to make. And that's the goal that I have. If I don't make that, we'll reevaluate where we are. But right now, those are achievable objectives. And your specific question as to what happens between November and January, that's whenever the decisions are really made in those early states. Because they think about it. We're going to be covering all the counties there. We're going to be meeting with farmers. We're going to be meeting with factory workers and making our case one-on-one and in small groups.
Clarify a point you made there. If you don't make 4% in November, you don't make that debate stage, would you be considering dropping out?
Sure. I mean, that's why I'm setting that bar. That's what I need to make. And if I'm not at that point by my deadline, which was Thanksgiving, then we'll reconsider where we are. Yes? Yes.
Yes, I have one more question. During the strike, UAW members have emphasized the profitability of auto companies and the fact that their executives have gotten massive raises. Do you think workers deserve to see similar gains?
Well, that's the art of the negotiation. I mean, that's what's at stake here. And I certainly have concerns about the level of raises that have been given to the high-level executives. But I look at the union demands, and I agree with some of those, and I disagree with some. And so it's important to let the parties negotiate. And, you know, I've talked about Donald Trump a lot. President Biden came here, but that's very unusual, and there's a reason it's unusual for a president to get in the middle of a strike, because that tilts the balance of negotiation between the parties on a contractual dispute. And so, you know, I think the appropriate position for leaders is let the process work. You know, let the company negotiate with management, negotiate with the laborers, and they're going to have an outcome on that. But sure, there's things I agree with, things that I disagree with on both sides. Yes.
You've been clearly fairly critical of the former president. He, in early states, Iowa, New Hampshire, is only continuing to kind of increase his base and his support in the polls. How do you plan to thread that needle of a candidate to win the GOP primary is going to have to take some of that MAGA base with them? How do you plan to siphon off some of those voters while you continue to criticize the former president?
Well, perfect question. And you've got to do it by showcasing your conservative record. I have a very conservative record from Arkansas and lowering taxes and creating jobs and leaving a surplus of $2 billion for my successor. So that conservative record appeals to the current Donald Trump supporters. But you also, as a candidate, have to make your case that there's a better way. And I want them to think about what Donald Trump's economic policy is. And it's wrong. I mean, the protective ring around the United States is wrong for the American worker. It's not traditional Republican dogma. It's not our ideas. It's not our principles. But it's also about, he's not just isolating us economically, he's isolating us from the rest of the world in terms of not wanting to support Ukraine and giving Russia what they want. So I'm making that case, but I also believe that case that I make appeals to Republican voters. And we've got to do it in a winsome way. We've got to do it by showcasing that we're going to be the fighter for them that they want, and that's one of the reasons they like Donald Trump, and you got to showcase that you can do that as well.
And I just do want to clarify, if in November you're not at 4% on Thanksgiving, and 2 certified national polls, you will be dropping out, or you'll reconsider?
It's 4% in early state polls or a national poll, and obviously, yes, I will reconsider at that point, and that's an indication that I don't have enough time to make up the difference, so we'll see where we are then.
Let's talk about union voters. Union voters are critical here in Michigan and across the Rust Belt. A two-parter. You talked about Tim Scott's comments. You're fired, or you strike, you're fired. Nikki Haley, she said she bragged, saying that she's a union buster. Why do you think your pro-union stance is better politics than theirs? And the second part is, you said you're the most pro-union Republican in the race. Biden likes to call himself the most pro-union president. Who do you think has a better record when it comes to unions?
Well, I mean, I'm in a right-to-work state, and so because I'm a pro-union candidate, I said as the most pro-union of all the Republican candidates, that means I want to follow the law and that I respect the rights of workers to organize, but also the rights of states like Arkansas. If they are a right-to-work state, that's their prerogative. And so, there's a balance there. And so that, to me, it goes back to Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan appealed to union workers. He was a union member, and he was a union leader. And so that's, we have the mistake today, and Nikki Haley and Tim Scott, somehow that we're anti-union. That's not Republican. What's Republican is the freedom of workers to make decisions on their lives and whether they want to join a union or not join a union, organize or not organize, and the balance between labor and management. So that's where I am. I'm not going to, I disagree with many of the policies of Joe Biden on this regard. But it's important to state your claim, where you are, and I think that honesty is what union voters expect. They know what my plan is, and they're going to be able to judge it. I think it works for Michigan.
Can we expect you to join a UAW picket line soon?
Well, the answer is no, although I would love to be invited. And the reason, again, is this is their fight, and this is the negotiation that they're going in. And so I don't think President Biden should have been there, because there's a reason the presidents don't do that. That's a heavy hand tilting the scales. But I'm here today expressing my support for the right of the workers to strike and the importance of slowing down what they need, which is on the EV manufacturing, so industry has a chance to adjust. And then thirdly, my plan to grow manufacturing jobs. Those are important messages that hopefully resonate. All right.
All right, that's the end of that news conference right there. Asa Hutchinson is live over in Detroit, Michigan. He is, of course, speaking after not qualifying for tonight's GOP debate. He did qualify and take part in the first one, but did not meet those specifications that were required for tonight. So there will be 7 candidates that are there on the stage, and he will not be one of them. He is speaking over in Detroit, Michigan, as he shows support for the UAW, the United Auto Workers, as they do remain on strike. It is now 11:28 on the East Coast and 8:28 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. Let's take a quick look at the stock board right now. Ahead of a possible government shutdown days away, we do have the stock market in the red. The Dow is down 0.17% or close to 60 points. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back with more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage. The field for the second Republican presidential debate will be a bit smaller than the first one. 7 candidates have now qualified for that debate at Ronald Reagan's Presidential Library in California. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson did not make the cut this time, and we know, of course, that former President Trump will skip this one as well. I want to talk more about all of this. Stephen Neely is an associate professor at the University of South Florida and joins us now here to discuss it. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So first off, just what issue at this point do you believe is going to take center stage during this debate?
So it's going to be hard to overlook the looming government shutdown. That's certainly going to be an issue that I think is going to come up for discussion. It's also going to be very difficult to avoid the elephant not in the room, which is Donald Trump and, the most recent spate of charges in Georgia. Those were certainly a factor in the last debate, but having had a little more time for the public to digest those, I think it's certainly an issue that we're going to see talked about.
What do you think, and who do you think most people will be looking to see, to hear from? We know that last time several people had opinions about who they felt won the debate. Who are people going to be watching this time around?
Well, I think that's a really interesting question because you're talking about a lot of different audiences there. You're talking about potential voters, but you're also talking about potential donors. And so I think for potential voters, there's going to be an interest in a handful of candidates. Certainly, Vivek Ramaswamy made a name for himself in the last debate, for better or worse, depending on how you viewed his performance. So I think a lot of people are going to be looking at him to see how he performs this time. I think that Nikki Haley will be another candidate. I would say that of the candidates that really stood out in the last debate, Nikki Haley stood out to me personally the most. She exhibited a willingness to kind of push back on some of the party narratives in key areas, to kind of try to point out where maybe the narrative was diverging from traditional conservative values that the party has historically held. And that took a lot of courage, I think, in a way, because you're in an environment, a primary debate where kind of the currency is that party red meat. And there was a risk in doing that, and it doesn't seem to have hurt her. If you look at the polling in New Hampshire coming out in the last day or two, she's moved into second place there. She's very strong among independents, very strong against Joe Biden. And so I think that she's a candidate that a lot of donors in particular may be looking at as they continue to kind of search for that non-Trump alternative.
And when you do talk about former President Trump, as we mentioned, he skipped the first debate. He said he's going to skip this one as well. What impact does that have, if any, on the debate? He is the GOP frontrunner, but a lot of folks, a lot of experts have said it gives other people a chance to kind of step up and take the room.
Yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag there. On one hand, yes, it does open up an opportunity for other candidates to have their voice heard. On the other hand, it allows the former president to avoid some of his critics, particularly Chris Christie, who will be on that stage, who would very much like to debate with him and engage with him in a critical manner. And he kind of takes that oxygen out of the room, so to speak, in that regard, takes away their ability to do that. Last time, Ramaswamy, who's a pretty solid Trump defender, kind of took the brunt of some of that criticism, and it didn't land well. And so I think that it's a strategic move on the former president's part, and it has its pros and cons, but it allows him to avoid some of the scrutiny that he feels he doesn't need to take on as a front runner.
And we know that Asa Hutchinson will not be able to take part in this debate. He did not qualify for it. Your thoughts on that? Because we have heard from several experts who have said the qualifications are too tough, others who have said they need to be tough. So what are your thoughts overall?
So I certainly would fall in that latter camp. I think that the parties need to be a little more realistic about who has a potential shot at competing and winning in these races, so that they can give the legitimate candidates time to be heard and time to speak. And so I think from a party perspective, it's to the plus to have a smaller field that can get a little more substantive in their dialogue.
Are there any issues that you think might be discussed, but maybe are hopeful will be discussed, but might be avoided?
So certainly I think that you're going to see a rehashing of a lot of the issues that came up last time, the abortion debate, If nothing else, it makes for good television. You're going to see some discussions about spending. I think we're going to circle back to some of the comments that Nikki Haley made about the Republican Party's spending over recent administrations. I think that will certainly be a point of discussion. It'll be very interesting to see whether the moderators and the candidates attempt to avoid the discussions around Donald Trump and his legal troubles, or if they take that more head on.
This might be a tough question to answer, and it goes back to what we were talking about a bit earlier, but which candidate has the most to gain here during this debate, and which candidate has the most to lose? Again, a loaded question there, I'm sure.
It's hard to answer without giving you my personal opinion, but I think that Nikki Haley has the most to gain, because I think that she set herself up last time in a way that could potentially appeal to those donors who are looking for a home for all of those electioneering dollars. I think it's a make or break moment for Governor DeSantis as well. He has really dropped significantly in the polls since his entry into the race, and this is an opportunity for him to potentially redefine the way he's been perceived over the last few months. And I think that most observers of the last debate would say that he didn't do that at that point. So this is another opportunity for him to do so. I don't think that there's a lot of candidates in the field right now that have a legitimate shot of catching Donald Trump, but certainly those are the two who probably have the strongest possibility. I think Nikki Haley polls the best against Joe Biden of all of the candidates, and that matters. She certainly ran her last debate, geared her last debate toward more of a national general election audience, so to speak, whereas some of the other candidates were certainly more focused on the primary audience. So that'll be another interesting factor. I think that Governor DeSantis would probably be well served to speak a little broader to his electability from more of a general election standpoint.
Would you be surprised if after these debates are over, if any of the current candidates actually drop out of the race altogether? I mean, I would imagine that some of the ones who aren't able to speak during the debate, let's say Asa Hutchinson, who didn't qualify, I don't know. I mean, would you be surprised if anyone were to drop out, or is it too early at this point?
It's probably too early from a political standpoint. I suspect we'll see a lot of attrition after Iowa, but I doubt that we'll see too much related to the debates themselves.
All right. Is there anything else that you want to add here before I let you go?
No, I think it's going to be a really interesting debate to watch. I think it's probably going to be one of the seminal debates in terms of sorting the field behind Donald Trump for the coming months, and it could have the potential to really move some dollars when you look at the political donors who are again looking for an alternative to Donald Trump and still haven't really settled on one.
All right, Stephen Neely there, associate professor at the University of South Florida. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break all it down for us. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
And that debate will air tonight. It is exclusively airing on Fox News Channel and Fox Business Network. So you can watch it and watch those candidates debate. Again, the second one, and we know that Asa Hutchinson, the Arkansas governor, former governor, did not qualify this time. He took part in the first debate, but will not be there for tonight's debate. That's why we heard those comments from him in Detroit a bit earlier on today. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll be right back with more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back to some breaking news that we have been following throughout the morning as the U.S. soldier who crossed into North Korea 2 months ago through the heavily armed border separating the Koreas is now back in U.S. custody. The Associated Press reporting that Private Travis King is in American custody a short time after North Korea did announce that it would expel him. We actually just got a statement in from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on the return of Private King. He says, quote, U.S. officials have secured the return of Private Travis King from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the DPRK. We appreciate the dedication of the interagency team that has worked tirelessly out of concern for Private King's well-being. In addition, we thank the government of Sweden for its diplomatic role serving as the protecting power for the U.S. in the DPRK and the government of the People's Republic of China for its assistance in facilitating that transit of Private King. Again, that is a statement just released here by National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. As we cover this breaking news, Travis King there crossed into North Korea 2 months ago through the heavily armed border separating the Koreas and is now back in U.S. custody. In the meantime, we heard a bit earlier on today from House Republicans ahead of that federal government shutdown or possible shutdown. We also heard from House Democrats, so I do want to play that for you here, raw and unfiltered.
Good morning, everyone. We're exactly 3 days away from an extreme Republican shutdown. That means 7 million women and children would go without food assistance because of this Republican extremism. 1.3 million service members would be forced to work without pay. 10,000 children would lose access to Head Start. These might just be numbers and statistics for MAGA extremists, but to House Democrats, these are real people's lives. In nearly 10 months of control in the House of Representatives, they have done nothing to lower costs, to improve public safety, or invested a single dollar in border security. They've voted to roll back hundreds of thousands of good-paying, clean energy jobs. They have no record to speak of because they're too busy fighting amongst themselves or fighting to curry favor with their favorite former president. The extreme Republican chaos is hurting our economic recovery and making Americans less safe. House Democrats stand ready to work to keep government open, to end the chaos, and to work on the most pressing matters that the American public care about. Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you. Chairman Aguilar detailed the high cost of a government shutdown. It's going to hurt our economy and endanger our national security. And how do we get here? We got here because Speaker Kevin McCarthy went back on his word. He reneged on a deal that he made with President Biden just a few months after he consummated that deal. And this wasn't just a handshake agreement. This was a deal that was put in writing, shown to the American people, and literally voted into law. Democrats, Republicans disagree on many issues. We work together on various issues. But in this town, your word still matters. How do we, the American people, trust Kevin McCarthy if he simply goes back on a deal that was put into law? I ask Kevin McCarthy to simply honor the deal that he made that was voted into law and to start taking steps to rebuild his integrity again.
Questions? Nick.
Sir, do you have any response to the calls for Senator Menendez to resign?
I think Senator Menendez, just like every American, is due the opportunity to have a fair trial. He has an incredible track record, over 50 years of service to folks in New Jersey. He has lifted up issues that the Latino community cares about time and time again. It doesn't bring me or any of us joy to say that he should resign, but he should. For the betterment of the Democratic Party, for the people of New Jersey, it's better that he fights this trial outside of the halls of Congress. I'd also say that Latinos face barriers and discrimination across the board in so many categories, including in our justice system. This is not that. What we read in the indictment and the charges, we should not conflate the discrimination and the issues and the barriers that Latinos have in the justice system and across industries to what we see there today and the struggles that Latinos face and the barriers that they face in so many ways. But it would be best if he resigned. Next question.
Congressman Gates made another threat on the floor today to Speaker McCarthy and basically said it would be up to Democrats to bail him out. Has there been any talk in the Democratic caucus about that?
Well, right now the talk in the Democratic caucus is how do we keep government open? We realize that extremists like Matt Gaetz have a lot of other ideas on what they want to do, and the revenge tour that they have, fighting for the former president. But right now, our focus is on what's in front of us. He has opportunities. It's not lost on us that is a part of the discussions to become Speaker. He lowered the threshold on the motion to vacate. It was one of the concessions that he made. So, Speaker McCarthy did this to himself. But if Matt Gaetz or anyone else brings that, the Democratic caucus will have a conversation and we'll chart a path forward. But right now, that is not our focus. Our focus is keeping government open. Okay. I didn't give Ted an opportunity to answer the Menendez question.
Sure. I agree with the thoughtful comments of Chairman Aguilar.
Oh, wow, I wasn't expecting that. Go ahead.
Congressman Bacon said today that he's been in communication with Democratic leadership with regards to the Problem Solvers Caucus proposal on the government shutdown and avoiding that. He said it would be obviously easier if they had help from either party's leadership to try to bring that to the floor. Is that something Democratic leadership would consider if we do end up at a shutdown or on the precipice of one? Is assisting the Problem Solvers Caucus there?
I'm not aware of any communication other than I know Leader Jeffries spoke to the Problem Solvers Caucus. It was reported, last week. It's incredibly frustrating that so-called moderates time and time again have an inability to stand up to their leadership. They are going down to the floor and they are voting on the most extreme amendments now. And they have paved the way to pass appropriations bills that cut funding for women, infant, and children funding, to cut Head Start funding, to cut Title I education, to cut educators out of our classrooms. That's what they've signed up for. If they are interested in charting a path to avoid a catastrophic shutdown, we're willing to engage in those discussions. But they time and time again have proven that they have an inability to stand up to their leadership. We have been very clear that there are 3 elements to a CR that are needed. 1, FY23 funding levels continue. 2, get rid of the poison pill writers that they are intent on carrying forward to eliminate reproductive freedom, and to decimate the freedoms that we hold dear. And 3rd is meeting the needs of the American public when it comes to Ukraine and our national security, as well as disaster assistance. If they're willing to meet those needs, by the way, that has bipartisan support in the Senate, then we're willing to work to make that happen. But they have not yet proven that they are willing to push back on their own leadership.
And what you were listening to was House Democrats speaking about a variety of topics, including the possible federal government shutdown and what needs to happen next, but also about Menendez. We're talking about the senator who has now been charged and indicted in connection with a bribery scheme. You're taking a live look outside the federal courthouse where Menendez just appeared, and he has pleaded not guilty to federal charges that accuse him of pocketing bribes of cash and gold bars in exchange for wielding his political influence to secretly advance Egyptian interests and do favors for local businessmen. Menendez made his initial court appearance in Manhattan's federal court, which you're looking at there, days after prosecutors unsealed an indictment alleging vast corruption by the Democrat, who was forced to step down as chairman of the powerful Senate Foreign Relations Committee after being indicted. A lawyer did enter that not guilty plea on his behalf. Menendez has said allegations that he abused his power to line his pockets are baseless. He has said he is confident he will be exonerated and has no intention of leaving the Senate. Still, calls for Menendez to resign did continue, with Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, the #2 Senate Democrat, saying, quote, he should step down. More than half of Senate Democrats have now said that Menendez should resign, including fellow New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, who said the indictment includes, quote, shocking allegations of corruption and specific disturbing details of wrongdoing. It's the second corruption case in a decade against Menendez, whose last trial involving different allegations ended with jurors failing to reach a verdict. That was back in 2017. Authorities say they found nearly $500,000 in cash, much of it hidden in clothing and closets, as well as more than $100,000 in gold bars in a search of the New Jersey home Menendez does share with his wife. Charged alongside Menendez is his wife, Nadine, who prosecutors say played a key role in collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of bribes from 3 New Jersey businessmen seeking help from the longtime lawmaker. Again, that is a live image coming in from our Fox 5 New York team outside of the federal courthouse. There is a podium set up with a lot of microphones. Not sure if there will be a news conference, but if there is, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, Mike Page over in Phoenix will be in the hot seat with all of your top stories and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
And just like that, everyone, we are back here for you always on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look here right on Live Now as the Dow continues to slip here. We saw a big takedown yesterday of stocks. Now the same thing happening today. Why? Investors still worried about a government shutdown that could be coming at the end of the month. So far, no deal in place, no vote in place yet. This is a live look right now at the Senate floor. We're going to continue to monitor it for you right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here, as we set up before a new hour, bringing you top stories, headlines. Remember, always in the mix, of course. When breaking news happens, we got you covered there as well. Do want to show you a live look right now at outside of federal courthouse here, where Senator Bob Menendez has just pled not guilty in bribery charges against him and his wife there. So we have a stakeout camera out there. If any comments are made by his lawyers or even him, we'll bring it to you, of course, right here. Always on Live Now from Fox. We do have, coming up in about 15 minutes, let's go out to this here. This is at the U.S. Department of Transportation headquarters, where Pete Buttigieg will be making some remarks, talking about what would happen if a shutdown happens. So we'll be listening for those remarks coming up in just a moment. Let's get the latest from Senator Chuck Schumer on the floor about where we're at on a government shutdown.
In Ukraine. Thank you to my colleagues who negotiated this bill in good faith. Thank you to Chair Murray and Vice Chair Collins and all the staff on the appropriations committees who worked all day and night through the weekend. And thanks to Leader McConnell and the many, many Republicans who worked with us and joined us in passing this or in moving forward on this bipartisan CR. Now, there's still much more work to do. Now that we're on the bill, it will require consent and cooperation to move it swiftly through the chamber. We cannot have members trying last-minute delay tactics and risk a shutdown. The CR agreement the Senate has released is a good, sensible, and bipartisan, let me emphasize bipartisan, bill. It's a bridge towards greater cooperation between the chambers and away from the paralyzing extremism we've seen in the House. And a reckless shutdown will serve no purpose except for hard-right partisans whose only goal is to grind the gears of government down and promote extremism. It will cause grave harm for communities across the country. A reckless shutdown will cause grave harm to our border. It will affect our military by withholding their pay. It will disrupt everything from food safety inspection to TSA operations to small business loans. This is the problem with MAGA extremism. It's not serious about governing. Chaos is the only word in their playbook. Conflict seems to be their natural state of being, and some of them seem to exult in shutting down the government. And if MAGA Republicans get their way, the danger for this country will be great. Extremism will be dominant, the ultra-rich will be empowered, working families will suffer, women's health care will be even more curtailed. We don't want to go down that troubling road. The Speaker should resist the 30 or so Republicans who want to drag us in that direction, and he can do it by giving bipartisanship a chance, just as we are doing here in the Senate. Now on safer banking. This morning, as we speak, the Banking Committee is holding a markup on our our bipartisan Safer Banking Act. Today's markup of safer banking represents a huge step forward in the Senate's effort to help cannabis businesses operate more efficiently, more safely, more transparently. I worked long and hard to get to this point with Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Scott, and a special thanks to Senators Merkley, Daines, Lummis, Sinema, and Reed, because I thank them for their cooperation as well. It's been a goal of mine since we started the Senate to move forward on this legislation, since we started this session of the Senate to move forward on this legislation. And the good news, the Safer Banking Bill is about to be reported out of committee with strong bipartisan support this morning. I will bring safer, once it's reported out of committee, I will bring safer banking to the floor for a vote as quickly as possible. For too long, cannabis businesses have been forced to rely primarily on cash transactions, no credit or debit cards. Dealing only in cash stifles these businesses' growth, opens them up to so many risks, makes them easy targets for theft, robbery, and other crimes. No industry has the ability to thrive if they can't access banking infrastructure, especially not an industry that's growing as quickly and is as new as the cannabis industry. Congress has always been in the business of promoting entrepreneurs, promoting small business, promoting job growth. We should continue doing so with the cannabis industry. Our Safer Banking Act will connect cannabis businesses, especially ones in minority and underserved communities, to traditional financial resources like bank accounts and small business loans, creating a safer and more transparent environment for the industry to grow. I'm also committed to including criminal justice provisions like Hope and Graham in safer banking. I've long advocated for expungement of records for cannabis offenses, and with safer banking moving through the committee in a strong bipartisan way, now is the time to get it done. So again, I thank my colleagues on both sides for their work on this legislation, which has been an effort years in the making. And once it's reported out of committee, I will put safer banking on the floor for a vote very soon. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk. All right, so that was Senator Chuck Schumer. We want to continue on right here on Live Now from Fox, show you his counterpart here, Senator Mitch McConnell.
Operations, or we can shut the government down in exchange for a zero meaningful progress on policy. So let's be clear. There are a number of important discussions on additional funding priorities that are still unresolved. Many colleagues are eager to make real progress in bringing the Democrats' reckless spending to heel, to force the administration to start taking its southern border crisis seriously, to provide greater relief for victims of wildfires, hurricanes, and other natural disasters, and to deliver continued assistance to Ukraine's defense against Russia. And on all of those counts, I'm one of them who'd like to address all of those issues. But these important discussions cannot progress if Congress simply fails to complete our work on standard short-term funding, and the basic functions of government end up being taken hostage. So, Mr. President, a vote against a standard short-term funding measure is a vote against paying over $1 billion in salary for Border Patrol and ICE agents working to track down lethal fentanyl and tame our open borders, letting FEMA's disaster relief fund dry up is not a productive way to advocate for victims of disasters. Letting small businesses' loan applications collect dust is not a productive way to help working Americans contend with Washington Democrats' historic inflation. Shutting down the government isn't an effective way to make a point. Keeping it open is the only way to make a difference on the most important issues we are facing. Now, on another matter, the American people are absolutely sick and tired of living under Bidenomics. According to one recent survey, nearly 70% of Americans think the economy is actually getting worse, and support for President Biden's handling of the economy is at the lowest level of his presidency. It might have something to do with the fact that since President Biden took office, soaring inflation has turned rising wages into net pay cuts for American workers. Real wages are down 2.3% since 2021. Household incomes fell in 17 states last year. And for all but the wealthiest 20% of households, American families' savings have actually shrunk. A food truck owner in Atlanta told reporters recently that he is paying listen to this, 25% more for ingredients, while the lines for his sandwiches are dwindling as customers cut back on their spending. Here's what he said. I've had to raise some of my prices just to kind of keep up to make it. And gas prices, when you drive a food truck, you only get 8 miles a gallon. So the cost of my fuel really hurts. Here's what the Fed chairman, Jerome Powell, said last week. People hate inflation. Hate it. Well, the chairman of the Fed is absolutely right. Working families are tired of wondering how to make ends meet every month. They're tired of being told that Bidenomics is working for them.
All right, that was Senator Mitch McConnell there on the floor there. Here is a live look here inside of the Capitol, where we will be hearing again from Senate Democrats, Senate Republicans later this afternoon on the latest in negotiations and where we're at right now in a possible effort to try to avert a government shutdown. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take our first break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Live look here of Phoenix, Arizona, here on this Wednesday as we continue to roll on right here, giving you top stories, headlines from across the country. Coming up here in just moments. Oh, there he is. Pete Buttigieg coming to the podium. We are taking that live at the headquarters for the U.S. Department of Transportation, where the Transportation Secretary going to be talking about what would happen if a government shutdown happens. Right here on Live Now from Fox.
Come to their senses and honor the deal that they made with President Biden earlier this year. If they fail to uphold this basic responsibility, then they will trigger a completely avoidable shutdown. If that happens, then about 84 hours from now, the U.S. federal government will be forced to close, threatening our economy, our national security, and leaving Americans in every state and territory less safe. I want to make clear that the impact of a potential Republican shutdown so that there is no confusion about what's at stake for transportation, for working families, and for all Americans. And just as importantly, I want to talk about what's at stake for all of us if those who are holding this funding hostage get their way in their demands for severe cuts to important federal functions, including transportation safety. But first, I just want to identify with the millions of Americans who are looking at what's happening in Washington right now in disbelief. Funding the U.S. government is a basic responsibility of Congress. It is not normal that in the most powerful country in the world, fringe congressional Republicans from time to time are able to put the entire country at risk of simply shutting down the government. In particular, I'm concerned about the casual disregard that is being shown for the people who would be impacted the most. Any House Republican comfortable with shutting down the government should explain themselves directly to the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines whose paychecks will stop after Saturday. And they should explain themselves directly to all of the nonpartisan civil come to their senses and honor the deal that they made with President Biden earlier this year. If they fail to uphold this basic responsibility, then they will trigger a completely avoidable shutdown. If that happens, then about 84 hours from now, the U.S. federal government will be forced to close, threatening our economy, our national security, and leaving Americans in every state and territory less safe. I want to make clear that the impact of a potential Republican shutdown so that there is no confusion about what's at stake for transportation, for working families, and for all Americans. And just as importantly, I want to talk about what's at stake for all of us if those who are holding this funding hostage get their way in their demands for severe cuts to important federal functions, including transportation safety. But first, I just want to identify with the millions of Americans who are looking at what's happening in Washington right now in disbelief. Funding the U.S. government is a basic responsibility of Congress. It is not normal that in the most powerful country in the world, fringe congressional Republicans from time to time are able to put the entire country at risk of simply shutting down the government. In particular, I'm concerned about the casual disregard that is being shown for the people who would be impacted the most. Any House Republican comfortable with shutting down the government should explain themselves directly to the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines whose paychecks will stop after Saturday. And they should explain themselves directly to all of the nonpartisan civil servants who make sure that planes land safely, who inspect trucks and railroads and pipelines to prevent disasters, who will have to go without pay. I'm also concerned by the context of the cuts that these House Republicans are trying to force. There's a lot of attention going to the possible shutdown. In my view, not enough attention going to the objective of that threatened shutdown, which is to extract cuts that the overwhelming majority of Americans reject. So let's take a minute to review how we got here. This summer, President Biden and Speaker McCarthy shook hands and made a bipartisan deal to keep this country running. And 2/3 of House Republicans voted for that deal. I should note that deal was tough for all sides. Frankly, it was tough for this department because it meant cutting back on funding for good infrastructure projects that we believe in, fixing roads and bridges and airports, but we accepted it because that was the deal. Now, a fringe group of House Republicans is refusing to honor that deal, putting them at odds with the majority of their own party as well as the majority of the American people. They are holding key functions of our government hostage to try to get extreme cuts to things like childcare and Meals on Wheels that so many Americans count on every day. Let me emphasize what a shutdown would mean for transportation. After everything that we have been through, after all of the disruptions to air travel, especially the ones that we saw last year, we have finally seen cancellations and delays get back down to normal levels. In fact, we've seen cancellations go to a level now that is lower than it was before the pandemic. We've done that, pushing airlines to do better. We've expanded passenger rights, and we've accelerated improvements to FAA's own staffing and technology. But a shutdown would stop all of that progress. It would mean we would immediately have to stop training new air traffic controllers and furlough another 1,000 controllers who are already in the training pipeline. And I want to emphasize that the complexity of the hiring and training process means even a shutdown lasting a few days could mean we will not hit our staffing and hiring targets next year. Meanwhile, it would deprive those air traffic controllers who are still working of their paychecks. And I want you to imagine the pressure that a controller is already under every time they take their position at work. And then imagine the added stress of coming to that job from a household with a family that can no longer count on that paycheck. That is the consequence of a shutdown. But also, whether there's a shutdown or not, I want to go through some of the things that would happen if House Republicans get their way on cuts. To absorb the 8% cut that they have proposed, we would have to totally freeze FAA hiring in operations and facilities. We would be set back in modernizing systems like the NOTAM system that led to nationwide havoc with just a 90-minute outage earlier this year. And what's especially galling is that we see some of the same elected officials who have responded even to weather delays by blaming the administration, now turning around and demanding that we cut resources for air traffic control. So that's air travel operations. Then you have rulemaking and grants. So we have been advancing some of the strongest customer protections for airline passengers in generations. Our Office of Aviation Consumer Protection has helped passengers get billions of dollars in refunds for canceled flights. We're developing a rule to get passengers compensated for long delays. We're developing rules to make family seating free so that you never have to pay to sit next to your kid. We're enforcing passenger rights. And a shutdown would stop that work in its tracks. Not to mention work around the department like helping emergency first responders dealing with hazardous materials and work that goes on to strengthen rail safety regulations. Then there's the day-to-day work of rail safety. After the Norfolk Southern derailment in East Palestine earlier this year, leaders on both sides of the aisle in Congress rightly came together to start a process to help make our railroads safer. We are still looking for Congress to follow through and actually pass the Railway Safety Act, but we're not waiting for Congress to do our own continued work on safety under current authorities. But again, a Republican shutdown would stop our work on new safety rules, all because some of the same people who rushed to get in front of a camera during the East Palestine derailment aftermath are now demanding extreme cuts to railroad safety inspections. Their proposal would cut 4,000 safety inspections next year alone, meaning 11,000 miles of railroad track would not get inspected compared to the current levels. So I don't understand how anybody could claim to be serious about railroad safety and then turn around and defund our inspectors. And that's just transportation. A Republican shutdown would affect everything from national security and law enforcement to food safety and disaster relief. And again, those House Republicans who created this hostage situation have made clear that their goal is to force extreme, permanent cuts to a lot of those same programs, the kinds of programs that millions of working families count on every day. That includes nutrition assistance. There are 7 million women and children nationwide who rely on federal nutrition assistance, including half of the babies born in this country. Under a Republican government shutdown, women and children would be potentially turned away at the grocery store. And to be clear, the reason some House Republicans are threatening to shut down the government in the first place is because they want to make permanent cuts to that program and others like it. The president, by contrast, is fighting to expand it so that every eligible mother, expecting mother, and child can get the food that they need. When it comes to our service members, there are 1.3 million active duty troops who would be forced to work without pay until the government is back up and running. And hundreds of thousands of their civilian colleagues at the Department of Defense would be furloughed. Reservists scheduled to drill would be sent home. Their drill time and pay is unrecoverable, something that I remember experiencing as a reservist during a previous shutdown. All of this undermines our national security in very real ways, and it's ironic, to say the least, that some House members who claim to support our military are actively threatening to make our service members work without pay. And then under the cuts that have been proposed, some of the numbers are that 60,000 seniors would lose access to nutrition services like Meals on Wheels. 65,000 children could lose access to childcare. We'd have 40,000 fewer educators affecting 26 million students. 20,000 veterans would lose their housing vouchers and risk homelessness. And 300 more pounds of fentanyl, 6,000 more pounds of methamphetamines, and 50,000 more pounds of cocaine could be let into this country. And Their proposal leaves out vital funding that the president has requested for things like rebuilding American communities hit by climate disasters, fighting fentanyl trafficking, and helping Ukrainians defend themselves against Russian invasion. My point is, there is no good time for a government shutdown, but this is a particularly bad time for a government shutdown, especially when it comes to transportation. The consequences would be disruptive and dangerous, and so would the long-term consequences of paying the ransom to avoid it in the form of savage cuts to safety, infrastructure, and other priorities. President Biden keeps his word, and that includes the promises he's made to the American people and the deal that he struck with Speaker McCarthy. Now it is up to those in the House of Representatives to live up to their word, to not play political games with people's lives, to keep the government up and running, and to deliver for the people that they serve. Thanks again for coming, and happy to take a few questions. Yeah, this is a dynamic industry that really relies on certainty, especially in the context of some of the rulemakings and the work that's going on. Now, it's really complex and nuanced across the different parts of the grant work. What's affected, the good news is a lot of what we're doing on EV chargers and in other areas was advance appropriated, meaning that that work can continue, although even that work could get gummed up by other administrative functions that are not working the way they should in the context of a shutdown. But rulemaking is a good example, and we can get you more specifics across different parts of the agency. But a lot of our rulemaking activity would be stopped, and those relevant people would be furloughed. Again, at a time when the auto sector really needs that certainty to keep up with all of the changes that are going on.
How do you assure the flying public that they will be safe if they continue to, even should they fly? Assure the flying public that they will be safe if they continue to travel during a government shutdown, given sort of all the furloughs and the additional pressure that will be on the air travel system?
Well, our air traffic controllers and safety personnel are going to keep going in and doing their job to the extent that they're allowed to in the context of a shutdown. But they're doing it under added stress that is uncalled for, avoidable, and preventable. Look, they're pros, and they do what's required of them, just like our service members in uniform do. But it certainly doesn't help with that safety critical job for them to come to work with the stress of not getting paid. And I would add that each passing day, it gets more difficult and more complicated as different parts of the agency that aren't coming in, as that catches up to the rest of the system. And I think that's something we saw historically the last time there was a shutdown, where over time it began to take more and more of a toll on air traffic controllers, on TSA officers, who also, of course, aren't getting paid. And, of course, we count on them every day to keep the system safe. Go ahead.
Hi, Aaliyah Walls with Fox News Channel. Do you think that President Biden should sit down with Speaker McCarthy in the next 3 days to try and negotiate this out and prevent a shutdown? And what would that conversation look like?
Well, we don't have to speculate. Yes, it's absolutely appropriate for the President and the Speaker to sit down and negotiate a deal. And they did earlier this year. All we're asking is that the Speaker stick to the deal that they already worked out.
Following up on Mark's question, can you elaborate what it means for the average American when you say that 1,000 air traffic controllers would be furloughed or the training program would be cut? What does that mean for the average person right now and in the months and years to come?
So I think the context is this. We have obviously seen a lot of disruptions to air traffic, especially last year. Now, some of those are caused by weather. Some of those were caused by airline issues. But a factor can be the availability of air traffic control staffing. We've seen a gap that has opened up over many years between the level of staffing we need and the level of staffing we've got. We finally have that headed in the right direction. I hired 1,500 controllers this year. Our budget calls for 1,800 controllers to be hired next year. But that can't happen if we get stopped in our tracks with training. So at the end of the day, that means more shortages and more outages, and that can contribute to cancellations and delays. Same thing with the IT side, especially if these cuts go through. We need to go faster, not slower, on things like updating the NOTAM system and many other FAA technologies that have needed upgrades for a long time. You slow that down, you're increasing the chance that there's going to be some issue that leads to disruptions like cancellations and delays for passengers just going about their travel.
Greg Wallace from CNN. The FAA also is going potentially without a reauthorization. How would that compound the impacts of a shutdown, and what would be some of the specific impacts we would see there?
That's right. There's really three things we're concerned about. There are the consequences of a shutdown. There are consequences of the cuts that some House Republicans are demanding as their price of avoiding a shutdown. And then there are the consequences of a lapse in FAA reauthorization. That would have a number of negative impacts. Again, a lot of people wouldn't be able to effectively do their jobs. We would actually not be able to collect revenue or I believe spend revenue from the trust fund, and some of that might never come back in. So effectively, it's kind of like a tax holiday for airline charges that never come in to improve airports and meet other critical needs. So it's right alongside the other forms of disruption, something that we just don't need right now, and we're urging that there be a reauthorization, or at the very least an extension, to keep things operating normally.
Is it back on?
Yeah. Sure.
Uncheck Facebook, everything. Facebook and Twitter have it.
Thanks for doing this. In 2019, when the last significant government shutdown occurred, the FAA had to lay off thousands of aviation safety inspectors and engineers, and in fact, about 2 weeks in, recalled about 1,700 safety officials. Do you now, are you in a different posture? Do you still have to, furlough safety officials, and sort of what discretion, if anything, do you have at this point to handle a potentially lengthy shutdown?
Yeah, teams are working through the finer points of that right now, while we continue to hope and expect that House Republicans will come to terms with each other and then with everybody else to keep government open. We're obviously preparing for any eventuality. Part of the upheaval is you do get these scenarios where people are furloughed at first and then they're recalled, which just contributes to the upheaval that they have to go through. I've already been in sessions where we've started to see the breakdowns of how that works, but some of it also depends on the situations as they unfold. So I cannot say compared to last time that we've become immune to that possibility.
Yeah, on the reauthorization deadline, I wanted to ask, you mentioned it could be effectively a tax holiday for airlines. Passengers are obviously paying taxes.
All right, some of you will be seeing a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
Would there be any way for DOT or Congress to potentially claw that money back if we do get into a situation over the weekend where the reauthorization lapses?
Anecdotally, I've heard of scenarios where airlines have found a way to just adjust their fares accordingly, take the difference. I suppose it depends airline by airline, but the point is some of that might be unrecoverable absent some other act of Congress. And this jams up the ability to, again, make investments that we need to do every day. Yesterday, I was on runway 17 left, 35 right in Denver, where we're funding improvements both in terms of a taxiway that will help avoid incursions into an approach zone, and lighting that's going to be safer. These are bread and butter things that we need to get done, and you add to that the need to continue progress on the systems modernization. I mean, again, what the NOTAM outage of January this year showed us was that even an hour-and-a-half ground stop is havoc all day for the system. It becomes harder and harder to prevent that if you have a lapse in authorization, not to mention the cuts that have been talked about.
Have you been in touch with any sense of on the Hill about the authorization specifically, whether that might be decoupled from the shutdown, situation where we get a shutdown but we don't get a lapse, for example?
There are definitely a lot of different scenarios that we're talking about with folks on the Hill, including some that would allow some kind of extension. And I believe the approach that was discussed last night is one that has a different timeline for the extension than it does for the CR. We're trying to be ready and nimble to adapt to whatever Congress throws our way, but this is no way to run a ball club. We should have. We shouldn't be in this situation to begin with, and if we are, you really want to have weeks into months to be able to game out some of the details. Obviously, our professionals will do whatever it takes, but getting this close down to the wire is a real challenge for us.
So in the last shutdown, you saw
absenteeism at the TSA and the FAA kind of creep up the longer it went. Is that understandable at a point, or is your expectation that people are just going to have to bear the pain and keep coming to work as expected?
Well, again, our people are pros. They come in, they do what's required of them. But they're also human beings. And the pressure that they're under grows and mounts each passing day that you're in this scenario. And so the only thing that is even more certain than the harms of a shutdown is that those harms will compound each passing day that you go into that.
Thank you. So what, if anything, is the Biden administration doing to prepare and minimize delays and cancellations at airports in the case of a shutdown?
So let me break it into the things that we've had underway and then the things that we're trying to make sure happen. Part of it is that I think has really contributed to what you see here, which is the cancellation rates below their pre-pandemic levels this year, is that we have pressed airlines to run realistic schedules. That expectation continues. But the enforcement of that or anything else that we can hold airlines accountable to does get interrupted if the Office of Aviation Consumer Protection personnel are not able to even come into work. And that is what we're looking at in a shutdown scenario. There's not much we can do on rulemaking, at least in that side of the House, in the context of a shutdown. Again, the controllers still come in, the TSA personnel still come in, but they'll be under more and more strain each day that this goes on. Even the accepted personnel, in other words, those who are working on things, they're going to keep coming in FAA, whether it's controllers or other parts of the operation. They're part of a bigger ecosystem here, right? They're part of a bigger FAA, a part of a bigger US DOT, and part of a bigger federal government. That the more you have pieces of it that aren't running, the more that's going to cause some kind of hiccups in their ability to smoothly and efficiently do their job. So we're preparing best we can based on the tools we have, even as we hope and expect that a shutdown will be avoided. But I just cannot guarantee that this progress will continue if a shutdown like that takes place. And then again, there's the training thing. I really want to emphasize that even a few days or weeks could set us back well into next year in terms of what that does, because of what it takes to train and qualify as an air traffic controller. It's not like you get qualified one day, you're good to go, you can go work anywhere. You have to train for the job, and you have to train for the geography you're going to be working. And not just experience, but recent experience matters. We finally are in a place where we have absorbed most of the ripple effects from the hole that COVID blew in our training pipeline, only to have a politically driven one potentially come along. And the deep irony of this is that some of the same people who rushed to try to make a partisan issue out of airline delays last year are behind the disruption or potential disruption this year. Yeah.
I saw that there would be furloughs to the Federal Railroad Administration. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more to how that would impact their operations if there were a shutdown.
Yeah, again, the rulemaking activity might be unglamorous, but what we're talking about is advancing very important rules. The effort to ensure that trains have 2 or more crew members, which takes a lot of work because of the complexity of the regulatory process. That would be interfered with at a time when I think everybody gets that 2, 3, 4 mile long trains. We ought to have at least, we need to have adequate staffing on them. We can get you more details on the FRA impacts, but some of the other functions that I think are very important would be interrupted. And then you get to the cuts. Remember, the whole premise of the shutdown is try to force cuts that go deeper than what the president and the speaker agreed to. 11,000 fewer miles of track being inspected is what we estimate would be the effect. And that's of the 8% CR. Let alone the one they voted, the CR with the 8% cuts, let alone the one they actually voted for in April that had more severe cuts. So there's no way you can say you're about more railroad safety and then cut access or cut inspections that are helping to make sure that that safety is secured. All right.
All right, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg wrapping up there, talking about what would happen, consequences of a government shutdown. Of course, we always got you covered here on Live Now from Fox, awaiting in a little bit. Senators from both sides of the aisle going to be speaking to the media. We'll have that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up after the break, we'll take you out to New York City here, where the mayor and police officials, as well as other city officials, coming together to talk about public safety and ways that they are trying to improve the image of New York City. So we'll have that for you. And then coming up a little bit later in this hour, we're going to be getting you ready for the second GOP debate tonight, happening only on Fox Business Network. And we will be giving you a preview of that, as well as talking about what DeSantis has to do to improve his polling. We'll have it for you coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. And just like that, everyone, we're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking out live to New York City, where officials are discussing public safety measures. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Tireless work. These cases are not easy. So much goes into tracing the online footprints of the suspects. Of course, once the case is made, we rely on our strong partnerships with the prosecutor to hold the suspects accountable. Today, we stand with the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, whose presence here sends a clear message. There is a united front on this issue and all matters of public safety. Together, we will continue to protect New Yorkers and make the safest big city in America even safer. Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Weiner.
Good morning, or afternoon rather, everyone. Rebecca Weiner, I'm NYPD's Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence and Counterterrorism. Yesterday, members of the Intelligence Division's Major Case Field Intelligence Team, in coordination with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, executed 3 search warrants in Manhattan North related to a long-term investigation into the manufacture and sale of privately made firearms, what are called PMFs, in New York City. These warrants resulted in the arrest of 3 individuals, including 2 minors, and the recovery of multiple 3D printed firearms. This is an ongoing investigation, and the information that we're going to present to you today is preliminary in nature. What I can say is that our investigation began with a group of individuals, including some minors, who were purchasing ghost gun parts from online retailers, as well as materials and filaments required to print 3D firearm components. Some of the purchases were made through fraudulent means, including the alleged identity theft of multiple victims across the United States. During the analysis of evidence recovered during the first 2 search warrants, investigators determined that an individual identified as 18-year-old Jamal Coley was also involved in the 3D printing of firearms. Acting swiftly on this new intelligence, our detectives worked with the Manhattan DA's office to execute an additional search warrant for Mr. Coley's residence. It's important for us to underline that this private residence, located in the 25th precinct, is also a licensed daycare operated by the subject's mother. Inside this daycare facility, investigators recovered a 3D printer, 3D printing tools and plastic filament, 2 completed 3D printed firearms, 1 3D printed assault pistol in the final stages of assembly, and 1 additional 3D printed lower receiver. Mr. Coley was arrested. At the location, investigators also found an obviously maltreated and neglected dog. The NYPD's Animal Cruelty Unit responded and removed the dog for evaluation. The circumstances around these galling arrests are part of a larger trend into what's become a global problem, namely the manufacture and sale of privately made firearms, or PMFs, which include ghost guns as well as 3D printed firearms. When made well, ghost guns and 3D printed firearms operate just like commercial firearms. In the hands of teenagers, they can inflict just as much violence. This is a growing trend in New York City, and one that our major case field intelligence team has been at the forefront of grappling with for the past several years. We take an intelligence-based approach to identifying and disrupting individuals who are engaged in the manufacture and sale of PMFs with the aim of intercepting guns before they make it to the streets. We follow the data where it leads us, and the data is alarming. Within the last 3 years, the number of PMFs and gun parts that we've recovered has increased significantly. In 2021, the NYPD recovered 260 PMFs, 263. Last year's number was almost double that, 436 recoveries. Year to date, the NYPD has recovered 290 PMFs. Compared to last year, we've recovered 3 times as many 3D printed firearms this year, and the year's not over yet. Since the 2021 inception of what we at the NYPD like to refer to as Inspector Courtney Nyland's Ghost Gun Team, we've recovered 500 PMFs and enough additional parts to construct 200 more. All of these guns and gun parts could have resulted in violence in our communities. We couldn't have done and don't do any of this alone. Our approach to combating the scourge of PMFs relies on relentless collaboration with our federal, state, and local partners, particularly the Manhattan DA's office. We also want to recognize the New York State Police, HSI, CBP, and ATF for their partnership. Thank you so much, and I'll now turn it over to DA Bragg.
All right, we have been listening into New York City officials talking about public safety issues. Of course, we try to bring you as many different live feeds as they come in, all right here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate you continuing to join us. I'm your host, Mike Pace, as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines, and of course, when breaking news happens, we got you covered there as well. Well, tonight is the night. It is the second GOP debate will be happening only on Fox Business Network, 9 p.m. The stage is set, and this is going to be another good one. A lot of different policy questions. We're going to be talking about the economy, of course, what's happening at the border, and so much more. And really, all this week, we've been getting you ready for this second GOP debate, talking to policymakers and influencers here as we gear up for this debate happening in California. And our next guest here on Live Now from Fox is a Ron DeSantis supporter and the governor of Oklahoma. Welcome, everyone. Our guest here, it is Governor Kevin Stitt. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate it.
Hey, thanks so much. It's great to be with you. And I'm like every American. I'm looking forward to this debate tonight. It's going to be fun. And Ron DeSantis is going to dominate.
There we go. And what do you think he has to do to really continue, like you said, his dominance on that stage and try to not only pull away, but also try to improve those poll numbers that we are seeing on the GOP side?
Yeah, well, first off, I think it's a two-man race in Iowa. I think, it's a long time until January, till the Iowa caucus. But here's the deal. Most Americans understand that the U.S. is in decline right now. Record inflations. You look at public safety right now in our cities. And then you think about, I want Americans to kind of look at the records of these people running. Then you look at Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida. I mean, he is a proven leader. He's somebody that can win and beat Biden, be there for 8 years. We need a president who can be there for 8 years. And if you look at where's everybody moving to, California or Florida? Well, of course they're moving to Florida. The American dream is alive and well in Florida, and it's because of Ron DeSantis' leadership. The guy never backs down. I was a governor during COVID, and I know how hard that was. And the guy is a leader. He was at the point of the spear, and he thinks like we do. He thinks about family values and energy independence and safe communities, and he's going to support our military. He's a Navy officer, the smartest guy running, Harvard Law School. The guy's amazing, and when Americans understand that, I think he wins this thing going away.
And why do you think right now, I mean, he has such a big name, DeSantis, of course, the governor of Florida, and we all know him from his times there controlling what would happen after a hurricane to COVID-19, the pandemic. But why do you think his poll numbers aren't as closer aligned to Donald Trump's when, this is going to be a two-man race here going to the finish line to try to get that nomination?
Well, first off, I don't think Americans put much trust in polls right now. If you looked at the polls on my reelect, I mean, it depends on who's ordering the polls, and there's just so much disinformation. But when you look at what's happening on the ground in Iowa, he's going to all 99 counties. He's got more people ready to caucus for him than Ted Cruz did in 2016. So he's moving the needle in Iowa, and I think as soon as Iowa comes out, it's a different race. And so again, we've got to consolidate that race a little bit, but we're looking forward to it. And again, this is the great thing about our country is we have a debate of ideas. We got all these people putting forward their resumes saying, hey, here's my vision for America's future. And I just think Ron DeSantis has the right vision. He's a proven leader, and he's going to make it happen.
And if DeSantis doesn't get the nomination, would you and DeSantis support Trump?
Well, I certainly will. I'm going to support whoever comes out of the Republican nomination. I mean, anybody on stage tonight and Donald Trump is going to be better in the White House because of our policies. Our policies are smaller government and lower taxes and family values and energy independence and a strong military. Those are all things that we agree on and we believe in. And then I just ask America to look at, make sure, who do you want? We want somebody to be there for 8 years. And we want someone who never backs down and can lead, and he's a proven leader. And so that's why I support him, and I think he's the right guy to lead us. But of course, whoever comes out of the Republican nomination, I'm going to be fully behind them and supporting them and getting them across the finish line to try to get them into the White House.
Yeah, absolutely. And what are your thoughts? I mean, we are seeing at the border there just an unprecedented surge there that is happening. And now we are seeing big cities like New York City demanding federal help in the effort there of these migrants.
Yeah, well, I sent troops down to the border, and Governor DeSantis did as well. A lot of Republican governors, Kim Reynolds in Iowa. So we sent our troops down to the border to support Governor Abbott because really it's a dereliction of duty from the federal government. Everybody knows we have to have strong, secure borders. This has nothing to do with immigration policy. We have a great Hispanic community in Oklahoma, and I know Florida, but you don't have your head screwed on right if you don't think that we need to know who's coming into our country. And so I'm excited that some of these Democratic-led cities are starting to experience what Texas and Arizona and Florida and some of these other states are seeing with the influx of immigrants pouring in unchecked. We don't know who they are. And so I'm glad to see this is kind of a topic. This should be a bipartisan issue. Nobody has ever thought that border security should be a political issue. It's not a political issue. If I fly to Mexico, guess what? They're going to look at my passport. and they're going to know exactly who was on that airplane. So again, this is common sense. People that say it's not are just fooling themselves. American people are too smart for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And lastly, Governor, if you talked to DeSantis before tonight's debate, what top advice are you giving him?
Man, I'm just saying, be yourself. I mean, you've got the proven track record to be up there on that stage, to lead America, and just be yourself and talk directly to the American people that are sitting there in their homes, and they want the best education for their kids. They want safe communities. They want to be left alone. They believe in family values. They don't want all this nonsense forced on our young people with the drag queen stuff being pushed into our kids' curriculum. They just want to be left alone. We want to educate our kids, and DeSantis believes all that. He believes that we should have energy independence. So I would just tell him to be himself and go out there and just tell the American people who he is.
There we go. Governor, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate it, and you're welcome back anytime to discuss any other top stories across the country as well.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great one. All right, everyone. And again, the debate is happening tonight. It is happening on Fox Business Network at 9 p.m. Eastern. And then come right here on Live Now from Fox after the debate. We will have post-debate coverage for you, bringing you all of the big moments right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. Always more to come on Live Now from Fox. And we're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here. We are following some breaking news here that we want to bring to you right here on Live Now from Fox out of Largo, Florida here. There is at least 2 people injured in a shooting investigation that is happening right now. So Sky Fox aerials are providing this here to you. And we are waiting for more details right now, but Largo police are still investigating the shooting that left 2 people injured at a auto repair shop. Police say that they responded to an active shooting call at Stout's Auto Service. According to the police department, 2 people were injured, but at this moment, we don't know the extent there of those injuries. Again, live look here of this shooting investigation that is happening live. And of course, once we get more details, we'll bring it to you always right here on Live Now from Fox. And we'll be waiting for ground shots and possibly police news conference once more details are coming. So we'll keep an eye on that, everyone. All right, everyone, let's go out to the House floor right now. We do see both the Democrats and Republicans speaking as a government shutdown continues to loom if no deal is in place by the end of this month. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Does it matter that we have a diverse military? Does it matter or not? Do we not value equity in our military? Does it matter? Do we not value inclusion? Do we want a military that represents our society or just a slice of it? That's the question. It doesn't, if you say that you value a diverse, equal, and inclusive military, if you say that that is of value to you, it doesn't happen automatically. It takes effort. And that's why our military leaders, over a long period of time now, have valued the investment in diversity, equity, and inclusion. They understand that a military that reflects the society that we live in values our military and accelerates and enhances and improves the overall service that it provides. They understand that that military in that situation will be supported by the American people. They understand that it will be respected around the world, where many, many other militaries, our partners and allies around the world, do value diversity, equity, and inclusion. They don't have these debates in their parliaments and Congresses. They don't face these attacks from an attempt to value these attributes within our military. We need to back those up. And that, yes, does take an investment. And where you think that those efforts are wrong, where you think they've gone too far, where you think that they are somehow affecting military service, then go ahead and oversee those efforts. But your solution is to cut the funding from all of them because you don't value these attributes in our military. You think that valuing these attributes leads to a weak military. I heard you say that. I don't agree with that. That's fundamentally not a position that we agree in and that we agree with. And so from our perspective, again, to take a blunt instrument and wipe out an entire department that values efforts that will improve military service, by the way, improve military recruitment. I hope the offerer of the amendment agrees that military recruitment is a major challenge for our military, and yet let's just say to whole parts of our society, sorry, we don't value you at all because we're not going to take care of trying to provide for diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's the wrong approach. And so just fundamentally, this is a difference in policy. It's a difference in goal. Apparently, it's a difference in assessment of what makes our military strong and will continue to make it strong. And so for those reasons, I have to strongly oppose this amendment. I yield. I'm sorry, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is just more liberal gibberish. $1.4 billion? Sir, you tell these young people behind me, you tell them instead of building ships, instead of building airplanes, instead of protecting cybersecurity, you going to really pay for transgender operations? Hogwash. You try to make that case to anybody in this room, and they would laugh. Well, it's so serious, they wouldn't laugh. Let me tell you some of the other things that I'm sick and tired of. Feelings. Talk to the military Gold Star mothers who have lost their children. Tell them what you just said on this House floor. An admiral told midshipmen at the Naval Academy that they need to read How to Be an Anti-Racist, a book that teaches the only remedy to past discrimination. Another one, military recruitment videos in recent years have touted the military's inclusivity to LGBT members. They use a rainbow flag. Enough is enough. Americans are tired of this. Why do you think the shortage of people entering the military to have to put up with this kind of thinking? So for this reason, we shouldn't even be wasting our time debating this thing. But it is what it is, and thanks to the Biden administration and their anti-military and anti-readiness, it's a time in America that we're in severe danger economically and security-wise. I reserve.
Gentleman's time has expired. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, obviously, we have a difference of opinion here. And I would also submit that the leadership of our military have a difference of opinion with the perspectives expressed by the offerer of this amendment. Again, they understand the values of pursuing a diverse, equitable, equal, and inclusive military. They understand the challenges of a military that is not representative of the American people. And they understand the need to provide for that investment. So again, we can oversee this particular effort. We can question particular representations of that policy, but to take a blunt instrument to this entire effort and defund it and say that it has no value at all, that's what's objectionable in this amendment. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered from the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 169, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 169, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, like the other amendment I had, I cannot believe we're sitting here debating this. But what my amendment does is prohibits provisions of gender transition procedures, including surgery or medication, through the Exceptional Family Member Program. Now, let me tell you what the Exceptional Family Member Program is. It provides resources to military families with special needs. This program is designed for military spouses, children, and other dependent family members who require ongoing medical or educational services, such as individuals with autism, asthma, chronic respiratory illnesses, Down syndrome, and many others. The military has tried to politicize this matter. And my amendment ensures that we reserve the valuable programs and the dollars for these programs, which would go toward the intent of what it was put in for the first place, which is to help family with special needs and prevent the further disillusioned and misguided dollars spent on something like gender transition procedures. It also, my amendment also prohibits the change of duty stations simply for the purpose of providing a child with easier access to these procedures. I urge the adoption of this, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii rise?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we have an amendment that would want us apparently to occupy some other state of reality as opposed to the world as we have it today. And in that world, we do have transgendered individuals who need help, children whose parents are looking for the right courses of conduct for them. And this measure would say that those parents do not have the rights to make those decisions in consultation with their doctors and with their children. And further, what this amendment says is that those parents need not apply to join our military because they will not be welcomed there with the decisions that they need to make for their families. This amendment that cuts gender-affirming care options.
All right, that is the latest there on the House floor as we continue to wait to see if there's going to be any movement on a possible effort to avert a government shutdown. We'll be definitely keeping an eye on that for you. We are going to take our first break here of this hour on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're taking you out to New York City, where city officials are talking about the migrant crisis there in the city. We'll be bringing it to you right here on Live Now from Fox on the other side of the break. And we're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking you out right now to New York City, where officials are talking about the crisis with migrants, as more than 50,000 migrants are now in the city. Let's listen here on Live Now from Fox.
If exodus happen, then we are going to have this happening over and over in our backyard. So it's okay to look at overseas for problems, but right now in our backyard, in our own hemisphere, we need to tackle these issues right now.
Thank you so much, Mayor. It's just so interesting because there's so many similarities of what you're saying is occurring for us right now, and that you all have pivoted and really looking towards this path forward, which is about people working and about not subsidizing on your own, and really how the your national government has helped with that. We appreciate your time and hearing about the steps your federal government took to tackle the crisis in your country. As we have been saying from the very beginning of this humanitarian crisis in our country, the asylum seeker issue is a national issue here in the United States as well, which requires a comprehensive national response from our federal government. Just as New York City needs more help from its state and federal partners, municipalities around the country and around the globe need support as well. I'd now like to share some updates on what's happening here on the ground in New York City. As many of you have probably read, we're seeing another surge at the border, with thousands of people passing through border towns like Eagle Pass. And despite fluctuating numbers at the border over the past few months, we've never seen a slowdown of the arrivals entering New York City. And you all know that because I tell you the numbers week after week. And those numbers have been even higher in the past couple of recent days. This past weekend, we got word that the city of El Paso would resume busing on top of the buses that are still being sent from Governor Abbott and the state of Texas. So today, we are releasing updated flyers to combat misinformation at the border and in cities across the country where people are coming to New York City from. We want people to know what New York City is able to provide and what New York City isn't able to provide any longer. In the coming days, we will be distributing these flyers at our shelters and intake centers in New York City, as well as through NGOs and nonprofits across the country. Here in our shelters, because we know that there are people in our shelters who are telling their family members to come to New York City and that they'll get housing and that they'll be able to stay with them. That has never been the case, but we want to make sure that we're being clear with people that New York City is out of space. We'll also share this with other municipalities at the border and across the country. While we are working to slow the front door, we're also working to increase exits from the shelter system through intensive case management, our work authorization sprint, and our 30-day notices. I'll now pass it to Dr. Long for an update on those case management efforts and a few words about what he's been seeing on the ground at the arrival center over the past few days. Dr. Long?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So as the Deputy Mayor said, we are seeing a sharp increase in the number of asylum seekers coming into New York City every day. This will continue to strain our already strained system. Today, though, I want to talk about some of our larger strategies that, as the Deputy Mayor said, will be our path forward. And for so much of this, the backbone will be case management. The first thing that we're doing now is we're currently undertaking a census where we're asking the same set of questions to every asylum seeker at every part of our system, from our DHS system to our H&H humanitarian centers or HERCs. Those questions include what stage of the process you're in with respect to seeking asylum and work authorization, and what barriers you still have that with our help you might be able to surmount and be able to complete your journey, taking the next step forward and leaving our system. To date, we've completed these assessments on nearly 70% of all of the asylum seekers across our entire system. That's going to form the basis of the case management program that we are now launching, called our Red, Yellow, Green program. This program is going to have people in the green color category if you have a few barriers that our case managers can work with you and overcome fairly quickly so that, again, you can take your next step forward and leave our system. Yellow means you have a few more barriers, and we're going to work with you on it and give you the help that you need. Red means that you have more intensive barriers and therefore might require a referral, for example, to a lawyer. We're going to be having multiple touch points with every asylum-seeking household each month as the program ramps up. Another way that we've leveraged case management so far is as it pertains to our 60-day policy. Now, our 60-day policy is not just a time limit for asylum seekers. It's a deadline for us as a city to be able to help asylum seekers to take their next step forward and exit our city system. The first group of people that we gave out 60-day notices to had day 61 occur this past Friday. So looking at those whose day 61 was this past Friday through early this week, because of our help on day 61, less than half of those still under our care on day 61 needed to come back to the arrival center for another placement in our city system. The majority of asylum seekers that were still with us on day 61, due to the help that we'd given them over the past 60 days, were able to take their next step forward, exit our system, and not need to re-enter for another placement. Today, I want to say a couple of things also about the future directions we're going in for work authorization and temporary protected status. For work authorization, the census we're doing lets us target resources by knowing where you are in the asylum application process, whether you've completed the 589 form, if you then have to wait the 5-month period if you're ready to complete the 765 or work authorization form. We're finding that some people have it's already been 5 months. So we can immediately intervene, even with teams on site today, help you to complete the work authorization form and then make an appointment at our application center so that you can submit that form and get work authorization as quickly as possible. Same thing if you came across the border using the CBP One app. We're going to know that through the census we're doing, and part of our case management strategy is going to immediately connect you to completing the work authorization paperwork that you're eligible for on site and have it submitted for you as fast as possible. For temporary protected status, this is an announcement that the federal government made last week. What I wanted to say about this today is that the announcement is that Venezuelans within a certain time period will have the ability to apply for temporary protected status, but it's not currently live. So what we're doing to prepare for that is we're using our census to determine who is likely eligible in terms of those coming from Venezuela within that certain time period, and using our census data, we're going to know all of that. And then we're going to have teams ready to leap into action to connect with those individuals as soon as they can submit their temporary protected status applications, which are concurrently submitted with the work authorization applications, so they can work as fast as humanly possible. We estimate today that we still have about 22,000 Venezuelans that likely meet that criteria in our system, so we'll be able to engage with them immediately when the temporary protected status applications go live. So in sum, I just wanted to say that case management and all of these connections to how we can help asylum seekers to get the specific help and services they need so they can take their next step forward and leave our system is an important new direction that we're taking now at this stage of the crisis. With that, back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Ted. As Dr. Long mentioned, despite the surge we've been seeing, we're keeping our eyes on our long-term plan. I want to remind everyone, we're dealing with the crisis, but we're also long-term planning. We know that the only way that we're going to get out of this crisis is getting people connected with the support they need so that they can move out of shelter and build stable and self-sufficient lives. But as we've always said, we cannot do this alone. This surge shows just how important additional financial resources and a consistent decompression strategy are to successfully addressing this humanitarian crisis. I'm hopeful that the state and federal governments will see this and step in and lean in more to that. Finally, I want to share an update on the news, as Dr. Long did, on the Biden administration last week extending temporary protocol status for a subset of Venezuelans in our care. It's a little confusing, so I want to walk through it again. I want to echo Mayor Adams by saying to you all that we are so grateful for what the president did and for his team for taking this very important step. It is a big deal. When we heard the news last week, our teams immediately got to work, and thankfully with our Asylum Seeker Application Help Center up and running, we have a strong infrastructure in place to help us identify and figure out who the eligible asylum seekers are and help them to fill out the proper paperwork once the federal government finalizes a rule. Our current plan is to try and have people apply for TPS, work authorization, and complete the waiver application, 3 separate forms at the same time to best manage the process. Remember, these forms are dozens of pages that people need to fill out, along with numerous photocopies, translations, and supporting documents. So we want to make sure to be efficient and effective as possible during this process. We're also working with our federal partners to hopefully ease some of the bureaucracy around this process and make sure that people can get work authorization as quickly as possible. As many of you know, there's a fee associated with submitting these applications online. And while we hope that the federal government will waive these, last week we immediately reached out to philanthropy and business partners to see if we can have them contribute to help subsidize those costs. Logistically, TPS extension is a rule that needs to go through the federal government process to be registered. We expect this to take a few weeks, but we're doing everything that we can right now to hit the ground running when that rule is registered. We have also asked the federal government to issue work authorizations based on pending TPS applications rather than waiting until the TPS applications are fully approved, which we know can take months or even years. With all that said, I'll now turn to our data update. As of September 24th, we have over 115,200 people in our care, including over 61,400 asylum seekers. Over 118,800 asylum seekers have come through our intake system since last spring. We have opened 210 sites, including 17 humanitarian relief centers. And last week, from September 18th to September 24th, more than 3,000 new asylum seekers entered our care. New York is and always will be a city of immigrants, and we will always do our part to contribute to this national crisis. But one city cannot support tens of thousands of asylum seekers without additional state and federal partners with no end in sight. This is an effort that needs reinforcement in the form of financial support, a comprehensive decompression strategy, and a declaration of a federal emergency to unlock faster support from Washington. With that, I'll open up the floors to questions.
Deputy Mayor, so yesterday the city asked the court to revise its initial motion to change right to shelter but it wasn't exactly clear what the city is asking for now. Can you give us an idea of what the contents of that request will be?
Sure, I will let the judge ask, but what I will say, I won't put words in her mouth, but I will say clearly the status quo cannot stay the way it is. So, Judge, would you like to answer that?
Yesterday, I'm sure you all know that we went to court on the Callahan issue, and our initial request for the court and on our initial letter was with reference to modification. Let me make it clear, we never asked to get rid of the right to shelter. Yesterday, the judge that was handling that matter recused, and so we are now with a new schedule to present a specific document to the court that we have to present by October 3rd on the requests that the city is making. And so while we are now in the process of looking at that, I wouldn't tell you what our litigation strategy is going to be, but we will abide by the court's request and have that sent by October 3rd. And I'm sure you'll get a copy of that document.
And I think that sometimes, Judge, when I think about it, when we first...
Some of you will be seeing a 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
Ago. Yeah. So it is clear to everyone, I think every single New Yorker, that the status quo cannot continue.
Well, clearly our position is that we want the court to look at where we are now. Everybody knows this is a document that worked 40 years ago. We're quite clear that what we have is not sustainable. And so that's going to be one of the issues that we're going to be dealing with.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Long, when was the census begun? How many staffers or volunteers are involved in collecting the information? A little more about the questionnaire and what you keep tabs on, please.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for asking. So we started to do this census a couple of weeks ago. So it is remarkable that we've been able to achieve almost 70% of the totality of all the asylum seekers across all of our city systems in just a matter of weeks. And the staff that are doing it are our existing staff, but we've also brought in agencies like PEU that have stepped up to help us to be able to move as fast as we can. Because again, this data really comprises the basis for how we're going to do the effective case management to be able to connect people to the specific things that they need, the help that they need in order to be able to leave our system. In terms of the number of staff that are working on this, it is hundreds. And that is staff from my teams and again, staff from PEU. But we're making it a very concerted effort intentionally because this is also a way to speed up and go as fast as possible to identify who is eligible for work authorization, have them complete that paperwork, which again, I said, at our larger sites, we're even starting on site to not miss a single moment to enable people to work as quickly as possible.
Yeah, can I just clarify? You said census, you mean survey?
So
we've been always looking at the census, but this is a new sprint, survey sprint. So just say that again. Yeah, please.
We'll call it an assessment survey. And so to answer your question about that, so at the arrival center, we've collected similar information since the arrival center opened in May of this past year. So for example, when you came to the arrival center, you may have said if you came in May that you hadn't completed the 589 form yet. Okay. So at the time, we would have educated you about what it is and how to complete it. But this is following up to see, did you complete it now? And also, if you completed it in May, right after we talked to you, for example, you may be soon eligible to submit, because that 150 days is almost passed, may be nearing eligibility to submit your work authorization paperwork. So having real-time data now is the most precise way to know who is eligible to submit their work authorization paperwork, both from when you submitted the 589 form for asylum, which you may have told us you hadn't submitted at the time, to who now has come through the across the border using the CBP One app. So that enables us to basically just to target our resources right now to move as fast as we can. Also, in this survey, we're asking questions about the barriers that you currently have to be able to leave. Those barriers can change over time. You may have intended to stay with your brother in Chicago. That might have fallen through. Maybe there was a sister in LA. So right now, again, by us collecting all this data now, it powers our ability to have effective case management because we know going into case management, generally what you need, if you're red, yellow, or green, starting with the greens, seeing what help we can offer you immediately so that we can, in the most expeditious way, help you to be able to have the help to leave our system.
Hi, two things, guys. So the first one is that Governor Greg Abbott said today that they've only bused around 15,800 migrants to New York City. What do you guys kind of think of that number? And if not from Texas, where else are they being bused from? And then the second thing I was hoping to ask is, last week the mayor said that the number of Venezuelans was about 15,000, and then they narrowed that down to 9,000. So where are we getting the 22,000 number now? And the state has been saying that they're not getting accurate numbers either. So just trying to see, do you guys have like a shared database that you guys are putting these numbers? And is that something that reporters can eventually access as well?
Ooh, there's a lot of questions. So Abbott, I don't know what I want to say about the accuracy of his buses and all that other kind of stuff. I hope that when he's here, he can get a glimpse of what it really looks like to deal with the humanitarian crisis in a humane way. We've talked to you before that we know that we get buses from El Paso and other places when they're trying to decompress on their own. So we know that we're getting buses from other cities. We know that other people are coming here from Chicago, from Denver, from other parts of the United States. When if there's time limits in other places or they feel like they can't find work, then they come to New York City. So we know that it comes from all different places. So we know that when we looked last week, remember, we're only talking about Venezuelans who've come since July 31st. So when sometimes people are like, how many Venezuelans do you have? That total number could be different than the amount that are eligible for this particular program. So I want us to be careful about what we're saying and the questions that we're asking for. So I also know that my friend from Immigration Coalition was talking about 60,000, and he clarified today he was talking about 60,000 throughout the state, right? And then there's numbers like 150,000 people have done the CBP app. That's throughout the United States. So we'll get you very clear numbers. And so we have been working very closely with the state. They've been great partners on helping us really look at our data, look at the case management. And I just want to go back to something that Dr. Long said. These are people that we're dealing with, so circumstances change. So we want to keep good case practice is about going back to people and doing that management so that you can see where they are, so that you can connect them to what they need to be connected to. So I'm happy that we have that infrastructure in order to do that. But of all people, when you're getting 3,000 people a week, all of that gets complicated. But I'm super proud of the way the team has been doing this work.
Can I add one thing to that too? Just in terms of the number itself, as we said, we're doing this comprehensive assessment census right now to be able to give you the most precise, and for us to be able to use the most precise numbers in terms of understanding where people are in the process, the proportion of people that have come through the CBP1 app, the proportion of people that are Venezuelan meeting that criteria. So we're 70% through the census now, so the number could change again, but that's okay. The important thing is for us to get the correct, not just the correct number, but know where everybody is that we'll be immediately reaching out to when they can start to submit their temporary protected status applications. That's why we're doing the census.
Thanks. Can you give us an update on how many 60-day/30-day notices have gone out? And of the people that have had to leave so far starting Friday, how many people is that? What's that number? And have they all gotten intensive case management, or can you give me a number of intensive case management that has been given to people who have these 60-day notices, if that makes sense?
It does.
Ted, do you have those numbers in front of you?
I was going to start with your last question and back into the first numerical one.
Okay.
While we pull up the data.
I got it.
Excuse me. So the last part of your question was, when we talk about intensive case management, who are we referring to? And I was careful in my remarks to say we intentionally started to do the 60-day notices at one site, one of my sites. At that site, it was paired with intensive case management, and that's why over time we actually saw some people be able to leave before day 60. But in particular, when we reached day 61, we did, when people were nearing day 61, 3 days ahead, we again talked to people, saw where they were, see what help they needed. So that approach resulted in the data that I shared with you, which is representative of just that one site, because every 61st day that's hit so far is pretty much just at that one site. Yes, going forward. Very good, Gwen. Going forward, at the different sites, because we do have a diverse system, people may have had different experiences with case management than they did at the sites that I'm in control of. But what I can say is that the goal moving forward is when we've launched our new case management program, which is being launched now. So if you go to many sites now, they've never heard of this before. The intention of this new program is to be able to give everybody the same experience with 2 touch points per household per month at every part of our system. Doesn't exist today, but we're collecting the data to power the program so that when it is fully launched, we'll be able to be off to a running start.
And the numbers are, let's see, 13,500 people have received a 60-day notice, and approximately 690 people have received a 30-day notice.
How many have had the time up? How many people?
Several hundred. Sorry.
I wanted to follow up on Morgan's question. Whether you call it an assessment, a survey, whatever, will you commit to releasing today the aggregated results as well as the questions, the exact questions that were asked? That's the first question. Second, potentially for the judge, for the purposes of the 60-day or the 30-day notice, once the folks get their TPS situation resolved and are TPS beneficiaries, will the city treat them any differently from ordinary, the traditional homeless population in New York? And if you will, what's the legal basis for treating them differently?
I don't even understand the question. So can I do the first one?
Yeah.
So we're going to give you the data as we always have when we have it and when we're ready to share it to make sure that it's as accurate as we need it to be. And so I'm not going to commit today to give you something. I know what you asked me to do was to commit to give you something. I said, I'm not committing today to give you anything. I think what we've done always, and what I've done pretty effectively, we've told you we're going to open an arrival center. We come back and we tell you what's happening and how it's going. We told you we were going to open a legal clinic. We come back and we give you the numbers. We are in the process of making sure that we have all of our numbers scrubbed. You know, the other day we were talking about somebody who was living in Ecuador, who wrote down on the form that they were from Ecuador, and it turned out, but originally they were from Venezuela. So we want to make sure that all that we're giving and how accurate the numbers are, and we'll do that when the time comes. So that's what I'm going to say. I will let you know.
I will commit to using the data to help the asylum seekers in our system. It's not just about statistics. This is how we know what help people need and how we're going to effectively use case management to target resources to enable people to get the specific help that they need. That I know it's not what you're asking, but that is the most important thing.
And then the second question.
And throughout, the second question is, what would the city do? And I will say to you that the city will commit and continue to follow the legal process it has been following in view of the fact that we are currently in several pieces of litigation. It depends on what a court determination is and what directive we're given from the court. And based on that, that is the procedure that the city will follow.
We're just tight on time.
I know, but can I just follow up to just one follow-up? If you're relying on data, like you just said, you're going to rely on the data, which means it's in a form that you can rely on. Why can't we get the data that you are relying on?
So the way that
Nope. Asked and answered.
You have an answer.
Yeah. Let's not be rude to each other. Don't say he dodged it. I got it.
So just following up on Matt's question. So I guess in response though, the mayor the other day had told us that there was 15,000 Venezuelans that were eligible for TPS. Now you're saying it's 22,000.
Yep.
So the reason why we're asking, imploring to release this data is that when court rulings come out, when TPS designation change, we need to tell the public how this actually affects them, and I think it wasn't properly communicated with the public last week with the TPS. So
Craig,
will you commit when this is done?
Craig, I'm not unclear why you asked the question. I think we answered it. I understand.
Okay, could you, so.
Do you have?
No, I mean, my question was going to be on TPS. You're getting ready for this sprint of
Yep.
getting people their work authorizations. So now it's 22,000, up from 10,000 last week. How long will it take to get these 22,000 people their work authorizations, the paperwork, your side of things, not the federal side?
Yeah, so what I explained was that we're waiting for the rule to be registered. And once the rule is registered, I'm really happy that we have the infrastructure of the asylum seeker legal clinic that we stood up, that we didn't have to stand up, that we decided that we wanted to do. We've gotten over 4,600 people signed up for their asylum application. Now we're working. We have the federal government here this week that's with us, that's working and doing that sprint also. And so we think that we've been, with the 4,600 applications that we started just in the end of June, having hundreds of people working on this, I think we've been able to do it very quickly. We also know that once they get that designation, doesn't necessarily mean mean that they can work right away. So we're trying to make sure that they can work right away. And we're trying to make sure that the process, which can usually, Craig, take sometimes months and years, that we are able to connect people as quickly as possible. I just want, I feel good about New York City this is a humanitarian crisis, right? We've gotten over 118,000 people here. New York City is doing it. We are feeding people. We are clothing people. We are housing people. We are trying to connect people to legal services. We are working with hundreds of community-based organizations and clergy in order to get this done. And so we are going to continue to do that good work that we're doing so that we have exit strategies so people can get connected to what they need to and they can get resettled. We've been doing 3 jobs. We've been doing a federal job. I've been doing the state job of resettling folks, and we're doing the city part of this job. We would like other people to step up and support us.
And I just want to add to that too, Craig, if I may. It's from a case management point of view, this is not something that you can effectively do in 24 hours and determine where somebody's going to spend the next several years of their life. What we're doing now is we're doing the survey or assessment first, and in the last couple of weeks we've completed tens of thousands.
Yeah.
So we're moving very fast here, and the state has supported us and given us $20 million to do this case management work going forward. So I don't want to diminish the importance and longitudinal aspect of case management. My mom's a social worker. This is a process that takes time. You have to get to know somebody, work through their issues, and it's not something you can necessarily solve in a day or a week. When temporary protected status, when people are able to apply for it, our teams are in gear to be able to immediately engage the people that we believe are from Venezuela within the certain time period that the federal government has laid out. We're going to move fast. We're going to do as much as we can over a period of even weeks. But I just want to make the important point that we're not going to solve this in a week. With case management, it's about setting things up now and then working this through with people over weeks or months to determine where they're going to spend potentially the rest of their life.
Thank you.
Welcome to you right
All right. Dr. Long, you...
Sorry, let me let Chris go first now.
Thank you. I just want to clarify something on all the numbers because there's a lot of numbers being put out. 22,000, is that 22,000 Venezuelans who are eligible for TPS and a work permit or just TPS? And then I have a second question about Abbott for the deputy mayor.
So TPS, though, as we said, we've completed 70% of our surveys now. It's possible that number will change. The important thing to us is not the number itself, as much as this gives us a targeted opportunity to know who we need to reach out to the minute it goes live.
Adult age who can also get the expedited work permit?
Correct.
So where did the 9,500 number come from that the mayor put?
The 9,500 number was the number that we talked about last week, where we said out of the 15,000, 9,000 were adults and the others were children. Right. So he'll have to get you the breakdown of the adults and the children and the 22,000.
Yeah, because we're collecting more data. We're really belaboring this point, but we're collecting more data every day. So when we get to...
I got it. Yes, I remember. And so we're going to get it. We're going to get the numbers to you. Like I said, we're going to keep on doing the assessment and we're going to go from there. And can I just say this, you all, I just want to set the tone a little bit. When New Yorkers ask me questions, they don't say, how many Venezuelans are in the system? They say, Deputy Mayor, how come the federal government is not giving you more help? Deputy Mayor, when are we really going to have a $12 billion budget? And what are the things that we need to do in order to get that budget down so that we don't have to affect other services? So I understand that this is an important issue. We will get you the information. But please don't tell me it's because the public is dying to know the numbers of Venezuelans. The public is dying to know how we are in a responsible way working to connect people to work and getting people resettled, which is what we've always said that we wanted to do. We want to make sure that we are providing people with as much support as we can and that we can move them along. So I just want to balance this a little bit in terms of the telephone. I understand your frustration and we'll get you the information.
Yeah. Just to ask you, Deputy Mayor, I had one question.
He did. He said he had a question about Abbott.
I did. So Abbott.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for acknowledging. Thank you.
So about Abbott, during his remarks earlier, he was commending the mayor on taking the president to task and calling for more federal action. But he said that the real solution is to build a border wall. And I guess I'm wondering, when you guys are talking about a decompression strategy, is a border wall an acceptable part of a decompression strategy?
So I'm not the governor, so I can't speak about what he thinks is an appropriate strategy. What I can say is that I do think that the Republicans in Congress, along with all of Congress, should be working with the White House to come up with a comprehensive immigration reform so that no one jurisdiction has to deal with an immigration national issue on its own.
All right, so Dr. Long, you had mentioned earlier that the 30-day, 60-day limits were not just for the migrants, but also a limit for you to help them, right?
Yes.
Succeed in moving forward. Now, if they don't find other housing or able to transition out of your system, would you consider that a failure on your part? And if it is a failure on your part to help them, what else can they do? If, assuming, of course, that they're doing everything that they can.
Yeah, so I would not consider it a failure if within 60 days we're not able to, for 100% of asylum seekers, determine and execute on where they're going to spend the next several years of their life. It's complicated. And I think it's also important, as the deputy mayor said, to recognize people have individual challenges. That's the premise behind having what I refer to as our red, yellow, green program. If it was the same for everybody, it would be one color. But we want to group people into the different color schemes because that shows the different barriers that different people have. We have some people that come and we're able to help them to complete their journeys the first day when they arrive. In fact, at the arrival center, 1 out of every 4 people that come through the front door of the arrival center today and every day will leave within 24 hours with our help, resettling in New York City or being reticketed to somewhere else to complete their journey. For others, one day wouldn't be possible because their goal might be to stay with a family member they haven't talked to in a few years. So the 60-day deadline that we give ourselves as a city is where we want to apply case management and help as many people as we can. But if some people need more time, that's why we wrote on the 60-day notice to return to the arrival center to talk to us about what your current barriers are, see how we can help you to surmount them, and we'll give you another 30-day placement to enable us to have more of an opportunity to work with you with our case managers to help you to overcome your barriers.
What happened after that? So 30 days.
We'll now take some questions via WebEx. First question goes to Jeff Mays. Jeff, you can now unmute your line, please.
Hello.
We got you, Jeff. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. I had a couple of questions. One, the potential changes to the right to shelter. I'm wondering, how would the city protect, New Yorkers who are already here in terms of their right to shelter? If there are changes that are made to that right to shelter for migrants, how would you make sure that New Yorkers who are already here and experiencing homelessness are not affected? And my second question is about the flyers. I'm wondering, how is the city getting these flyers out to people at the border? Do you guys have employees? Have you contracted someone? And then secondly, the flyer itself appears to have statements that, I don't know if they're necessarily true. Like, isn't the city still using hotels to house people? And aren't you helping people apply for work permits? So are you guys backing up the veracity of those statements in the flyer?
Want to start?
Yeah, I think what you're at when you asked about the right to shelter, and we're currently litigating that, and wouldn't be able to give you an answer about how it's going to affect people, but it's not going to be bifurcated where you're saying that there's a right to shelter for people here and the right to shelter for somebody else. That's not what is currently being addressed. So so we wouldn't have a different response for you with reference to the Callahan case until we've been able to conclude the litigation that we are currently doing.
Hi, Jeff. This is the Deputy Mayor. I wanted to tell you, so the flyers, we're going to be distributing them in all of the above. So WhatsApp, TikTok, we're going to be talking with some of our partners down at the border, the NGOs. There's staff, there's federal staff that can help us hand it out. So we really want to do a full court press. We also talked about handing them out in other cities. So our sister cities, we will make sure we're doing them there. I think the difference that I would say is that there's no guarantee. We know that at the beginning of the crisis, we were able to put people in hotels. We're no longer, I think, putting men and single and adult families and men in hotels. We are helping to the extent that we can. People do their work authorization conditions, but we want people to know it's expensive to live here. It's hard to live here, that it's not the way that it has been, because I think they are hearing the word, which is like, the front door is just wide open, come. And so being truthful, of course, we're always going to be truthful, but we definitely do want to discourage people from coming here so that we can pretty much deal with the 113,000 people that are in our system right now. And I think the main way that we're going to be able to bend the curve of the costs that we're, that we're spending, Jeff, I had spoken to you about cutting costs to some of the ways that we are, of the services that we're providing. But if I still have 60,000 people, the main cost is really the cost of the census and housing people. So we want to be responsible and tell people the truth about what they're walking into.
Thank you. And our last question goes to Paul Leota. Paul, you can now unmute your line, please.
All right, so New York City officials coming together to give the latest update on the migrants crisis that is happening in the city. We are going to take a 2-minute break, our final one of this hour. When we come back, we'll take you out to Capitol Hill, where Republican senators are talking about the need for better border security, right here on Live Now from Fox. And we're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Senator Ted Cruz live at the Capitol talking about border security. Let's listen here on Live Now.
That appear in Texas every single day. I asked him how many children were brutalized by human traffickers. He said, I don't know. How many women were sexually assaulted? I don't know. How many people died of drug overdoses? As John Cornyn told you, it's more than 100,000. And you want to talk about something stunning? I put up a photograph with pictures of colored wristbands. I said, Mr. Secretary, what are these wristbands? And he said, I have no idea what they are. Now look, any good lawyer will tell you, you don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. That was one answer that left me flabbergasted. Because just about every single illegal immigrant who crosses the border wears one of those wristbands. They're color-coded for how many thousands of dollars they owe the cartels. And if you stand on the banks of the Rio Grande River, you see hundreds or thousands of these wristbands. They're just like this. These are the wristbands picked up from the banks of the Rio Grande River. And the little boys, the teenagers who come in who owe thousands of dollars to the cartels, they're sent to every city in America, and they're working for the cartels to pay off those thousands of dollars. They're committing crimes in Washington, D.C., and New York, in every city in America. And if they don't pay off the cartels, their families will be murdered. And as bad as the boys have it, the girls have it even worse. There are literally thousands upon thousands of girls trapped in sex slavery to pay off their debts to the cartels. When I look at these are modern day leg irons. This is human slavery. And it is caused by the Democrats not giving a damn about the people being abused. And so I want to make a plea to the press. The reason the Democrats can do this, can look the other way, is because they're confident that the corporate media will not report on it, that they'll never have to answer questions about it. They'll never be confronted with the dead bodies, with the people being brutalized by these policies. So I want to make a plea to you. If you're not writing on it, if you're not running stories on it, if you're not telling what's happening, you are complicit in modern day slavery. This is indefensible. It's evil.
That's exactly right. Senator Graham, thank you for putting this together. Thank you for your leadership. One of the things that you touched on at the very beginning is that Democrats say we have no solutions. I guarantee you, if you take a look at this group up here, we have put forth solution after solution after solution. I mean, you look at H.R. 2 and what you're trying to move here in the Senate. You look at the work you've done. Guys, I would have never seen the border firsthand if this woman didn't know that I needed to see it immediately upon entering the United States Senate. I followed up with a trip with John Cornyn because they care. These people down there, Senator Blackburn would talk to them. She knew them. We walked through and we got to hear women tell us their story. And their stories are brutalizing. And to Senator Cruz's point, if you're not telling it, that's on you. Because when a woman sits there and she tells you not just about being raped, but how many times a day she's raped, when she tells you about having to lay in that bed while they come in and out and in and out, it's disgusting and it's despicable. Folks, you look at the number of people that have died at the border because Joe Biden has made it more and more enticing to come here. Make no mistake, this is a result of failed policies. We could fix this. We can't throw money at this and fix it. We have to actually change the policies. I looked in the eyes of CBP agents who said we're exhausted. We're not only having to be paper pushers, we're also trying to do what we took an oath of office to do, and that is protect this border. But when they tell you about finding small children who have drowned in that river or pulling a lifeless body of a woman who is pregnant with twins, it changes the way you think about what's happening. Drug cartels, guys, they have their tentacles all over this country. We need you to start telling that story. To Senator Cruz's point, they will tell you exactly how much they paid to get here. Then they'll tell you where they're going, what their job's going to be, and how much more they owe. Got it? And guess what? Just the other day in Alabama, a gentleman told me, if you will come back here with me in this neighborhood right behind you, you will see migrants who are here illegally, and they will tell you about the drug cartels coming around every other week to collect. Guys, that's not the American dream. That's an American nightmare. We know what policies work. President Trump had secured the border. We know what to do. We just have to have a leader who has the courage to do it. And I am so sick of Joe Biden lecturing us about the soul of America. Let me tell you, he needs to have the heart to actually listen to people. He needs to have the compassion to actually hear those stories, the willingness to work with people. And Joe Biden needs the courage to take decisive action. We are standing here ready to do this, and what he put forth in that supplemental is an absolute joke. It will only facilitate this crisis more and more every day. By the end of his tenure, we will have over 10 million people here, which would make that, by the way, if you put everybody in one place, the 11th largest state in the United States of America. Folks, this is out of control. We've got to do something. We would not allow this to happen in a third world country. We certainly should not allow it to happen in the United States of America.
And finally, we've seized enough fentanyl this fiscal year to
kill everybody in the country, and ISIS smugglers are now getting people into the United States. We'll take questions, but finally, there's an opportunity to fix this, don't you think?
Yes.
We got to fund the government. We got to sit down and do what's right by our military. We got a lot of needs. This, to me, is at the top of the list. So, to my Democratic colleagues, this is an opportunity to fix this problem. Work with us.
Senator, when you say that you would insist on border provisions in this government CR, are you saying you'd vote no on it in its current form?
The CR that gets us to November will probably be a smaller version of what we need. In November, whatever the time period, we're going to need some funding and some policy changes for the border, and that will give us about 6 weeks to work out a package.
So you're saying you're okay on it in the short term?
Well, I'll just speak for myself, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So, sorry, just to clarify on that. So you're looking for border security on not just appropriations, but a CR. So are you willing to shut down the government if there's no border security in a CR?
What I'm saying is that we're not going to leave this issue unattended and unaddressed. The House is going to insist that there be border security fixes. I think we're all saying we agree with the House. Getting the government open until, let's say, November 17th is one exercise. It'd be a smaller exercise, but come November the 17th, whatever date they pick, I expect we'll have substantial fixes to a broken border.
But so you don't plan on trying to do something in the CR on this, Senator Grant? You don't know. Go ahead.
So let me suggest something also, which is y'all ask that same question of Democrats. And here's a simple question to ask. Chuck Schumer, are you willing to shut the government down in order to stop any effort to secure the border? Are you so committed to this chaos at the southern border that's destroying New York City that you're willing to shut the border down? And this is where they count on the press to ask questions. Why are Republicans shutting the border down? No, the Democrats could do something about it. They don't want to. And so I would encourage you to ask every single Democrat senator, are you willing to shut the government down in order to keep Joe Biden's open border? Because they'll be flabbergasted. They've never gotten questions like that from the press. And that's exactly where they are and what they're insisting on.
Senator Cruz, can I ask you, though, because I know we heard from Senator Graham, would you vote no on this current CR?
I already did vote no on this current CR. So, yeah,
so
yes, I would.
On the next round, right, exactly.
Senator Cruz, may I ask you really quickly about India? As you know, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau last week announced that Canada has credible information suggesting that
that's an important question, but we're going to stay focused on the southern border and immigration. So I'm happy to talk another time.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Republicans in the House have a CR plan that has border provisions involved in it. The only problem is they might not have the votes to get it passed within their own party. Yeah. Is there a need for them to get that bill passed so that you have some type of leverage when we get to negotiating time with the House and the Senate?
Well, look at it this way. This is an opportunity to do something about a problem that's way out of hand. To my Democratic colleagues, do not consider this a burden. Consider this an opportunity. I want to keep the government open. I think we'll have to do a supplemental in November if we can't pass the appropriation bills. I guess what the House is saying makes sense to me. There will be no legislation without strong border security. And if the Democrats will not work with us to fix the border, then I will be not only incredibly disappointed, they will accept the blame, which I think will lead to a wipeout in November of next year. So here's the message. I've worked on illegal immigration with Democrats for decades. I am not going to let this pass. I agree with the House, Republicans, that we should have strong border security measures. I'm looking to Senator Cruz and Cornyn to help us fashion that because they live this problem. Is it too much to ask of the Democrat president and the Democratic Senate Majority Leader to work with us and the House to start making down payments and put solutions on the table to fix a border that's leading to enough people, enough fentanyl coming in to kill everybody in the country, ISIS smugglers, and all the numbers you just heard?
Can the CR be a way to get leverage, though, to get those done?
Well, I'll leave that up to others.
Well, and let me say this, and we should wrap up, but some of y'all may know Brandon Judd. He's the head of the National Border Patrol Union. Brandon is a good friend. I've spent a lot of time talking with Brandon Judd about what the Border Patrol sees. And one of the interesting things Brandon says is he says they don't particularly need more money.
Right.
They don't particularly need legislation from Congress. What they need is a policy change. What caused this crisis was a decision by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and every Senate Democrat to embrace catch and release. What caused this crisis is when they apprehend people, they're given a court date, years in the future, they're let go, and the vast majority are never seen again. Joe Biden could solve this today because the problem is he is brazenly defying federal law. That's what causes the problem. We can pass 10 bills out of Congress, but as long as we have a president who ignores the law and when people are apprehended, lets them go, this crisis will get worse and worse and worse. And every Democrat in the Senate is complicit in that happening because they won't join together to hold this president accountable.
And let me add, parole. So I think during the Trump years, I think 7 people were allowed into the country through parole. The parole system for illegal immigration requires an individual assessment as to whether or not the circumstances are so dire you deserve to be paroled. They're pencil whipping. There's been 60,000 people granted parole. They're abusing the law as it's written. So Senator Cruz is dead right. You don't need another law to start fixing this. Just change your policies that led to chaos. But we will be working as Republicans to fix a broken border. The question is, will we be working by ourselves?
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Senate Republicans speaking on the need for more border security, slamming the Biden administration in the same moments as well, claiming that they are not doing enough on the southern border, and that is why we are seeing issues in New York City and many others as well here. It is a new hour here on Live Now from Fox. That's going to do it for my time here on the desk, but my colleague Andy Mack will be here with you for the next several hours here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to go out to another live event here that we do have for you. This is civil rights attorney Ben Crump speaking right now in Louisiana on a custody inmate death. Let's listen right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Keeping him up. And then you hear in Ronald Green, the state troopers say, I beat the ever living out of him.
Just watch the video.
Yeah, and so these videos are eerily similar. The only difference is as has transpired. We declare that Tyree Nichols' tragic killing and the aftermath should be the blueprint going forward in America, where you saw in 20 days, my son, in 20 days, those 5 black police officers who brutally killed Tyree Nichols on video were terminated, charged, and arrested for murder. Because when you have evidence of a crime on video, even Ray Charles can see what happened.
It's supposed to be done.
And it should not take an exhaustive investigation to get simple justice. Right. Nothing extraordinary, just simple justice. Right. However, we know it was drastically different with Ronald Green. And we're here to ask America, why is that? Right. Why is that? You're going to hear from Tyree's mother and father, Rovon Wells and Ronald Wells, who did not think it robbery to come all the way from Memphis, Tennessee to demonstrate an ounce of humanity for Mona Hart and Ronald Green's mother and his sisters, Deneen and Alana, because they, unlike any of us, knows what it's like to watch your loved one be beat savagely by law enforcement to the point where they lose their lives. And so they have a bond now that hopefully will forge both of them to get injustice. We feel very confident what's going to happen in Memphis, Tennessee. The only thing we don't know is what's going to happen in Louisiana.
Exactly. That's right.
And that's why all of the activists and the concerned citizens and the moral people who care about equal justice is here to share this moment with these families and talk about what is different between Tyree Nichols and Ronald Green. We submit it's an apples to apples comparison. But you all have to help us articulate to America what is different. There's something peculiarly different about what happened in the aftermath of these tragedies. And we think it best that you hear first from these broken-hearted mothers. So, y'all, let's give a round of applause to Rovine Wells, Tyree Nichols' mother, who came to show support for Mona Hart and Ronald Green's mother.
Who's house? Our house. Who's house? Our house. Who's house? Our house.
Good morning, or good afternoon. I'm Rovine Wells, Tyree Nichols' mom. My son was brutally beat in January of this year. Is the mic on? Can you hear me?
It's fine.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Rovine Wells. I'm the mother of Tyree Nichols. My son was murdered by the Memphis Police Department January 7th of this year. It's been a long journey, but we're still fighting. I'm here with Mona today because right now we're in this new fraternity now where our sons were brutally beaten by police officers that were supposed to protect and serve. Now, as being mentioned, Memphis has set the blueprint on how things should be done.
Amen.
As he said, those 5 black officers were convicted, charged. They weren't convicted, but charged, terminated, and all of this done in 20 days.
20 days.
20 days. Now, we want to know why the same thing happened to Ronald Green, and why has those police officers have not been charged. We just don't understand how one case can
All right, you're just watching their event out of Louisiana with civil rights attorney Ben Crump, as the feed kind of freezing right now for us here on LiveNOW from Fox. Of course, we'll take you back out to that as soon as it reappears and gets rolling one more time. I do want to give you a few LiveNOW looks here. Andy Mack now on the desk. A LiveNOW look in Washington, D.C., the White House there, as well as the United States Capitol. It's been a busy couple hours here on LiveNOW from Fox. Lots of different feeds coming in from around the country on a variety of subjects. We'll be back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. A couple Live Now looks there out of California. That GOP debate coming up a little later on tonight. Of course, you can watch that right there on Fox Business as well. Certainly something we're going to continue to follow. Certainly also that potential government shutdown coming in on October the 1st. Doesn't seem like sides are getting any closer, and the market is continuing to react to that uncertainty, down about 270 some odd points here on this Wednesday. But we do see the feed now out of Louisiana kind of reappear as a civil rights attorney and others speaking at this podium. Let's listen in to it on Live now from Fox.
By state troopers in a matter of minutes. There's a lot of families here who knows of the hurt, knows of the pain, and they made it an effort to come here and show for us, because it's on us for us. There's a lot that needs to be done. We ask, I have to say, I am above grateful. The power of our legal team, Ben Crump, the firm, the muscles he has behind him, the muscles that stands behind us.
Amen.
We might be a small group, but don't be fooled by looks. There's power. We will get justice. I asked the DOJ, with what's going on, there's this investigation.
Yes.
This investigation in the state of Louisiana. And in spite of this, you still have killings going on within the state. That's being overlooked.
Come on now.
My son was killed and the cover-up happened immediately. We were told he died from a car wreck. And the lies have gone on. They tried to control the narrative to this very day. And I'm asking, Louisiana, you got to make this wrong or right. You got to fix this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona.
Ronald Reagan! Ronald Reagan! Ronald Reagan! Ronald Reagan! Put some respect on. Bow, bow, bow.
Thank you, Joseph. You know, we're going to hear from Ronald's sisters right now, but it is very important to note, Dr. Medina, that after Tyree Nichols was killed and the video was released, Kareem, you remember, the police chief came and said that it was important that we see swift justice so the community can have trust in the system, that it works fairly. And so we saw in those 20 days the termination, the charges, and the arrest. Because she said it had to be swift justice, because we have to have faith that it's going to work for everybody. Well, we want it to be swift justice, regardless if it's black police officers or white police officers who commit crimes on video.
Louisiana.
It should not be any different. Swift justice for all of our children, because all of them matter. And with that, we're going to have Deneen and Alana.
Who's got the power? We got the power. Who's got the power? We got the power. Who's got the power? We got the power. Power up! Big down.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Alana, the sister of Ronald Green. Today we're standing beside the Nichols family to demand justice for my brother, who was murdered for driving black. Yet another black innocent man who died at the hands of those who were sworn to protect and serve. The only difference in these bad apples were the officers happened to be black. The DOJ immediately prompted an investigation. They were
Take your time, baby.
They were fired, arrested, and jailed within a month. The 5 black officers received the proper charges, and I believe the next step will be a lifetime of conviction. But why we don't get the same results when it comes to 5 white officers? My brother was killed May the 10th, 2019, 4.5 years ago. Tomorrow would be his birthday. They were killers, they were accomplices, and still patrolling the streets as we speak, as if these types of killings are condoned, are required. So today, we are here at the state capitol to demand equal justice.
Equal justice.
Equal justice.
Equal justice.
For the murder of Ronald Green. Both men tried to come home safely that night to their families.
Yes.
They were not combative. Yet they were tased, they were tortured, they were punched, and some would say they got their bragging rights. Ronald Green was left with a broken sternum, broken ribs, head lacerations, black eyes, and he was returned to us with missing organs. I'm going to say that again because I don't think you heard me. He was returned with missing organs, aka hiding the evidence. So today I am announcing a state of emergency for the unjustified killing of black Americans nationwide. State of emergency. This is real. In 2023, we're still being lynched. We're still being killed. We're still being robbed at the hands of those who are supposed to protect and serve. This is no doubt a hate crime. This is no doubt a hate crime. Absolutely. The last I checked, being black was not a crime in America. So I encourage President Biden and Vice President Harris to demand justice for my brother, to implore the DOJ to step in and place proper charges on these officers. Fire them from the agency. These cops were rogue, they were thugs, and they were straight out murderers.
Yes. And dope heads.
Speak on it, Bill.
You know.
And the one thing that they should have done was promoted former state trooper Carl Cavalier, who stepped out. He was one of the good apples. He stepped out and he told the truth. And what did they do? They fired him. They wanted to pay him off.
With pennies.
But the devil is a liar. So to my new brother, Carl, I love you. And I thank you for doing the right thing and standing up for what's right. Your faithfulness will never go unnoticed. They harassed this man for doing the right thing, for exposing the corruption in LSP Troop F.
Wow.
In conclusion, if white lives matter,
why can't black lives?
If Asian lives matter,
LGBT.
Why are we looking over the killing of black and brown people?
Come on, that's what I'm talking about, sister.
Black lives matter. I don't care what you say. If black lives don't matter, nobody's lives matter. Say his name.
Ronald Green.
Say his name.
Ronald Green.
Say his name.
Ronald Green. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. Say his name. Ronald Green. Say his name. Ronald Green. Say his name. Ronald Green. Put some respect on it. Bow, bow, bow. Put some respect on it. Bow.
All right, you're just listening in there to those remarks taking place in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Of course, Attorney Ben Crump there as well. Let's take you out to just a live feed we see out of Capitol Hill. Mitch McConnell there at this podium. Let's listen into what he has to say.
Likely, more likely to happen in a shutdown than with the government open. So the Senate and the House are quite different, as you know. And I think in the Senate, we're going to continue to try to reach an agreement, pass it on a bipartisan basis, and hopefully keep the government open.
last year, during consideration of the Inflation Reduction Act, there was a discussion about whether or not there would be increased audits of people making less than $400,000, because you all recall the Democrats appropriated or funded $80 billion for new IRS agents, 87,000 new IRS agents, and at the time, Republicans offered an amendment led by Senator Crapo that would have forced the IRS not to increase audits on people making less than $400,000 per year. Every single Democrat voted against that amendment. And now we find out through the IRS watchdog that the IRS is not going to be able to adhere to the pledge that they made to ensure that people making under $400,000 a year aren't subject to increased audits. Under the guise of agility, they need agility in order to reach their funding goals for the IRS. Well, this is exactly what we suggested was going to happen. That ultimately all that money, all those new IRS agents, we're going to start auditing people making less than $400,000 a year. And it's another byproduct of Bidenomics. What have we gotten with Bidenomics? We got increased audits, you got higher interest rates, crippling inflation, lower buying power, and depleted savings accounts. That's what we get with Bidenomics. That's what the Inflation Reduction Act ultimately has yielded in terms of an outcome and a result, which many of us predicted. The work before us, obviously, this week, as the leader pointed out, is to try and make sure we get the government funded so that we can get a normal appropriations process going where we can have the big policy and funding debates that we should be having through normal appropriation bill debates, where not just members of the Appropriations Committee, but also of our entire caucus have an opportunity through the amendment process to have their voices heard.
Well, the government is on the verge of a shutdown, and the government is currently being operated using the bloated budget of Pelosi and Schumer and Biden from last year, with lots of wasteful Washington spending in it. The American people deserve better. They deserve a government that is open and that works for them. They deserve a government that is open and a border that is closed, which is why Republicans will be working on amendments on what we're dealing with on the floor now that will stop the flow of illegal immigrants coming into this country and stop the flow of illegal drugs that are doing so much damage to the people of this country. But the public deserves a Congress that provides a check on this out-of-control administration and the agenda that's coming out of the Biden administration. The way to do that is to pass 12 appropriations bills. We have a responsibility to do that. And that's why I'm such a proponent of the Prevent Government Shutdowns Act. I have continually co-sponsored this every time over the last 3 Congresses. Simply speaking, this holds the public harmless. And it holds Washington here, Republicans, Democrats, House and Senate here, working day after day, 7 days a week, to get all the appropriation bills done, and they can work on nothing else until that happens. This is set up to put the pressure and the punishment on the politicians, not on the public. We need to pass the Prevent Government Shutdowns Act. We need to do it now. That's the way to prevent government shutdowns permanently.
Well, harvest is in full swing back home in Iowa, and on Monday as I was driving up to the airport, I go through all of these wonderful communities lined with soybean fields, corn fields, and some of the fondest memories that I have as a little girl in southwest Iowa was always riding in the tractor or the combine with my dad or my uncle or my grandpa. And, you know, Iowans are working really, really hard. And it's such a different position than what we see here in Washington, D.C., where yet once again Congress as a body is not able to get its work done. And I think folks here in Washington could really learn a lot from our hardworking Iowans. And so this last Friday, I tried something new, and I brought a lot of these Washington, D.C. agencies out to Iowa for my first ever Entrepreneur Expo, where we connected small businesses and individuals from the great state of Iowa with those in government agencies to learn about contracting opportunities. We really want to develop our small businesses in Iowa and, again, give them the shot at providing government, our federal government, with their next best idea.
Well, we saw the startling numbers, I think, from the August immigration. I talked about that illegal immigration. I talked about that last week. But this week, I also realized as I went to see what's called the Martinsburg Initiative in Martinsburg, West Virginia, where it's an all-hands-on-deck preventative initiative to fight addiction and the addiction crisis. The numbers that were released, 111,000 Americans lost their lives to fentanyl overdoses last year. My state of West Virginia, per population, unfortunately leads that statistics, and our statistics went up 4.5% in terms of the number of lives that we lost. So as we look at this potential for a government shutdown, if we look at the alarming numbers at the border, what we're faced with is what the leader says. We're faced with asking our Border Patrol agents who are totally overrun, we're asking them to do more now, but now we could be asking them, or they could be asked to work and not receive a paycheck. And so what happens? What happens to all these fentanyl deaths and the fentanyl coming over when we have a workforce that's overstretched and has to stop 224,000 illegals coming through? The drugs flood through and kill our Americans and our young people and our sons and daughters. And it's just a human crisis that we have here. So we got to keep the government running. We've got to pay and figure out a way to enforce the border. I think it would be a great place to put it on a CR to have more border protection. I'm absolutely for that. But at this point right now, 77% of the American people do not believe we should shut the government down, and I'm in that 77%. It impacts not only on the border, but also on those who are suffering from addiction and having issues with the flow of fentanyl that are coming across our border. Thank you.
All right, you're just listening in there to several senators on the GOP side discuss that potential shutdown. Let's take you now out to Largo, Florida, as the police chief talking about this shooting there taking place in an auto repair shop. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox. They might be doing a mic check, but this might be the official update.
And once they got on scene, we located 2 individuals that had been shot, had gunshot wounds. Several other individuals that were employees from the business fled from the area, but there were 2 victims of gunshot wounds remaining on scene. Officers cleared the building, attended first aid to those victims, those 2 gunshot victims. Ultimately, those 2 were transported to area hospitals. Not really commenting on the status of their injuries at this time because it's such a fresh scene. We are confident, however, that one of the shooters or one of the people that we've addressed and taken to the hospital is in fact the shooter. Our concern for the general welfare of the community is very limited. We don't have any concern. We're confident it's an isolated incident at this point. I can answer any questions you may have. Just be aware it's an active investigation. It's fairly fresh. We just ended clearing the scene, so I'll answer what I can.
Why are you so confident that one of those is the shooter?
We've done a preliminary investigation right now. We've talked to some of the employees that came out, some of the witnesses that were in the area, based on how they identified the aggressor in this incident, and being familiar with the 2 persons that were shot, we're confident that that was one of those shooters.
Do you know a motive? Why did this person do this?
We don't have any motive at this time.
We had heard it maybe the manager that was shot. Did we say that?
I'm not giving any information out we don't want to give any information out as far as any gunshot victim until we're 110% sure, and we just want to make sure. Both were male.
So they both had weapons then?
I can't even tell you that.
2 people shot?
There were 2 people shot. We found at least 2 firearms on scene. They were on the ground. But as far as who shot, how many times any individual shot, or how many people shot, we don't know. It's too early to tell.
If you guys don't have any other questions, that'll be it.
I don't, just being honest with you guys, I don't think there's going to be another press release tonight. There's really not that much more information that we can glean out. As you can tell, it's an active investigation. It's going to take a while to process the scene, get in, find out if we have cameras, and talk to more witnesses. So I would foresee that this would be it for the evening. If we do find any more additional information, we'll put it out via media alert.
Is there any indication the shooter knew anybody there or the person that was shot?
We don't know. We don't know the correlation or the relationship between the shooter and the business or the shooter and any of the people in the business. We don't know yet.
But one of the other person that was shot once here?
We're confident that one of them was the aggressive person that came in shooting, and one of the people that were shot was an employee of the business. Yes.
Is this the first time something like this has happened in this particular area?
As far as a shooter in a business like this, I can't recall of one. And I would like to just add real quick, for the public safety partners in Pinellas County, we had the Sheriff's Office, Clearwater PD, Largo Fire, Sunstar EMS. We had a multitude of different factions of public safety respond immediately to this call. So it was a joint effort, and I appreciate all the assistance from the other public safety agencies.
Can we say do we know who shot the shooter?
No, we don't know yet.
But it wasn't a police officer.
There were no rounds fired by police. It's hard to tell. It's a big business, and there's a lot of and a big parking lot. So no, we're confident that one of the parties involved that were shot is the suspect, and there's no other concern for the area, the community.
Do you know how long this will be blocked off? When do you expect traffic to be?
The roadway should be clear now. I think they have one lane blocked off right now. I guess an hour, but I can't hold me to it. As soon as they feel comfortable enough to move the scene inward and off the street, so to know that the street's not part of the crime scene.
Is like the intersection down there that Culbertson, is that open now too?
I believe it's open.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you're just listening in there to officials in Florida talk about this shooting that took place at that auto repair shop. Of course, 2 people injured, potentially one being the suspect who is now in custody. They said the police did not fire any rounds. They're still not sure about the correlation between the potential shooter and the place of business, but they do say that one of those persons injured was an employee. So that's what we're following there out of Largo, Florida. I'm Andy Mack. We'll be back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Sorry about those technical glitches here. Certainly, we're doing quite a bit here up on our studio taking place there, monitoring all of the feeds from around the country. And of course, we're also monitoring what's going on with the stock market there. It is slowly gaining some ground on a huge loss earlier today, down about 300 or so points, but certainly just down about less than 100 right now here on Live Now from Fox. And potentially that has to do with the potential government shutdown, as the House and Senate, they could be past the point of no return to avert a government shutdown by early Sunday morning. For more on this, let's go out to Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, who has the latest from Washington, D.C.
The House and Senate appear to be talking past one another in an effort to avoid a government shutdown. A bipartisan bill to fund the government for 45 days got 77 votes in the Senate on Tuesday night. But critics of the bill are stalling, meaning senators won't be able to pass it until Saturday, just hours before funding is about to expire. But that bill is likely dead on arrival in the House because it contains funding for Ukraine. House Republicans want to see those funds used to secure the southern border, and some are willing to shut down the government to make it happen.
All House Republicans are saying is that we want to keep the government open, but this administration has to start caring about our southern border crisis.
And then there are Republicans who oppose the idea of a short-term spending bill, saying it should be all or nothing when it comes to passing the federal budget.
It's doing away with our duties. We got one thing to do is pass a budget. All 50 states do it. Most families do it. Yet the United States Congress is so dysfunctional, they refuse to do it.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy now says he wants a meeting with President Biden to discuss the border provisions in the continuing resolution. But it won't matter if Republicans in the House can't align their bill with Democrats in the Senate.
If they want to put and focus on Ukraine and not focus on the southern border, I think their priorities are backwards.
McCarthy says he'll bring up the short-term spending bill on Friday, even if it doesn't have the votes to pass. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that. And of course, we did hear from GOP senators like Mitch McConnell just a little bit ago, and we do see now at the podium some Democratic senators. Let's slide away from a break real quick and then get into this press conference from the beginning. All right, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Let's discuss more about that potential government shutdown coming up in just a few days. And like so many have said, it is, and it feels almost inevitable. We've heard from Republican senators. Now let's hear from the other side of the aisle. including Chuck Schumer. Let's listen into this press conference on Capitol Hill.
Here, I want to thank you for coming, and of course, a special thanks to my friend, colleague, Senator Murray, for joining us here today. Thank you. As you know, yesterday afternoon, thanks to the hard work of so many, but especially Chairman Murray, we reached a bipartisan agreement on a CR that will keep the government open through November 17th, maintain our commitment to Ukraine, ensure those impacted by natural disasters across the country get the resources they need, and continue funding at last year's level. Though the bill doesn't have everything either side wants, it's a bridge CR. That's what we call it, a bridge. A bridge to getting the things we do want in November. And that is really important. Last night, the agreement passed. It was a great vote. It was a tribute to the Senate. It was a tribute not only to Patty and me, but to Susan Collins and Mitch McConnell and the other Republicans as well. And that strong bipartisan vote says the Senate will now move forward, adopt the motion to proceed tomorrow, absent an agreement to do it sooner, and keep the government open. Unfortunately, that is not happening in the House. Republicans appear to be taking the opposite path, a path headed to shutdown. It's great to be here. I want to thank partisan CR that has no chance of becoming law. Why? Is he trying to help the country, or is he simply trying to appease the 30 most extreme members of his caucus? Because the same MAGA Republicans that the Speaker seeks to satisfy, the same members who seem happy to shut down the government, have already rejected his plan to avoid one. This is not an impossible puzzle to solve. The solution remains clear. Speaker McCarthy needs to stop letting the MAGA radicals drive his decisions and do the obvious and sensible thing. Follow the Senate's lead and pass a bipartisan CR to prevent this reckless shutdown. We hope he will come to his senses and emulate what we are doing. Bipartisan, bipartisan, bipartisan. It's the only way to avoid a shutdown. If MAGA Republicans get their way, the dangers for this country will be great. Extremism will dominate. The ultra-wealthy will be empowered. Working families will suffer. And women's health care will be even more curtailed. We in the Senate don't want to go down that troubling road. The Speaker should resist the 30 or so Republicans who want to drag us in that direction, and he can do it by giving bipartisanship a chance, just as we are doing in the Senate. Senator Murray.
Thank you. I have been working around the clock with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, along with my leader, to put together a serious, straightforward, and bipartisan continuing resolution. Because, as I've been saying, there is absolutely no reason for a shutdown. And we showed that yesterday by voting overwhelmingly last night to move forward with this legislation. Let us be clear, this is a bipartisan bill that we wrote to make sure it could pass the Senate, pass the House, as long as it was brought up for a vote. And we wrote it so we could begin to address the urgent issues facing our country and avoid a reckless government shutdown while we work to pass our 12 bipartisan appropriations bills here in the Senate. This package addresses major bipartisan priorities so Congress can continue support for disaster relief efforts and for our allies in Ukraine. It will prevent a pay cut for our heroic wildland firefighters. It will avoid chaos and furloughs for air traffic controllers and community health centers and more. This is a meticulously negotiated bipartisan bill that can be signed into law as soon as it's passed. And if any senator or extremists in the House wants to force a shutdown, make no mistake, working Americans will pay the price. And by the way, a shutdown will be far more costly than simply keeping the government open. Not only would a shutdown be devastating for our economy and jeopardize our credit, it will also cut off paychecks for our military, for our border officials who are stopping fentanyl, our firefighters, and so many other public servants who are counting on that paycheck that they earned to make ends meet. Not to mention the millions of contractors who work with government agencies as well. A needless shutdown would cut off parents and kids from childcare they rely on through Head Start, patients from NIH trials and community health centers, small businesses, farmers from loans they need to get by, and that's just the tip of an iceberg. So let's be clear, the most expensive outcome here is a government shutdown. Now, I get there are still a few senators who don't care for what's in this bill. You can never make anyone happy, but there is no reason for any senator to weaponize Senate procedures and force a totally unnecessary shutdown. And there is no reason for the House to not take up this bill either. If you don't like the bill, vote no. Every single one of us has been in that position before. But do not force the entire country into a shutdown that will cost billions of dollars, undermine our economy, undermine our national security, and hurt families just because you disagree with the vast majority of your colleagues. That is not a serious way to govern. It is not responsible. You know who's rooting for a United States government shutdown right now? Putin and the Chinese Communist Party. It is time for every member of Congress to step up and show some leadership. There is no reason we should not be able to pass this bill and avert a government shutdown. None. So let's get it done. Thank you very much.
No. Okay, I just want to say a word about the Menendez indictment before I take questions. Like you, I was just deeply disappointed, disturbed when I read the indictment. Look, I've known Senator Menendez a very long time, and it was truly, truly upsetting. But we all know that for senators, there's a much, much higher standard. And clearly, when you read the indictment, Senator Menendez fell way, way below that standard. Tomorrow, he will address the Democratic caucus, and we'll see what happens after that.
Should he step aside? Should he resign?
As I said, tomorrow he will address our caucus, and we'll see what will happen after that.
On the government funding bill, you've got 77 votes for this bill here.
Would have been 80 with everyone there.
Okay. High vote total. That said, it's obvious that the House can't accommodate this bill. Now, that's a high vote total here. Should you guys continue down that path if this is not going to become law? I mean, Senator Tiller suggested this.
Look, the bottom line is if they put our bill on the floor, it would pass. It would pass. And so we just hope that Senator McCarthy understands, learns from the Senate example, that you can't do this in a partisan way. We're waiting for a bipartisan approach to come from Speaker McCarthy. If he doesn't come with a bipartisan approach, if he continues the partisanship, he's going to cause a shutdown. He knows that. Yes.
To get this CR through the Senate, are you willing to negotiate an amendment on border security, adding language on border security?
Look, I'm not going to speculate on any specific amendment. All I can say is everything to keep this going in the good way it's been done, everything has to be done bipartisan. Everything. Yes.
Mr. Leader, have you talked at all to Mr. Jeffries about a discharge petition or something they can send over to you?
I've talked to Leader Jeffries 2 or 3 times a day, and we're figuring out the best strategy to get the House to behave in a bipartisan manner. No, last question. Last question.
How do you feel about Speaker McCarthy's criticism that the Senate has not moved on any of its appropriation bills in terms of passing them?
He ought to be focusing on the CR and not shutting down the government, instead of just playing complete obeisance to the hard right in a partisan way that will lead to a shutdown.
Is the CR out of the question?
All right, you're just listening in there to Chuck Schumer and other senators discuss that possible shutdown, also talking about The Senator Menendez as well, pleading not guilty earlier today. We're following that very, very closely as well. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take our final 2-minute break of this hour. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox as we approach the top of the hour on the West Coast, just about noon, and then 3 o'clock on the East Coast. Let's take you right back out to Capitol Hill as we're hearing and listening into a Senate Intelligence Committee hearing on China's influence in the U.S. with a former FBI counterintelligence official, among others. Let's listen into this on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My remarks focus on the media dimensions of the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP's, influence operations targeting the United States. They draw on the U.S. chapter of Freedom House's Beijing's Global Media Influence Study, which covered 30 countries across 6 regions. The CCP and its proxies influence media and information abroad in complex and multifaceted ways. These extend beyond simple propaganda or overt public diplomacy. Rather, they involve elements that are covert, coercive, or corrupting. In particular, we identified 5 categories of tactics: propaganda, disinformation, censorship and intimidation, control over content distribution infrastructure, and attempts to export the CCP's model of information control. Our research found that the United States faces a very high degree of media influence efforts from Beijing, in fact, second after only Taiwan, reflecting the large arsenal of tactics being deployed. Thankfully, the United States also displayed a very high degree of local response and resilience, earning it an overall status of resilient. In my time today, I'd like to focus on 5 aspects of this phenomenon. 1, Beijing-backed content is appearing in mainstream U.S. media. This is the most significant avenue through which Chinese state-produced content reaches large American audiences, typically through content sharing agreements, partnerships with local mainstream media, or op-eds and television appearances by Chinese diplomats. For example, FARA filings show that from 2019 to 2021, state-run China Daily paid print and online publications at least $7 million to insert their content alongside other news items. The clarity of labeling attached to such content is inconsistent and in some cases entirely absent. 2, covert tactics and disinformation campaigns are being deployed on social media. China-linked actors have attempted to pay otherwise unaffiliated social media influencers in the United States to broadcast pro-Beijing content on topics ranging from conditions in Xinjiang to, quote, saying good things about U.S.-China relations, to claims that COVID-19 originated in the U.S. deer population. Moreover, coordinated disinformation campaigns linked to China and targeting U.S. audiences are becoming more frequent and sophisticated. PRC-linked actors are experimenting with new strategies across dozens of platforms, not only regarding rights violations in China, but also domestic politics in the United States. New tactics include use of generative artificial intelligence to create images of fake news anchors, recruiting unwitting Americans to produce content, and deploying multiple layers of content laundering to obscure the CCP-linked origins. Evidence suggests these campaigns are increasing in reach, engagement, and effectiveness in some cases. 3, the use of coercive tactics is growing. Since 2019, Chinese officials and other pro-Beijing actors have aggressively restricted foreign correspondents in China, retaliated against families of US-based journalists, and launched intrusive cyber attacks against major news outlets. Pro-CCP trolls have viciously attacked ethnic Chinese journalists working for US media, especially women. More indirectly, there have been isolated instances of corporate pressure on journalists that induce censorship coming from executives, as media companies fear that certain reporting could damage their ability to reach audiences in China. 4, CCP proxies are attempting to co-opt US elites to spread Beijing's messages. One especially active proxy is the innocuously named China-US Exchange Foundation, or CUSEF. CUSEF is widely viewed as belonging to the CCP's United Front work targeting the United States. It has taken at least 127 US journalists from 40 outlets to China since 2009. Another CUSEF-funded initiative since 2017 has targeted, quote, key opinion leaders in African American communities. Pro-Beijing narratives also enter the U.S. media landscape through friendly local commentators, politicians, and former officials, especially at the subnational level. In some cases, also in collaboration with CUSEF or with its funding. And 5, Beijing's influence over Chinese diaspora media is greater than many appreciate. This is especially true in the television sector and via the WeChat app owned by Chinese tech giant Tencent. WeChat is used by millions of Americans to maintain contact with people in China. Yet clear evidence exists of Beijing-aligned censorship or surveillance of these users. American news outlets and civic groups critical of the CCP, such as Radio Free Asia or Freedom House for that matter, are excluded from opening official accounts to reach WeChat audiences with their content in Chinese. Some Chinese Americans, both political dissidents and average users, have been censored for sharing content that is critical of the CCP. To conclude, the CCP's activities to influence U.S. media are likely to increase in the coming years, including in the form of social media manipulation campaigns surrounding the 2024 elections. The good news is that momentum is on democracy's side, but there is still much work to be done. Thank you.
Chairman Warner, Vice Chair Rubio, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify today to discuss the malign foreign influence and transnational repression of the People's Republic of China. I appeared before this committee many times when I was an executive in the FBI, and I always have respected your efforts to both enlighten the American people and arm the government and private sector with the information and tools they need to make the sound decisions and protect their most valuable assets, ideas, and people. That was a priority for me as well when I worked at the FBI, and now providing clarity and confidence to American businesses is a critical goal in my new role at Premier. References to China throughout my remarks today refer to the Chinese government, which is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. I do not believe, nor does the FBI, that the Chinese people are our adversary, and we certainly do not believe the Chinese Americans are a risk. To the contrary, they are at risk. Chinese Americans are often the targets of the Chinese government's harassment, and they deserve all the protections the U.S. Constitution affords them. The Chinese government, run by the Chinese Communist Party, is a threat to the American way of life. The Chinese Communist Party pursues every possible avenue to destroy our free and fair society, challenging international norms, stealing our innovation and jobs, and eschewing transparency, fairness, and reciprocity in its attempts to undermine the United States. China is engaged in a broad, diverse campaign to influence U.S. society and our leaders, to force alignment with Chinese economic and policy interests, and ensure the stability of its own political system. When those influence efforts are subversive, undeclared, coercive, or criminal, they fall into the category of malign foreign influence. And when the PRC government uses threats to achieve their influence goals, they are engaging in transnational repression, a term used to describe actions by foreign governments to silence, intimidate, harass, and even kidnap or murder dissidents who dare to criticize them. China's approach to influence in the United States is to target broadly and use multiple vectors to achieve their goals. Their efforts to influence are directed not only at the federal government. The Chinese government has found subnational level influence to be a successful tool in their effort to manipulate the environment to their advantage. Subnational leaders are often more focused on things such as job creation, capital investment, and cultural exchanges, and less attuned to the methods of Chinese political influence operations. Countering malign foreign influence and transnational repression are among the highest priorities of the FBI and the United States government. And the FBI leads the effort in three ways. First, through active and innovative investigations and robust intelligence collection, the FBI neutralizes threats and imposes consequences on those who would do us harm. China-related investigations now make up approximately 50% of all counterintelligence work, well over 2,000 active investigations, which is equal to the threat from all other countries combined. Second, partnerships are a hallmark of the FBI's work, and counterintelligence is no different. United States government agencies must collaborate and coordinate efforts to achieve a whole-of-government response to the whole-of-government attack from the government of China. Next week, the National Counterintelligence Task Force will celebrate its 4th anniversary, and the Foreign Influence Task Force its 6th anniversary. Those multi-agency teams use the capabilities, authorities, and resources of nearly 50 agencies to achieve strategic objectives. These collaborative efforts must continue to be supported and expanded if we are to be successful. And third, the FBI has increased intelligence sharing and its engagement with the public and private sectors. The American public needs to know how they can be targeted and manipulated so they can recognize influence efforts and insist on transparency and reciprocity in their interactions with China. If a silver lining is to be found in the Chinese spy balloon episode from earlier this year, is that the American public could look up in the sky and see for themselves that the Chinese government is spying on them. And while a spy balloon is visible evidence, the threats from malign foreign influence, transnational repression, and economic espionage are often hidden. This hearing is one important way to enlighten the American people and make them more resilient to all the threats posed by China. Thank you again for having me. I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you all for your testimony, and I think brought out some very important points. Alan, I actually want to start with you, and Dr. Tifford made mention of this as well. I think Ms. Cook did, at least in passing. You come out of the FBI, you had monitored a lot of the efforts, like hate crimes and other things that took place in recent years against Asian Americans, and in particular Chinese Americans. Can you give us a little more flavor of that, of how the diaspora community, in many ways, not simply through discriminatory actions unfounded, but frankly by the MSS and the established Chinese spy networks, preys upon that diaspora? I'd love to hear from all of you on that.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. Maybe I'll start with a quick story. After a recent arrest of a transnational repression actor, the FBI goes out and we do our normal interviews of coworkers and people in the community. And the response we got was essentially, "What took you so long?" And that was a heartbreaking thing to hear for an agency that prides itself on protecting the American people. And really what that meant was one of three things to us. It was one, either the community didn't know who to call. Two, they were afraid to call us because they were intimidated by the FBI. Or three, they were intimidated by what the Chinese government's reaction would be. And all three of those have to be efforts that the FBI redoubles its efforts to engage and make better. And it's also an effort that the entire U.S. government needs to support what the Bureau is doing, but also find ways to reach out to these most affected communities to make them feel safe to identify and report these problems and realize that they're not going to feel retribution from the United States government or the Chinese government.
Want to add to that?
Right. Let me begin my answer with that, talking about U.S. campuses, universities in particular, protecting ethnic Chinese students of all origins, not just those from China, but from the Chinese diaspora around the world who happen to be on our campuses, is critical to allowing us to deliver exactly the same education that we aspire to deliver to American students, to everyone. There's an incident from 2019 that comes to mind. You'll recall at this moment in time, many American hotel chains and airlines were under pressure from the Chinese government to remove Taiwan's designation as a country from their websites and to refer to it as a territory of China. This played out on U.S. campuses where offices of international students would often break down the number of international students that were present on their campuses from countries around the world by jurisdiction. And at one campus I have in mind, Taiwan was listed as a country along with China. There was an organized effort by Chinese students on that campus from the PRC to petition that university to remove Taiwan's designation as a country and to list it under China. Taiwanese students on campus did not share that perspective, and within Chinese language private social media channels, an extremely vituperative and unpleasant situation unfolded in which Taiwanese students on campus felt threatened and unsafe. This was raised with local university administration, who, because their due process procedures on campus required an open hearing in which the Taiwanese students would have confronted the PRC students implicated with saying some extremely threatening things to them, they felt they couldn't do that and pursue it, and so the matter was dropped. They didn't have the cover necessary. So that's one instance in which Taiwanese students felt marginalized and threatened by PRC students over the larger political environment. Same thing affects disruptions in the classroom, but within the Chinese diaspora, especially in the business community, the effect of United Front activity is felt acutely in that firms, business people who are pro-CCP are rewarded with business. If you run a newspaper, for example, and Chinese language media in the United States has felt this acutely, expressing positions that vary in any way from the PRC's talking points, you'll get punishment. Your advertisers will dry up. You'll lose business opportunities in China. They use the economic lever as a form of social control. And this has changed the landscape of Chinese language media in the U.S.
Do you want to add? Mike.
One thing I would say is if you look at the different, really to the credit of the FBI's work, looking at these transnational repression cases, you see the gamut of the parts of the diaspora community that are targeted. One will be about Hong Kong. One will be about practitioners of Falun Gong. Another will be the same person, and they're running on a police station that's affecting this group. Another is somebody who's a political dissident from, related to Tiananmen. Another is somebody trying to run as a candidate in Congress who's critical of the CCP. So I think there's diversity within the community, but there's also the broad targeting of all of these different parts, sometimes different parts of the Chinese apparatus. The other thing I would say is that a group of Chinese Americans got together and actually filed a lawsuit in California against Tencent regarding the WeChat app. And honestly, looking at the stories of the plaintiffs, it's just really heartbreaking because people's livelihoods were ruined. They would be using this app to have, a business, and people would come and they share some cartoon about Xi Jinping. And one of the things I'll just read briefly from that is that that the people filing it talked about how WeChat users describe living.
All right, you're just listening into the Senate Intelligence Committee hearing there on China's influence on the U.S. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we have a busy day. I want to give you a few Live Now looks, including out of Atlanta, Georgia, that apartment fire crews continuing to battle that. Also coming up a little later on tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, you can watch that second GOP debate. You can watch it on Fox Business, of course, as well. Also, a live look in, I believe maybe a tape playback look of President Biden in San Francisco. We'll have much more on President Biden, a potential government shutdown, and also the crisis at the border. That and much more coming up on Live Now from Fox. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. And there's been a lot of discussion around a potential government shutdown that is looming, but also about the crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border. And certainly those two things certainly overlap. I do want to put up a tweet right now from the representative out of Texas, Monica de la Cruz, saying, while our border undergoes the crisis, we must ensure our border agents are being paid during a potential government shutdown. As she's introduced the Pay Our Border Patrol and Custom Agents Act to ensure that U.S. Customs and Border Patrol protection agents working during a potential government shutdown are paid. So certainly a very important topic here on Live Now from Fox. And we do want to bring in the Congresswoman out of Texas, Monica de la Cruz. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Give me a little bit of a breakdown on this legislation and why it was so important for you to bring it forward.
Well, I am passionate about border security because our border security means our national security. Our Border Patrol and custom agents are fighting the fight at our borders with thousands upon thousands of illegal immigrants crossing our border. In fact, in the last 5 days, we have had 50,000 illegal immigrants cross our border in 5 short days. It's our brave Border Patrol men and women that are on the front lines. It is not their fault that we are in capital chaos trying to deal with these appropriations in Washington, D.C. They're still going to show up. They're going to do our job of protecting our communities. So we need to do our job and protect them by making sure that they get paid during this time.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of discussions about different things, continuing resolutions, different amendments there. But maybe how much support have you heard from some of your colleagues about this, and maybe how possible and what path forward would it need to pass?
Well, we just barely introduced this piece of legislation, and already we have received overwhelming support and bipartisan support, even from my colleague, Henry Cuellar, who has the district right next to mine. You cannot hide the historic amount of illegal immigration, drugs that are crossing our borders, the sex trafficking. It is undeniable by both sides of the border. So I'm very pleased with the amount of support that we've gotten. And McCarthy has even reached out to our office with interest. We want to get this to the floor as quickly as possible to make sure that we take care of the Border Patrol and custom agents that are taking care of us.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, because obviously Speaker McCarthy kind of sets the table in the House as the speaker right there. And he also said that he potentially wants to talk with Biden. Is this potentially a part of that conversation with Speaker McCarthy, as he hopes to talk with Biden about funding the government, but also securing the border?
Speaker McCarthy has said over and over again that he supports securing our border and cleaning up Biden's border disaster. Everybody in our conference is on the same page. We are going to do what the Democrats have failed to do, which is secure our border. And we're going to use this opportunity to do that. And that's why when we put out the appropriations that include border security, I will vote yes.
Of course, of course. And certainly you moving this forward potentially says that there might be a government shutdown. Maybe how inevitable is it in your eyes to maybe have this happen on October the 1st?
Well, I can tell you this, that the media has doubted several times that we can get the ball over the finish line. And you know what? We've been able to deliver. We delivered on H.R. 2, which was securing the Border Act. We delivered that with a very, very small minority. We also delivered with the Limit, Save, Grow, which again, with a very small majority. And so when the media doubts us, guess what? We rise even higher. So I know that we're working right now very hard to make sure that there will not be a shutdown.
Yeah, of course. And of course, you're bringing this legislation forward to pay Border Patrol agents, but also are you also working on a maybe potential continuing resolution? And would you be in favor of that to fund the government and avoid a shutdown on October the 1st?
I would support a continuing resolution to avoid a shutdown. I think, as you mentioned, this makes people nervous, just us talking about it. And so I want to make sure that we bring peace to people, that they know that their congressmen and women are working hard for them. We're going to come to a resolution, and I would support a CR if it was put on the table, as long as it includes border security.
Yeah, of course, that is a big point there for a lot of your colleagues as well. But obviously, the district there you represent in Texas, it kind of spans kind of vertically from San Antonio down to almost Brownsville, the area there. Give me a sense of what you're seeing in your district in terms of this crisis taking place there at the U.S.-Mexico border and then beyond.
We're seeing a crisis of epic proportions that is affecting not only our Border Patrol and custom agents, but it's affecting our communities by clogging up the healthcare system. It's also clogging up our local law enforcement, where they have to support our Border Patrol and custom agents because of the incredible amount of numbers of illegal immigrants that are passing through our borders. Now, I'm very blessed to represent one of the safest communities, McAllen in Edinburgh, Texas. But guess what? We're taking these illegal immigrants and we're spreading them out to places like New York City, where they're saying it is a disaster. Even Democratic community leaders are saying this is a disaster. Secure our border now.
Yeah, something certainly likely needs to be done about this. Representative there, Monica De La Cruz, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and introducing this legislation. Of course, we will continue to follow that, potentially a CR like we talked about, and potentially your support, but obviously involving border security. But thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. A good conversation there with lawmakers there as they try to avoid a potential shutdown, but also secure the border. So certainly two very important topics that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take you out to San Francisco. Of course, this man, the president, Joe Biden, there after visiting the UAW strike yesterday. Speaker McCarthy saying he wants to meet with Biden about border security and potentially funding the government. We'll see if that comes to fruition. I'm Andy Mack. We'll be back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. A live look there in California as we await that second GOP debate coming up at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. You can watch on Fox Business. Of course, the stage there being set, a lot of discussions around border security, which we just spoke with Representative Monica De La Cruz, the Republican out of Texas. So certainly something we're going to continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take you right now out to San Francisco. On the other side, President Biden there meeting with the Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. Let's listen in to what he has to say in California on the West Coast.
In terms of people's confidence in things they're not sure about. And one of those areas, you saw what happened with regard to the crisis, health crisis we had that lost well over 1 million people. And as time began to move on, you had more and more voices saying, no, 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 you don't need to get that shot. You don't need to be engaged. You don't need to. And we have a new strain of COVID now, and we have answers for it. But I just would urge those in public life, and both political parties or no political party, to be cautious about sometimes inflammatory things you say about this, because people's lives are at stake. And the last piece was when I was vice president, for a slightly different reason, I spent a lot of time going between rural areas and urban areas. And one of the things that you're going to talk about here is the healthcare workers reflecting the community. We need not only to have more focus on rural communities and rural hospitals in order to get the kind of care and attention they need, but we need to have people from those communities to be the ones who are trained and engaged in that effort. And I think that, again, Arthur raised that with me this morning. I can't tell you how certain I am that that is necessary, and I'm not a scientist. It matters. It matters who you go to, and do you trust what they're doing? Do you think they know what they're talking about? And so, Dr. Zuber, thank you. I'm really looking forward to this discussion. And this group represents some of the top minds in America. And that's, again, not hyperbole, that's a fact. I've often said America's the only nation in the world that can be defined by one word. I spent a lot of time with Xi Jinping when I was vice president and subsequent to that. And he once asked me in the Tibetan Plateau, could I define America for him? And I mean it sincerely, not a joke. I said, yes, one word, possibilities. We've always believed anything is possible if we set our mind to it. Possibilities. And science and technology allow us to unlock the potential as a nation and meet the challenges of our time with some sense of urgency and purpose. I can't emphasize the word urgency too much. I'd hate like hell 3 generations now to look back on this period where we had the potential tools to explore and increase significantly our ability to help. And we somehow messed it up. No, I mean it sincerely. I'm sorry to talk so plainly, but I think that's what it gets down to in many cases. So I'm looking forward to discussing actions that were taken on 2 priorities: AI, artificial intelligence, and expanding high-quality health care for every American, no matter where they're quartered, where they live, what their background is. You know, as we just heard, AI has the potential to transform research, and I'm looking forward to learning much more today. And by the way, I'm not joking. My latest 2 trips around the world, not figuratively, literally around the world, to meet with other world leaders. Well, I wouldn't say everyone. I can't think of anybody who did, but I'm sure there was some world leader who didn't ask me. They wanted to talk about our leadership in artificial intelligence and what the meetings I've conducted already around tables similar to this with the 10, 12 major initiators in AI. And the vast differences exist among them in terms of what potential it has, what dangers there are. And so, you know, I have a keen interest in AI and convene key experts on how to harness the power of artificial intelligence for good, while protecting people from the profound risk it also presents. We can't kid ourselves. There's profound risk if we don't do it well. And the United States is committed to that goal, and we're going to work with world leaders to achieve it, including British Prime Minister Sunak and others that they want to do more together with us. And I want to thanks to our administration's 15 American technology companies have already begun to implement voluntary commitments to help ensure that AI technology is safe, secure, and trustworthy before it's released to the public. That includes extensive independent safety testing. That includes water marking and identifying images that have been generated by AI. And to state the obvious, AI extends beyond health and security issues. I applaud the tentative resolution from the writer's strike, for example, not here, in California and Los Angeles, including assurances on how the use of AI will occur. This fall, I'm going to take executive action, and my administration is going to continue to work with bipartisan legislation so America leads the way toward responsible AI innovation. We're also taking action to ensure our loved ones have access to high-quality health care, starting with the PCAST report you released on strengthening patient safety. I made very brief reference to it at the beginning, but it is really, really critical. And today I'm announcing major investments in patient safety, from ARPA-H to develop antibiotics and to fight deadly drug-resistant bacteria and save lives. Think of that. We're talking about the potential for antibiotics to be used to deal with, anyway, when I start reading your reports, I think to myself, my Lord, what an incredible era we're about to go through. But it has to be done well. And so finding and implementing solutions to reduce medical errors and other problems for patients' experiences when hospitalized is going to improve health outcomes and protect our loved ones as well. And Joe Chiani knows a lot about that, been working with it a long, long time. My administration is committed to ensuring every American receives high-quality care they deserve in every community, urban, rural, suburban, tribal, and it varies. Think about it. I say the public may be listening. Think about whether or not who you go to and how much you trust that doc is going to impact on whether you follow the instructions. I mean it. It's a very basic human nature elements. And that's why having people from, quote, the neighborhood makes a big difference, I think. And so it's going to reduce medical errors and other problems patients face when they're hospitalized. And I believe it's going to improve outcomes and protect the people we love. My administration is committed to ensuring every American receives high-quality care they deserve in every community, as I said. And ultimately, it's all about dignity. It's all about dignity. The actions we take together are going to help protect people's health. They're going to promote innovation. And we're going to win the economic competition of the 21st century, in my humble opinion. And I'll just say, if we have a government shutdown, a lot of vital work in science and health could be impacted, from cancer research to food safety. So the American people need our Republican friends in the House of Representatives to do their job, fund the government. We got a lot to discuss, so let's get this meeting started. I'd rather hear from you than me. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you think the government shutdown is inevitable at this point? What are your...
I don't think anything's inevitable in politics.
What can be done now to make sure it doesn't happen?
If I knew that, I would have done it already.
So, Mr. President, Google and OpenAI and Meta are being sued right now, accused of stealing property from America's cultural and intellectual heritage.
All right, you're just listening there into President Biden meeting with science and technology advisors as well. I was taking a question there on the government saying that nothing is inevitable, but certainly it feels like we're moving toward a government shutdown coming up in just a few days. I'm Andy Mack here, live now. Look at the White House on this Wednesday, just past 3:30. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's turn our attention right now to some college football. And Colorado seems to be at the center of the universe, but they are coming off a embarrassing loss, to say the least, to Oregon, a 42-6 drubbing there by the Ducks in Eugene. Certainly a top 10 team. Dion saying that may be the worst they're going to be. We're going to be joined right now by Fox Sports college football reporter, national reporter there, Brian Fisher. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, you were in Eugene on Saturday, the first real hiccup for the Colorado Buffaloes after a surprising, shocking 3-0 start. What do we make of that? Maybe how real is Oregon, and maybe how disappointing was it for Colorado?
Yeah, I think this was one of those games that kind of reinforced a lot of our opinions about both teams. You know, this is a Colorado team, even though they had that 3-0 start. Let's face it, you know, there's still a little bit more roster building that Deion Sanders needed to be. I think he's overachieved, certainly through this kind of first third of the season, but there was still a lot of long ways to go in order to kind of reach those upper tier heights in the Pac-12. And that's frankly what Oregon kind of proved to them. A lot of folks on national TV on Saturday was simply, you know what, we're one of the best teams out West. And I think they reinforced that. Bo Nix played well. The defense, very physical. I think that was a bit eye-opening for a lot of Colorado players, but overall, just a very impressive start-to-finish effort for the Ducks there.
Yeah, and Dan Lanning, certainly some snippets of his comments making some notoriety, but he also gave credit to Deion and Colorado and what they're doing for the sport. But in terms of the gauntlet that leads up for Oregon, obviously they got Washington, Washington State, Utah coming up 3 of the next 4 weeks. What do they need to do to continue to be in that conversation, in that spotlight in college football?
A lot of what they just kind of did on Saturday. I mean, this was a very balanced offense. They're one of the top teams in terms of both rushing and passing. Bo Nix fixing to break the most amount of starts for a starting quarterback here in a couple of weeks as well. So they got veteran leaders all over the place. And frankly, the improvement defensively and being more consistent on that side of the ball. I think that's the one thing that, you know, Dan Lanning is really excited about with this group. You know, their corners played phenomenal against the Buffs attack that, let's face it, was one of the top passing offenses in the country coming in. So I think for Oregon overall, really just more of the same for them because we saw the flashes last year. They've brought the consistency so far in this hot start to start 2023. And frankly, it is going to be a gauntlet. That is what is coming for all these Pac-12 teams. And that consistency can really pay off down the road.
Yeah, the experience as well. Bo Nix certainly transferred from Auburn, played and started 50-plus games. That is certainly a lot to say. But we're going to turn our attention now. You're going to be in Boulder this weekend as they host another top 10 team, USC, the reigning Heisman Trophy winner. And of course, I want to put up this tweet from Fox College Football. Shedeur Sanders, the QB for the Buffs. Caleb Williams combined for 30 touchdowns, only 1 INT. USC, one of the best offenses. Colorado's defense, not so good. Is this a matchup that maybe we might soon see on Sundays as well?
It could be. You know, I think there was a lot of talk, you know, in terms of Shedeur Sanders and what his prospects could be in terms of jumping to the next level. And really, if his dad kind of wants him to. But there's no doubt that he has shot up a lot of draft boards, going to have an interesting decision at the end of the year. And frankly, you know, everybody has had their eyes on Caleb Williams in terms of being that #1 overall pick. I think he's pretty much a shoo-in when you talk to folks either on the NFL scouting side or certainly, you know, college coaches that have come across a lot of highly rated prospects. You know, he's only played 12 quarters this season, and yet he leads the country in total touchdowns, yards per game. Like, it's just been a phenomenal start for the season for the reigning Heisman Trophy winner. And frankly, you know, he goes into Boulder and goes into this game against Colorado with probably better weapons than Bo Nix had a week ago. So some struggles on the road and for their first road trip out last week against Arizona State. But this is a very good USC team, and there's a reason why everybody has kind of pegged them as not only the Pac-12 favorite, but one of the favorites to get into the college football playoff as well.
Yeah, that consistency needs to happen for whoever wants to make it out of the Pac-12 as well. And Caleb Williams, the reigning Heisman Trophy winner. We haven't seen a 2-time Heisman Trophy winner since Archie Griffin back in the day with Ohio State. Is that a disadvantage come this year for Caleb Williams to try to repeat? Of course, Tim Tebow came kind of close there in the early 2000s. Is that a disadvantage to already have that Heisman back at the crib, as Dion might say?
A little bit. I think we've seen a lot of times somebody who has a great start to the season, whether it be September or October, they kind of get that momentum building up and then they have a bad game or two. And really they're kind of tossed aside by, really whoever's new in terms of the college football scene and whoever has a big game kind of late October, early November. But, with Caleb Williams and that notoriety that comes from having the Heisman Trophy winner, that's just going to bring in a lot of normal voters that, frankly, are not going to stay up for a lot of those USC late games that he might otherwise be playing in. So I think it actually helps his candidacy. I think of the guys that have come back, I think there's 7 of them that have come back with a chance to win back-to-back trophies since Archie Griffin did it for Ohio State back in the 70s. He's probably got as good a case as any. Not only is he playing in that kind of offense that can put up the points and numbers that you need, but he's playing for a true college football playoff contender. And if he's able to kind of go through this season, either go undefeated or win the Pac-12 and get into the college football playoff, I think he's got a great chance not only to get back to New York, but really win the trophy again, especially given all the tough competition that, frankly, he's going to have to beat along the way.
Yeah, and I think he might be snuck up on a lot of people last year just with that Heisman Trophy winner. Like you mentioned, those late Pacific time games, kind of people don't stay up. They see the highlights after the fact, but certainly they looked at the numbers and people stayed up late and they watched that. But also USC feels like they have national title contender kind of players and team formation on there. What is maybe Lincoln Riley kind of built there? And do you think they can be in the conversation for a national title?
I do, and a lot of it is going to come down to how much improvement is there defensively. We've seen some pretty good signs, I think, so far this early part of the season. They haven't played necessarily any of those high-flying offenses that they will get to play down at the end of the year. But honestly, you know what? They're very good along the line of scrimmage. They're one of the nation's top 3 teams in terms of sacks and tackles for loss. So, this is a very team that really does get active in terms of making pressure on the opposing quarterback. And, they were phenomenal a year ago in terms of forcing turnovers. They're doing a little bit of that in this season. So that, frankly, is a lot better than the one last year. And that was a team that came really within a whisker of college football playoff then.
Yeah, certainly, and they'll have to potentially face a Big Ten team, SEC team there in the playoffs, so certainly that defense needs to step up as well. My last question, kind of an oddball, because I asked you last week about maybe a game you're focusing on, and we had a bunch of top 25 matchups, and you pointed out Oregon State, Washington State, which ended up being a thriller. What other games are we focusing on this week, Brian, that may jump off the page?
To me, I think Oregon State's playing another one. They have Utah coming in. Corvallis has been a very difficult place to play for a lot of Pac-12 teams. Utah, they have a very lengthy, really one of their longest Pac-12 winning streaks in a long time. So this is a very tough test. We don't know if Cam Rising, the quarterback for the Utes, is going to play in that one, but that sets up to be a very big game for both teams, a top 25 showdown. I look at that one on Friday night on FS1, and then also I think Kansas-Texas is going to be a very interesting one. Another top 25 one. I think if you're looking at the Big 12, Texas has clearly kind of established itself as that number 1 team in the Big 12. But as far as that number 2 or number 3 team, I think Kansas is going to be right there. They got Jalen Daniels, terrific quarterback. I think the defense has played a lot better than they have. And so I think that's going to be a very interesting one. And keep in mind, last couple of times the Jayhawks have gone down there to Austin, some absolute thrillers. So I would imagine more of the same.
Hey, that is good to know. And certainly don't sleep on Kansas, because they were really playing well at the beginning of last year before that injury, and now Texas. We'll see if they're back. But Brian Fisher, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Some exciting games coming up, and enjoy Boulder for me. We appreciate it.
I will definitely do that. Thanks.
All right, appreciate it. All right, thank you so much for that conversation. Colorado taking on USC coming up on Saturday on the big noon kickoff. Of course, it is Deion Sanders trying to bounce back for the Buffs there. Lincoln Riley as well. USC a title contender hopeful. We'll be right back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. A couple live there pictures in California as the second GOP debate taking place a little later on tonight. Coming up at 9 o'clock Eastern time there as we will continue to watch it. Of course, former President Donald Trump will not be there, but he will also be holding an event today. We'll take you out to that when it happens a little later on this afternoon as well here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to put up this in full as we continue to discuss it here. Is certainly a lot of discussion around the bid for the 2024 in the White House as well. Certainly that second GOP debate certainly going to be a big one as 7 candidates for president preparing to take the stage tonight in California. The field narrowed somewhat, but as Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, the GOP frontrunner is once again going to be a no-show.
We know what the stage is going to look like tonight. We know what's at stake, but we don't know whether any of these candidates are going to be able to effectively shake up this race. It has become something of a shrine for the Republican Party, and the Ronald Reagan Library tonight will play host to this debate. The elaborate stage has been in the works in recent days, and we now know what the lineup will look like. Just like the last debate, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the frontrunner in this group, will be at the center, flanked by Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy, both of whom got a boost from the last debate. Tim Scott, Chris Christie, Mike Pence, and Doug Burgum round out the field, which has narrowed a bit.
Thank you. It is great to be here.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson didn't qualify this time around, and former President Donald Trump, the clear Republican frontrunner, will be sitting this out again.
You know, they're wasting a lot of time with these ridiculous debates that nobody's watching.
And Trump will once again be a target tonight.
I think he owes it to all the voters to show up, defend his record.
But much of the focus will be on President Biden. Look for attacks on the border crisis, inflation, the government funding fight in Congress, and perhaps even the ongoing UAW strike, just a day after the president made history by joining a picket line in Michigan. And Trump will be in Michigan today in his own push for union workers, an effort to counter what will play out on this stage tonight. And the Biden campaign is dispatching California Governor Gavin Newsom to the debate tonight to respond to Republican attacks. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much. And again, this is a live picture there as the stage is set. We will take you out to it. Of course, Fox Business will air it at 9 p.m. Eastern time. A live look on the inside. It's still very much bright there, just about 1 o'clock on the outside of this Reagan National Library as well. All right, so let's continue here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, not a ton of live events taking place, but we were just out at the Senate Intelligence hearing as they were listening, talking about potential Chinese influence in the United States. Of course, there's a senator from Texas. Let's listen into what they have to say here on this live event.
Sorts of intelligence efforts targeting the United States. And I know we talked about the Cold War model, spy versus spy, but now it seems like there's no end to the creativity of the Chinese Communist Party when it comes to collecting information. Whether it's coercing students who are studying here, the creation of Confucius Institutes, you name it. But I want to follow up on Senator King's questions about the Foreign Agent Registration Act. A few years ago when we passed a bill called JASTA, Justice Against Sponsors of Terrorism Act, I became aware of the fact that lobbyists hired by foreign countries don't necessarily have to register under FARA, the Foreign Agents Registration Act. That's, of course, designed to put everybody on notice that this is a person hired by a foreign country that then is lobbying the United States. Maybe not in the best interest of the American people, but at least we know who's paying the bills and who they're working for. But because of the commercial and lobbying loopholes in that, it became commonplace for people to lobby Congress, and members of Congress have no idea who they're actually working for. In the case of the JASTA legislation, which we literally passed over the president's veto, I even had a group of veterans show up in my office and claiming to be opposed to the legislation. They were essentially financed and misled in terms of what they were actually there to on whose behalf they were there, but to lobby against this bill by a foreign government. So it's just, it's insidious and it's pervasive and it seems like it's relentless. But I know, Ms. Cook, you mentioned the updating or a bill. We actually have a bill that I'd invite you to take a look at. We'll share with you, called the Paid Off Act, which several of my colleagues, including Vice Chairman Rubio, Senator Grassley, and others, have been trying to get passed for some time now. But we'd invite you to work with us to see if we're getting this right. We know that, again, these our adversaries can be very creative and relentless, and certainly willing to use any tool in the toolbox to try to get access to us and to lobby in favor of laws or against laws that they deem to be against their interest. But Mr. Kohler, you're a veteran of the FBI. Have you come across instances where foreign governments have hired lobbyists here in Washington, D.C. to come here and lobby for or against laws where, without disclosing the fact that they were actually working for a foreign government?
Senator, thank you for the question, and Senator King as well on the question about FARA. Absolutely, Senator. There's a concern that the Lobbying Disclosure Act is a loophole that allows some to influence members of Congress and others and hide the hand of a foreign government. For example, companies may come and lobby you, but they may have a Chinese Communist Party cell in their Chinese parent company, or maybe even in their United States-based subsidiary. And they don't have to disclose that to you because they're coming in as lobbyists, and they don't have to register as agents of a foreign power because they're not necessarily representing a foreign government. One additional statute I'll recommend is, well, two other points, is the 951 charge, acting as an unregistered agent, which is more of a criminal charge that does come with significant penalties for folks to do if they conduct illegal activity against the United States. And then I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity, Senator, to talk about the need for a transnational repression law in the United States. There is activity that China is doing right now that we, the FBI, I keep saying we, I'm retired, but the FBI cannot prosecute because it is just not illegal. And three aspects of that law that I think would be important is, one is enhanced penalties for people doing criminal acts on behalf of foreign nations. Two is making illegal certain of those behaviors. For example, it's not illegal right now for a private investigator or anybody to do a surveillance of a U.S. person on behalf of a foreign country. In some states, you can even put a tracking device on somebody's car on behalf of China, and it's not illegal. We need to fix that part of it. And then lastly, sanctions would be a great aspect of that law. We need to inflict some of the consequences on the Chinese officials that are actually directing and controlling these operations. We can only do that through our sanctions. And so TNR law, my recommendation would include those three aspects.
Thank you.
It did seem when you mentioned the fact that lobbyists were not necessarily always fully forthcoming on who they're working for. I kind of thought back to Casablanca when there was a charge of gambling in the casino. You have to be of a certain age frame. Luckily, Angus laughed at that. Kirsten, my apologies for doing this by seniority. Michael, Senator Bennett.
I apologize.
It's okay. You've gazumped me twice today.
That if the senator from New York is the only person who'd go ahead of me, I'd be happy to yield.
I'm yielding to my senior senator,
No,
Senator
no.
Bennett.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'll go ahead. I don't even know what movie you're talking about. No, I'm just kidding. I know. I grew up watching it too. Ms. Cook, thank you very much for your testimony. Everybody else's. You know, when the Maui wildfires killed almost 100 people and destroyed thousands of homes and buildings, we saw Chinese operatives, you know, probably run by Beijing, we don't know, spread lies across the internet claiming that the fires resulted from a secret, quote, weather weapon being tested by U.S. intelligence agencies and our military. This wasn't a mistake. It wasn't some random thing happening on the internet. This was a an act of sabotage, at least, or sabotage on behalf of Beijing. We saw these posts accompanied by AI-generated photographs proliferate on a variety of social media sites, including Facebook, Pinterest, Tumblr, Reddit, and TikTok in over 30 different languages. And there's been a lot of discussion. I heard some today here about lobbyists and then some talk about TikTok. I mean, it has been absolutely fascinating to me to watch a company that's wholly owned by Beijing, that's subject to the data privacy laws of Beijing, advertise on our national television about how they're the greatest friend that small businesses ever had, and Congress better not shut us down. We're the greatest friend that any veteran in America had. We better not have Congress shut us down. This is not about lobbyists, you know, pretending to be somebody else. This is literally on these poor people that are the staff here who don't get to go home to Colorado. All of you are welcome. Over the weekend, they're stuck here instead. They have to watch an endless loop of TikTok telling everybody who's watching it in Colorado, in Washington, how great they are for small business, how great they are for our military community to drive economic growth, job creation. America, this is a wholly owned subsidiary of a Beijing company. They are saying they quote unquote spark good. I don't have any idea what that means, but that's their tagline. And you know, I'm worried about the fact that, and I think others here are as well, that there are 150 million monthly American users on this platform, most of whom have no idea that it's owned by Beijing, that kids are spending in our country, I say this as a former heartbroken school superintendent, 90 minutes a day, more than 3 weeks a year on this platform, just this one platform that's owned by Beijing, that's running all this false advertising, you know, about how great they are for America. That's an amazing position, by the way, we're in, Mr. Chairman. I mean, just imagine the world of AI where we're dealing with fake you and fake me, and we've got ads coming in. This is stuff that could end our democracy, and certainly is stuff that is undermining our democracy. And it's particularly, I think, irritating to me, since I know that Beijing calls this stuff in their own country digital heroin, digital opium, I think they refer to it. And you can't, you know, I don't care how enterprising you are as a kid in China, if you want to watch, you know, cat dance videos, that's not what you're going to watch. You know, you're going to watch physics experiments and you're going to watch math stuff. And there's a reason why, you know, the Chinese kids are saying they want to be teachers and astronauts, and our kids are saying that they want to be social influencers. And I'm not saying that's all TikTok or all social media, or that that's the most important problem America faces, but it is a problem that America faces. And I know that you've mentioned, you know, a different Chinese social media app in your testimony, WeChat, which is owned by a Chinese company, by Tencent, and also subject to national security laws in China. You said that clear evidence exists of censorship and monitoring U.S.-backed users of the app. So how do we deal with this level of foreign influence in our media? How do we deal with a foreign country that doesn't allow us to obviously use their social media platforms? How do we allow them to undermine our institutions, understanding, of course, that we, unlike their government, are committed to civil rights and to the First Amendment and our values?
Well, I mean, I think that having a hearing like this, just for more of the TikTok users out there who might be watching, to realize that it's owned by ByteDance, which is a China-based company, and that there are, at least on the Chinese side especially, ties there, elements of the CCP that are forced to be in Chinese companies. But I think a lot of it comes down also to a wide range of safeguards, because honestly, this isn't going to be the last app. This isn't the only app globally that's owned by a China-based company. ByteDance owns a news aggregator that Indonesia was found to be manipulating content. There's another competitor that owns a very similar app to TikTok that's in Brazil and is very popular. So I think creating this kind of a more, again, strategic and systematic ecosystem where you have levels of different auditing and transparency requirements, reporting requirements, privacy and data protection, because ultimately, honestly, and to TikTok's credit, when they've been caught, they've been fairly responsive. So after Meta came out with, oh, there were these networks of disinformation, and they were also operating on TikTok, you did see then TikTok say, well, we took down these accounts. Are they proactively doing it? No, they're also stuck between a rock and a hard place. Anything we can do that makes them have to report these things, that creates third-party audits and assessments to help identify and nip these things in the bud and incentivize against bad behavior would be helpful, short of a blanket ban, which could raise constitutional questions.
I know I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. I'll just say again, the point on other countries is a really important one. And second, a reminder again, why I think what we need is a separate agency to actually do this stuff. These things are going to change every single day. They're changing. Congress is never going to figure this out. We've got to figure out how to create a body of experts that can actually deal with this stuff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the senator from New York for her indulgence.
And Senator from Idaho is going to add, I just would add that I think on the TikTok case, there's about a dozen plus governments now that have banned its governmental use. BBC has warned any of its reporters to get off because of their ability to have their data manipulated. And for those who are watching, that was the real Michael Bennett, not a deep fake. Senator Risch.
Are you sure of that?
Exactly. Senator who?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I want to get you guys' take on this, and I don't have certainly answers for these things, but I think there's some facts out there that we should talk about. The one thing, I've got two items I want to talk about. One is the incredible influence that China has on our colleges and universities. I think most Americans have no idea that there are hundreds of thousands of Chinese nationals studying at U.S. universities. We have about 12,000 studying in China, where there's 1.5 billion people. So, and the amount of money that flows into those colleges and universities from China, whether it's as tuition for the students or contracts or just plain donations, is absolutely staggering to me. And we've tried on the Foreign Relations Committee, we've actually tried to do some things with legislation shining a brighter light on this. I mean, most Americans have no idea the hundreds of millions of dollars of Chinese money that's flowing into our colleges and universities. We don't allow foreign nationals to contribute to any of our campaigns for one reason, and that is we don't want foreign nationals or foreign governments to be having influence on policymakers, on people who run the government. Why, oh why, would we allow this kind of flow of money into our colleges and universities to influence the policies of those colleges and universities, which are so important to our society? The second question I've got is, Idaho is home to the Idaho National Lab. Most people have never heard of it. It is the flagship laboratory for nuclear energy in the world. The first use of nuclear energy was done right there at the lab. We've still got the first few light bulbs that were lit with nuclear energy in 1951. It is also becoming a flagship for cybersecurity issues. So as a result of that, I'm over there relatively frequently, and I've always been struck by the number of international people that visit there. More than 8,500 Chinese nationals have visited our national laboratories this year, with, from what I can tell, zero reciprocity. These are people that came to collaborate on fundamental science initiatives. And the door does not swing both ways. It only swings one way. So again, this is something that a light needs to be shined on, that there is all of this influence, and it's just not being reciprocated. And I'd like to get your thoughts on, that's the problem. I need smart people like you to tell us how we can do something about this.
Well, fortunately, this is a problem that this institution actually has the levers to help solve.
So you're saying it is our problem, not your problem?
So if you look at the statistics and the trends in the number of Chinese students who've arrived in the United States, they were growing gradually, and then the global financial crisis of 2008 was really where was an inflection point. And this was a moment in which American states were disinvesting from their higher education systems because they were under enormous fiscal pressure. And for a number of years, the money simply dried up in our state university systems, and they turned to whoever was writing checks. And China stepped into that gap. Tuition rates went way up. Chinese are paying full freight. They're paying out-of-state tuition. So it was a very easy source of money and incredible talent to draw upon. So that was a moment, I think, that really changed the narrative there. Likewise, federal support for basic fundamental research in America has not kept pace with inflation. So again, China is writing the checks and universities are turning to those sources as well to stay competitive. We have an opportunity to raise the resources to say, you know, look inward, look domestically, work on training kids who are coming out of our high schools instead of turning to ready-made supplies from abroad in order to solve those problems. And I think this gets to something I was thinking about when when Senator Bennett spoke, and that is, with regard to the things we're talking about today, so much of the solution lies in making America better, not simply being proscriptive, prescribing activities of the PRC and the CCP, but restoring faith in our institutions, making them stronger. And I think every member of this committee shares my belief in the promise of America. You know, if we can avoid undercutting America before our own people, they will be less receptive to the propaganda that comes from the CCP.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good analysis. It may be a little over optimistic, but I think it is certainly something we should strive for. The Chinese that come here look, and a lot of them would like to stay here, but we all know they can't stay here for obvious reasons. They leave family behind that would be badly affected. So, but our culture certainly rubs off on them to some degree. My time's up. Thank you.
Senator, just one thing to add. I have heard of Idaho National Lab. My previous job in the FBI was the assistant director for counterintelligence, and little known fact is, of all the agencies that the FBI has detailed people out to, Department of Energy has the most, and it's just to protect the national labs. So we have agents working side by side with DOE counterintelligence professionals just to protect the people and innovation at those labs and to screen the visitors as they come in.
And we're very aware that what may be the first SMR in America may be happening at the Idaho National Lab. Senator Ossoff, and with apologies to Senator Joe Brando, I think finally gave up the ghost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the panel. I'd like to hear a little bit more from each of you on threats to defense research across the country. Of course, in Georgia with Georgia Tech, UGA, Georgia State Augusta University, many institutions of higher education conducting defense-related research, sensitive research. Please characterize the nature of the information security threat posed by PRC-affiliated actors to defense research. Beginning with you, Dr. Tiffert, please.
Thank you. I think we're at a moment in time where the old categories that we inherited from the Cold War, dual-use technologies, the way of talking about them, small yards, high fences, no longer capture the nature of the way fundamental research connects with research that could be applied towards military applications. I think, look, the war in the Ukraine has showed us that commercializable drone technology, you know, off the shelf, suddenly can be turned into a kamikaze weapon in a way that I don't think anyone might have appreciated beforehand. So those old concepts are starting to break down, and we're not really coming up with anything new to replace them with. There are areas of fundamental research, for example, in generative AI and machine learning, in quantum technology.
And you've been listening in there on the Senate Intelligence Committee. They're having a hearing dealing with, ultimately what they're dealing with is answering questions about China and its relations with the U.S. We're going to dip back into that event after we take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Austin Westfall. I'll be with you here for about the next hour as we go through some of these live feeds that we're checking in on across the nation. Of course, the big story later this evening going to be the second GOP Republican debate going to be happening in Southern California, just about a 20-minute drive outside of Los Angeles, California, there in Simi Valley. That is the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. You see there, they have 7 podiums up, 7 candidates making the cut this debate. That debate going to be starting at 9 Eastern Time, 6 Pacific Time, airing on Fox Business and on Fox News. Around that same time, former President Trump going to be giving remarks to some of his followers. Live Now from Fox will be carrying those remarks as they happen during the debate. We do have a number of live events happening right now. We're going to check back in on that Senate Intelligence Committee hearing. It's on China's influence in the U.S., and it does include a former FBI counterintelligence official. Let's dip back into that right here on Live Now.
Sort of a ban, but a requirement if an app is a foreign-owned or owned in a foreign country, that there be a little tagline when you open the app. This app is owned by a company that's based in Beijing, China, or Frankfurt, Germany. I mean, again, disclosure, it seems to me, is a sort of middle ground here. Doctor, what do you think?
Anything that increases transparency is good.
That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
On the other hand, there's been good research, particularly on the requirements, for example, that YouTube videos list that they're funded by a state-owned media, for example, that indicates that even knowing that when viewers look at it, it doesn't materially affect the impact it has on them. The psychology still plays out in similar ways. So while I would support that, I would also say that we need to, I think, be humble about what we expect from it.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Senator, just one last comment. This may be outside of the FBI's land, but I think that the answer to this starts in our classrooms with our children.
Of course.
We need to teach the next generation to be critical consumers of the information they take in and understand that information, regardless of the source, may be sent to them to influence them. I just don't think, even as adults, those of us who didn't grow up with devices in our hands as children, we still sometimes need to have that reminder.
We need to be better consumers of information, and digital literacy should be part of every school starting in the first grade. Thank you. Thank you,
And Senator King, I would just add, I think it goes beyond even, say, a labeling on the app. But for example, if you're talking about labeling print media of the inserts, print media tend to be better. Broadcast media, it's much harder for a news consumer to know that this is a China Radio International or CCTV footage that they're watching or things like that.
Yeah,
and I
usually
think
at
the
the bottom
FCC has been trying to, I think, implement rules.
At the bottom of the ad, it doesn't help if it says Citizens for Greener Grass or something.
I would simply add, and I'm going to turn it over to Senator Rubio, and Senator Lankford is going to join us. I also think what's relevant is, when TikTok/ByteDance started to spend enormous amounts of money lobbying against either one of our efforts, and we had different approaches, saying we're trying to cut out the creativity, and I think most of us simply thought that creativity is great, but it ought to be maybe on a Brazilian platform or a French platform, or didn't even have to necessarily be an American. But the debate that's progressed since that time, that we're well over a dozen nations who've come to the same conclusion that this is a security risk, beyond the fact of the data collection, but of the ability to use and diffuse disinformation and misinformation in an extraordinarily provocative way. And I think this most recent story in the last couple of days, where literally a number of the TikTok employees who had been relying on the assurances that, and had been told as TikTok employees, don't ever emphasize their ties to ByteDance. The number of those employees that are now leaving because they're seeing this, again, undue influence being imposed by ByteDance, I believe at least implicitly or indirectly or directly by the CCP, ought to have us all take a second look. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over. My thanks, my apologies to the panel. I've got to head off. I think Senator Lankford's going to join us, but very much appreciate. And I only concern is that since we've lost 2/3 of our audience, we may have to figure out a way to pump this up in terms of making sure we keep making the public presentation.
Well, I want to, as I wait for Senator Lang to get here, I think on the TikTok one, first of all, if you turn on TV now, they're extensively advertising, and it's interesting to watch their advertising. It'll tell some great story. The one I saw today somewhere was, you know, some veteran who was homeless or something along these lines, and how it wouldn't have been possible without TikTok. So the PR push is very extensive, but I think one of the challenges, and what I wanted to delve into a little bit is with TikTok, is explaining to people, it's not that the platform has videos, because all these platforms have videos that we would find unproductive at best, offensive and destructive and so forth at worst and so forth. It is the data and how it flows. So basically, like any other platform, in order for it to work, it has to have an algorithm, a recommender engine, that recommendation engine that basically drives what you see, right? So they need to know about you. What do you like? What are you likelier to watch? In essence, the ultimate goal is to predict what you would want to buy if you knew about it. And even though you don't know you need it, you will determine that you need it once you see it. That's the design of it. And to do that, it has to collect massive amounts of data. Under Chinese law, that algorithm that drives that engine, it is illegal to transfer that outside of China. And that, without that, there is no TikTok. It's just a platform without that. So what people don't understand is it doesn't matter who owns TikTok. What matters is that that algorithm is incredibly powerful and continues to work. That's what matters. So you can store the data that drives the algorithm anywhere in the world you want. ByteDance in China has to have access to that data. And it's a massive amount of data. I'll tell you that on a couple of my devices, I have a security feature on it, and it is constant. I mean, I'm talking about, I'm just going on regular news sites and things of this nature. It is constantly popping up malicious block, TikTok blocks. If you open up, what is the malicious block? So they're collecting data, not just from users, from all these other places. So my question really, in terms of this malign influence work, how valuable is having that amount of data, not just on the users of TikToks, but others, in the hands of an organism that ultimately, if someone knocks on the door and says, we want that data and we want you to use it a certain way, meaning we need you to tweak the recommender engine in the United States to feature this versus that, how valuable would that be primarily in a moment of impending conflict? So let's say that the Chinese let's use a real world example, this conflict with the Philippines that's going on and is escalating. And they decided that they wanted to turn that data to get people to pressure public opinion in the United States against support for the Philippines. How valuable is that data? I mean, is there anything comparable in the hands of any government in the world that's able to unleash this social engineering mechanism against a potential adversary?
The scenario you describe is the type that we think a lot about, and it's absolutely terrifying, because I think that it is possible and it's conceivable that in the event of a conflict, an intense conflict with China, they would deploy those algorithms in ways that would seek to undermine our resolve. Absolutely. I am not aware of any other comparable set of data, and in particular, what is arresting is in the last several years, China's adopt data security legislation that is designed to ingest all of the world's data as much as it can and not leak any of it out. China and Xi Jinping in particular is trying to create the largest repository of data in the world so that it is available for whatever purpose the CCP would like to use it for. We need to be alert to that. It's a one-way street. For those who are talking about older metaphors, maybe Hotel California. It's a little newer than Casablanca. But.
I would just add to that is that I think what you described, Senator Rubio, it's not just about the intelligence law or the data collection law. It's about how the CCP operates. And the CCP operates like a mafia. And so even if it's not just about the law, but it's about whether they're going to do the same type of transnational repression tactics that Mr. Kohler's been talking about, they use against people, including tech executives in China, including their family. So even if a tech executive, like in all conscientiousness, would feel that including for profit reasons, it wasn't in their interest to activate this type of mechanism, the part of the concern is that the CCP would be able to apply a wide range of pressures, legal repercussions, familial repercussions against them in China to essentially potentially force their hand. And I think that's, I think the flip side is like, how do we safeguard in terms of audits, how do we catch that this is happening? Because there's just so much opacity right now, particularly on this platform, but on the social media platforms generally, in terms of what is actually happening. What is the algorithm? Is the algorithm changing? Because we've seen how their moderation policies have also changed over time.
Senator Rubio, thank you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate very much your testimony and what you're bringing to the conversation today. I want to just set a bit of a story of what's happening in Oklahoma. In 2018, my state legalized medical marijuana. In 2019, we had the largest amount of foreign land sales in the country the next year. And what we found are tens of thousands of acres that have been purchased by Chinese nationals in my state that they then have partnered with Mexican cartels to be able to grow marijuana in Oklahoma and then ship it all over the country. We have seen a proliferation of Chinese grow operations that's happened there. That has been a shock to the system. A lot of folks in rural Oklahoma of how many places that they can't drive down a rural road because there are folks standing there with ARs at the edge of a fence saying, hey, you're not allowed down this road anymore. It's been an enormous shift that has occurred. So saying all that on the criminal side of things on it, I engaged on this and have found several other folks that are watching Chinese purchases of agricultural land around the country and have seen 100,000 plus acre increase just in the last year of Chinese purchases of agricultural land around the nation. I have a bill now called the Soil Act, which just does the CFIUS process for foreign purchases of agricultural land that are currently exempt. You can do any foreign purchases of agricultural land, and you don't have to go through the CFIUS process you have to do for technology. We have a 10-mile barrier around our military bases. I'd like to extend that to 50-mile barrier, knowing that if you're 10.5 miles away from a military base on a high hill, you're still looking right down into a military base and with a Chinese operation that's owned. So there's a lot of questions that we have about just the ownership of agricultural land in some of the Chinese criminal activity that's actually happening in the United States, facilitating partnerships with others. My question to you, have you seen this in other areas of the country? What would you recommend on agricultural land purchases in particular, and also the Chinese criminal organizations where it seems the Chinese government is looking away, fully aware of what's actually happening in the engagement of that, but looking away to increase a negative influence on Americans by their activities here?
I can address the Chinese agricultural land piece. I would be in favor in particular of legislation that increases the capacity of USDA and other agencies to monitor sales. Right now, the reporting mechanisms that are in place have extremely weak enforcement and weak capacity behind them. So we don't actually have an accurate view, as far as I understand, of the picture of foreign land sales. And so for us to understand the scale and scope of any risk that might be there, we need to improve that. So that's one area that needs a lot of attention. Beyond just the military basing proximity issue, Xi Jinping in the last couple of years has declared food security to be a paramount interest to the CCP, because the CCP is highly dependent on foreign supplies of soybeans, wheat, other commodities as well, cooking oils. This is partly reducing their vulnerability to the ability of the U.S. to impose economic sanctions and cut off trade in the event of a conflict. So food security is a top-line agenda item for the party. Various investment groups and Chinese conglomerates are responding to the market signal that the Communist Party sent and saying, okay, this is important to them. We're going to go out to the world, not just the United States, and begin acquiring the technologies and the know-how to enhance our ability to generate more productivity in our domestic agricultural sector. So it isn't just about SIGINT, with regard to military bases. It's also about developing farms in the United States that will have access to our seeds, to our cultivars, to our animal husbandry, to our techniques that make American agriculture so incredibly productive, so that they can learn all of that and take it back to China in the same way that they've done with other industries.
Anyone else to add to that?
I was going to say, I'm not familiar with agriculture, but when you speak about organized crime, and when we talk about some of the examples of, let's say, transnational repression in Taiwan, there are close ties, again, in terms of triads or organized crime with links to the CCP. We've seen that in Hong Kong. And years ago, attacks on people like Jimmy Lai that were done by then. And I think more recently, one of these campaigns of disinformation networks that were taken down were also using networks that were run by businesses with organized crime ties in Southeast Asia. So this phenomenon may not only be limited to the agriculture sector.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask one more quick question on it? It's about the sister cities, and I know you've talked about this a little bit as well, but this seems to be an active thing for the Chinese to now pursue cities. What are the real risks to communities if a city says, you know what, China's a growing economy, there's business there, we're engaging with Chinese business individuals. What is the threat to a community in one of these sister cities relationships, and who are the Chinese sending to the United States in that sister city relationship?
So there are a couple of threats. Number one, it undercuts American national foreign policy. A lot of these sister city agreements, the Chinese would like to assert claims and assertions about what U.S. policy is or isn't with regard to Taiwan, perhaps other places beyond that too. That's the prerogative of the federal government, first of all. So we shouldn't be dividing America internally that way. But most importantly, there are members of the multi-ethnic Chinese diaspora who live in these cities, who are from Taiwan, who are from Tibet, who are from Xinjiang, who are from a vast array of places. And inserting language that endorses PRC policy on issues with regard to territory and ethnicity in those sister city agreements is an insult to them, and it also makes them feel unsafe, because their communities suddenly are allying with a government that in many instances they've experienced oppression from personally.
I would just add to that about the leverage points. I think even if there is a sister city agreement, one is to look at the fine print. And this goes to also some of the Confucius Institute agreements. Like part of it is just knowing what to, at that negotiation stage, what to say no to. But two, to realize at some point, there may be a member of one of these communities who comes before the town council or the city council and asks for a resolution for the Dalai Lama's birthday or to support something else or to talk about how, and you're going to get a call from your sister city partner asking you to not support that resolution or the sister city relationship could be endangered. So I think that would be also being ready for that, being at the beginning to say, even if you pursue a sister city relationship, to say, we want you to understand that we have members in our community and we care about these causes and we will continue to speak out. If you can do that at the beginning, it's less likely they'll even try later on.
Thank you.
One last question, Mr. Cole, I wanted to ask you is, I know the answer, but I wanted people to hear it. Let's suppose that...
All right, you've been listening in there to the Senate Intelligence Committee as they speak with former FBI officials about relations between China and the U.S. there. That was a former FBI counterintelligence official that they were questioning there. We do, here on Live Now, we like to switch around from live feed to live feed right now in New York City. The mayor over there, Eric Adams, just participating in an event where he did a ribbon cutting at a new teen center in New York City. This is in the Bronx. What this was all about, for the most part, is delivering a new teen center that gives a place for teens to explore new tech skills and ultimately work on their creative skills. That event wrapping up moments ago after the mayor gave some remarks. Now he is mingling with the crowd, appears to be shaking some hands and taking a look at some of the new features that teen center has. A live look here at the White House, just about 4:30 on the East Coast right now, 1:30 Pacific time. The big story of today going to be the second GOP debate happening in Simi Valley, California at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. To participate in this second debate, candidates needed to reach polling and donor thresholds that are set by the Republican National Committee. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, who qualified for the first debate in Milwaukee last month, did not qualify for this upcoming debate tonight. Hutchinson says, though, that his campaign will continue. As you see, there are 7 podiums there. This is a live look at Simi Valley. The debate going to be starting at 9 Eastern time, 6 Pacific time. The stage is set there with the candidate with the most support being given that center spot. In this case, the candidate with the highest polling numbers, Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida, going to be center stage. On either side of him, going to be Vivek Ramaswamy and former United Nations Ambassador former United Nations Nikki Haley. So we are going to take our second 2-minute break of the hour. We'll be right back here to dip back into that Senate Intelligence Committee. Keep watching here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Austin Westfall. We are continuing to cover this impending second GOP debate. The frontrunner on the GOP side, former President Trump, once again not attending today's debate. Instead, we will be seeing a slew of candidates, seven of them there, including North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, along with former VP Pence and biotech entrepreneur and political commentator Vivek Ramaswamy. Tim Scott, Senator from South Carolina, rounding out the group there. Again, here I am Austin Westfall here. We are following a number of stories around the country, including the stock market. The Dow taking quite the plunge in the afternoon today, but recovering significantly before just slightly falling to about down 68 points, about a 20th of a percentage point down on the day there. We want to take a live look out here at the White House because ultimately that's what a lot of these GOP candidates are vying for. They're vying for a seat right there in Washington, D.C. We do want to get to Fox News correspondent Doug Luzadeer, who has the latest on the campaign. Here we go.
We know what the stage is going to look like tonight. We know what's at stake, but we don't know whether any of these candidates are going to be able to effectively shake up this race. It has become something of a shrine for the Republican Party, and the Ronald Reagan Library tonight will play host to this debate. The elaborate stage has been in the works in recent days, and we now know what the lineup will look like. Just like the last debate, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the frontrunner in this group, will be at the center, flanked by Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy, both of whom got a boost from the last debate. And Tim Scott, Chris Christie, Mike Pence, and Doug Burgum round out the field, which has narrowed a bit.
Thank you. It is great to be here.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson didn't qualify this time around, and former President Donald Trump, the clear Republican frontrunner, will be sitting this out again.
You know, they're wasting a lot of time with these ridiculous debates that nobody's watching.
And Trump will once again be a target tonight.
I think he owes it to all the voters to show up, defend his record.
But much of the focus will be on President Biden. Look for attacks on the border crisis, inflation, the government funding fight in Congress, and perhaps even the ongoing UAW strike, just a day after the president made history by joining a picket line in Michigan. And Trump will be in Michigan today in his own push for union workers, an effort to counter what will play out on this stage tonight. And the Biden campaign is dispatching California Governor Gavin Newsom to the debate tonight to respond. We know what the state is dispatching California Governor Gavin Newsom to the debate tonight to respond to Republican attacks. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you, Doug. And as we do await the debate happening later tonight, we do want to take a live look. This is from the Reagan Presidential Library there in Simi Valley, California. While the debate is happening, as Doug mentioned, former President Trump going to be speaking in Michigan. You can watch the GOP debate on both Fox Business and on Fox News. If you want to watch former President Trump's remarks, we're going to be carrying those live right here on Live Now from Fox. His event slated to start at about 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 5 o'clock Pacific Time. The GOP debate slated to start at 9 p.m. Eastern Time and 6 p.m. Western Time. Following more of today's top stories, we want to replay an event from the State Department today. They hold their daily briefings. The press secretary for the State Department, Matt Miller, giving some remarks and then taking questions from reporters earlier today. Let's take a listen in on what he had to say.
Afternoon, everyone. Start with some brief remarks. The United States has secured the return of Private Travis Keane from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Earlier today, he was transported to the border between North Korea and China, where he was met by our ambassador to the People's Republic of China, Nicholas Burns. He then boarded a State Department OpMed plane and flew from Dandong, China to Shenyang, China, and then on from Shenyang to Osan Air Force Base in South Korea, where he was transferred to the Department of Defense. We appreciate the professionalism of our diplomats who worked with their counterparts at the Department of Defense and coordinated with the governments of Sweden and the People's Republic of China. And we thank Sweden and the People's Republic of China for their assistance in facilitating that transfer. He is now on his way to the United States, and we expect him to arrive in the coming hours. With that, questions?
That's it?
That's it.
Okay, well, when I woke up this morning, I thought the news of the day was going to be about Israel and the visa waiver program.
We'd like to keep you on. We'd like to keep you on your toes.
Yes, exactly. But obviously, can I just ask you on Travis King? Sorry, where did you say what base in South Korea?
Osan Air Force Base.
Osan. Okay. And then you're confirming that he has now left Osan.
Correct. And is on his way back to the United States.
Back to the U.S. And how did he get from North Korea to China?
I don't know how he got inside North Korea to the border. I'll let the North Koreans speak that if they want to. But then he was transferred.
How did he get?
He was. I believe he was driven by the North Koreans. But again, I don't have perfect.
Driven by the North Koreans or by the Swedes?
I don't have perfect fidelity on his movements inside North Korea. But he was taken to the border at Dandong, where he was transferred to U.S. custody.
And then where? And that's where Burns.
Dandong. That's where Burns met him. Dandong, China.
He didn't go anywhere else in China before leaving for Osan?
The plane, he got on board an OpMed plane, which stopped in Shenyang, China, and then continued on to Osan.
And this OpMed plane, I don't know how many you guys have, but it's getting a lot of use, or if there's only one, is this the same plane that brought back the people from Iran?
I do not know. I don't know how many we have. I don't know if it's the same. If it's the same plane. An OpMed plane, State Department OpMed plane. Yeah.
Can I just ask about the diplomacy regarding this?
Sure.
What does it mean? I mean, obviously the U.S. wanted Travis King back, but does it mean something broader with North Korea? Could this be an opening for something broader? What are the motivations, as far as you can detect, for North Korea releasing?
So I would not want to speculate on any motivations on the North Korean side, and I don't know that I would take from this that it heralds some breakthrough in diplomatic relations. Obviously, we're pleased to have secured his return. We're very thankful for the government of Sweden for their work as the protecting power that they did to help facilitate his transfer back to the United States. I will restate, as I've said from this podium before, and as we have said, we are open to diplomacy with North Korea. We would welcome diplomacy with North Korea. They have always rejected that. We tried to reach out to them when Travis Keane first crossed the border into North Korea. We tried to reach out on a number of occasions. They rejected our direct approaches and ended up talking to Sweden. And Sweden talked to us and helped negotiate this transfer, but I would not see this as the sign of some breakthrough. I think it's a one-off with them being willing to return this private.
Can I follow up on China's role a little bit? Do you see them more as a transit point in this situation? Did they play any role as a mediator?
They did not play a role as a mediator, but their role in providing transit or in facilitating transit is one we very much appreciate. We have always thought that China could play a useful role in any number of issues as it relates to North Korea. The Secretary said that directly to his Chinese counterparts. We said it publicly on a number of occasions, and we do appreciate the role that they played here.
And I mean, your working level diplomats must have communicated on this. Do you think that these conversations can be described as a set of positive exchanges, or how would you describe these?
Well, we didn't have direct exchanges with North Korea, so certainly we had positive exchanges with Sweden.
China?
With China, yes, absolutely.
And
absolutely.
Is there, I mean, the relationship's not in a great place at the moment. Like, is there any hope of seeing this as sort of a jumping off point for more communication, for better relations?
I would say that we have seen an increase in the tempo of our conversations with the Chinese government across a number of fronts since the Secretary traveled to Beijing in June. Of course, you've seen that at the Secretary level, not just here, but at other departments in the United States government. You've seen that at the Assistant Secretary level. We have other meetings that we'll be able to make public in the very near future, where we're exchanging views with China on a number of issues. And we do think there is an opening to work with China. I think you saw that the Department of Commerce or the Department of Treasury just announced new working groups on economic issues, and we continue to pursue ways to work with them on stopping the trafficking of fentanyl, on returning United States detainees. So anytime we can work together on areas that advance U.S. interests or that address shared concerns, we see that as a positive and hope that it will lead to more work together.
And in the wake of this and Blinken's meeting last week in New York,
we do want to put a pause on that event for now because we're going to take our third 2-minute break of the hour. We're going to dip back into that press conference after these words. Stay right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. We want to take a look at the Dow on the day, down about 68 points, recovering a little bit after a rough afternoon. According to the Wall Street Journal, the stock market sell-off showed signs of easing this morning, but those signs were less evident by the close, with the Dow ending lower and the NASDAQ up. They say that stocks have mostly fallen since last week's Federal Reserve meeting, when central bankers raised their interest rate forecasts for next year. Tuesday was particularly brutal, with the S&P 500 falling to its lowest level since early June. Rising yields have been a key driver of the downswing, and high energy prices and a potential government shutdown hang over the market too. Of course, that's after a rough day on Wall Street, where the Dow plunged over around 400 points yesterday, a less significant drop today. Again, though, we do want to pop into Simi Valley, show a quick look at this debate stage, because this will be where most eyes are tonight as GOP candidates take to that stage to duke it out for the GOP nominee. The front runner in that debate not going to be present. That is former President Donald Trump. We do want to take you back into that press conference that we were in earlier at the State Department in Washington, D.C., taking questions from reporters. Let's dip right back into that on Live Now.
China, I think you saw that the Department of Commerce or the Department of Treasury just announced new working groups on economic issues, and we continue to pursue ways to work with them on stopping the trafficking of fentanyl, on returning United States detainees. So anytime we can work together on areas that advance U.S. interests or that address shared concerns, we see that as a positive and hope that it will lead to more work together.
And in the wake of this and Blinken's meeting last week in New York, do you see the meeting between Biden and Xi on the sidelines of APEC in San Francisco as more likely now?
I wouldn't want to say more likely, less likely. It's always tough to make those assessments from here, really from anywhere, with any degree of accuracy, because there are two parties at work here. I will just reiterate what we have said, which is that we think there's no substitute for leader-to-leader communication. The potential for a meeting between the two leaders is something that Secretary Blinken discussed with the Chinese Vice President last week at UNGA in New York. We believe it would be important to have that meeting, and we hope it will take place, but we don't have anything to announce yet. Let me go to Alex first.
Thank you. This all seems rather sort of unilateral on the North Korean side. They let it be known to the Swedes that they were willing to release King. Understanding that this was the culmination of intense diplomacy, was there anything that the North Koreans asked for or received in exchange? Was there a trade at all?
I am not aware of them asking for anything. Doesn't mean that they didn't, but I'm not aware if they did, or I'm just not aware whether they did or did not ask for anything. We did not give them anything. We made no concessions as a part of securing his return.
Do you have any idea why they decided to suddenly expel him? I
am going to follow my general rule here and not try to get into the heads of foreign governments, and certainly not that one. Jen, go ahead.
Thank you. Travis King voluntarily chose North Korea. What punishment will he face when he comes home?
I would refer you to the Department of Defense for that question. He is an active member of the military, and that's a question they'll have to speak to.
Violations,
I'm sorry?
He had the violations, U.S. laws, he's active militaries.
Again, I'm going to refer that to the Defense Department, who would be the agency that would be that would speak to that question. Yeah, one more.
North Korea. North Korea's ambassador to United Nations, Sung Kim, said that the nuclear war on the Korean Peninsula was imminent and blamed the United States and South Korea. How would you comment on this?
We would obviously find those remarks irresponsible, as we find any number of statements that North Korea makes threatening its neighbors or raising tensions in the region. And I will say we will continue to work with our partners in the region, the Republic of Korea, Japan, to ensure their security and prevent North Korea from taking such aggressive actions. Go to the back. Go to the back.
So after the news of Travis King, do you think communicate with DPRK is getting
more easier to compare to before?
Do I think what? What was the?
Communication to North Korea getting more easier to compare to before?
No, I wouldn't say that, given that, as I just said, they refused all of our attempts to communicate with them over this matter. They have always had communications with other governments, and we found it possible to communicate with them through Sweden, which, as I said, is our protecting power. But I don't think, as I said, I think in response to an earlier question, I do not see this as a sign of any diplomatic breakthrough that will have implications for other issues, other areas of concern we have with the DPRK regime.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Private King was described by U.S. officials as being in good spirits and good health. What do you know about his treatment while in the custody of the North Koreans?
I don't know anything at this point. It's possible that people who were on the plane with him have gotten further information. It hasn't been communicated back here yet, so I don't have any information other than to confirm that, yes, he was in good spirits, he was in good health, but with respect to his treatment, it's not something I can read out from the podium today.
No indications right now that he was interrogated or harshly treated in
We do want to leave that for a moment here because we do want to get out to some live remarks by Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, who's answering questions about the shutdown threat in Washington, D.C. That's coming up this Sunday.
Funding already done, and we'll continue to work through to get all of ours done.
You asked the president to meet with you. Have you made a formal request? Have you heard anything from the White House?
No, I just think from this perspective, here's the President of the United States. He's had a 5-month strike in California. He's got a strike in the auto workers now. He's got embassies in America, 5 of them across the world for America that they had to evacuate. He's got allies looking to China now. He's got the price of gasoline so high because he attacks American energy. Why would he want the government to shut down? Why wouldn't he get? Look, I have tried to talk to the president. I've tried to talk to him about the. Look, I'm not saying anybody rebuked. I'm just saying this is a president that's sitting on the sidelines. I would like to see a president that's willing to engage. To find, I'm willing to work.
He didn't sit on the sidelines. You guys negotiated a debt ceiling.
They
seem to think that, and I know you're right. I understand that there was a long period of time between when you guys.
I had to wait 97 days. I would think you would learn from that. Look, I don't sit back on anything. I've been engaged trying to get these done since July. I will work with anybody who wants to work to make America a better place. And I know people have different opinion on different sides. I know you're not going to get 100% of what you want. We were able to achieve a lot when we worked together on the debt ceiling, but we shouldn't have to wait 97 more days to try to do something on the border when Republicans and Democrats across this nation, when the state of Massachusetts declares an emergency. I would think if you're President of the United States, you don't have to have an invitation. Engage. Let's solve this problem together.
What would be enough on border security? Senators Collins, Tillis, and Sinema are working on an amendment to the Senate short-term spending bill. What would be enough? Would it be $10 billion? Is it a number? Is it a policy?
Okay, you're missing. Don't think money solves the problem. Because what has happened here, it's been the president's policies that has made the border wide open. And I've worked with Sinema and others. There are Democrat elected members who want the border secure as well because they see what's happening to their own states. This is why I don't understand why the president would ignore this problem continue when both sides both sides are asking to help solve this problem together.
So one final thing, if on this bill for Friday, fund the government, border security, why are there some members on your side who are resistant to this? You keep saying you don't understand why they wouldn't vote.
You'd have to ask
for
them.
The but you're the speaker. What are the concerns that they've expressed to you and the whips team?
Well, some get caught up in the idea of something being a continuing resolution. I view it as emergency funding to keep the government open while you solve the problems. We've been going through all the appropriation bills.
Do you have a lot of confidence that the 4 individual spending bills, the year-long bills that are coming to the floor at some point this week, are actually going to pass? Are you going to
You watch, every day I walk in this place, I have confidence. You know why? Because we're America. We will solve the problems before us, and every day will be better than the day before. Some days you stumble, and some days you get better. All right, I got to vote. Thank you all very much. Come on.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy there on Capitol Hill speaking to reporters. We're going to slide away for our final 2-minute break. We'll be right back on Live Now. All right, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Austin Westfall. One more reminder for the hour, the second GOP debate going to be happening here on Fox Business and going to be airing on Fox Business and on Fox News tonight, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. Former President Donald Trump not going to be participating there tonight, as he did not in the first debate either. Instead, the former president is going to be speaking to some of his supporters in Detroit, in Michigan. Those remarks are going to be carried live right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, if you want to watch the debate, that will be Fox Business or Fox News. If you want to watch the former president's remarks, we're going to be carrying those live right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to get you right back out to that State Department press conference that was held earlier today, where Matt Miller, the press secretary for the State Department, was taking questions from reporters. Let's listen in.
I don't know what, so first of all, I reject the characterization about dropping the ball. We have been pursuing negotiations. The Secretary has been having direct conversations with the President of Azerbaijan, the Prime Minister of Armenia. We've had a number of officials travel to the region, not just in the past week or 10 days since hostilities broke out, but going back months and months and months. We have done everything we can to pursue diplomacy, but ultimately, remember, it's up to the two parties here who are the parties that have direct disagreements. We can do everything we can to push them, but ultimately they have to agree to talk, and they have to agree to ultimately come to some resolution. That's what we're going to do, is continue to play our part to facilitate that.
And how much about this also can be pointed at Russia? I'm asking because Kremlin loves, pointing at the West, and also the fact that Pashinyan chose, Western orientation for Armenia. So what is Russia's role here, and how do you, is it time to come out and call Russia out for what it has been doing?
I certainly do not think Russia has played a productive role here in the past week. We have seen them at times. There have been times where they facilitated negotiations, and that was something that we welcomed, but certainly in the last week, their role has not been productive in this situation.
I have one more, Russia, if you don't mind. In the wake of today's sanctions and also yesterday's business advisory on Shihan, I want to ask you about business advisory on Russia. It's been more than a year and a half we're into this war. There have been calls, from different sides, Ukrainian business community and diaspora. The fact that you guys still allowing the U.S. business companies, to operate in Russia, some of them have left and returned back and earning money and paying taxes, is not consistent with your policy to isolate Russia, is it?
Let me say a few things about that. Number one, that since Russia's full-scale invasion in February of last year, a number of U.S. and international companies have looked at the legal, looked at the reputational risk, and decided that those risks were too high to continue involving and to continue operating in Russia. In fact, over 1,000 U.S. companies have withdrawn from Russia in that time. In addition, Russia has passed restrictive new laws that I think have discouraged a number of businesses from operating. I will say this is a decision that every business has to make on its own, looking at the operational and legal and reputational risks of operating in Russia. But I do want to be clear that we have always emphasized that there are certain types of commercial activity that we are not trying to shut down with respect to Russia. All of our sanctions have had exemptions for food, for medicine, for other humanitarian purposes, because we do not see the United States in conflict with the Russian people. So we have not tried to tell businesses that are working to provide food or pharmaceutical goods to the Russian people that they should stop doing business there. We have targeted our sanctions, our export controls on the sectors of the Russian economy that fuel Russia's war machine, and will continue to do that.
Actually, follow up one more regarding Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
One other development is that Azerbaijan says it's arrested the head of the self-styled republic in the separatist entity in Nagorno-Karabakh, which of course has fallen, Mr. Vardanyan. Does the U.S. have anything to say about that, either the arrest or about what treatment you would expect?
We are aware of the arrest. We're closely monitoring the situation. I don't have any further comment today. Said.
Thank you. Changing topic to the visa waiver, which is this department and the Secretary of State, Secretary Blinken, completely convinced that Israel has totally fulfilled all its obligation to join the visa program?
We are convinced that it has met the requirements to join the visa waiver program. It's a recommendation the Secretary made to the Department of Homeland Security and was ultimately decided by the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Over the past few months, as we've been trialing this program with the government of Israel, we've seen more than 100,000 American citizens enter Israel without a visa. That includes tens of thousands of Americans on the Palestinian registry who have traveled into Israel without a visa. And that said, we have ongoing monitoring programs that will be in place for Israel as they are with every other member of the visa waiver program. We'll be closely monitoring their compliance as we go forward.
Okay, so you are convinced that Israel is exactly like all the other countries, the 40 other countries that belong to this program. They conduct themselves with the same kind of fidelity in treating all Americans the same.
I said that they have met the requirements of the visa waiver program. As we have discussed many times from this podium, there are differences, especially with respect to Gaza. We have to remember that Gaza is controlled by a foreign terrorist organization. We would expect there to be different procedures. There are different procedures for entering the United States if you're coming from a territory controlled by a foreign terrorist organization. So we do understand that there are different procedures, but we have looked at the plans and the policies that Israel has put into place and decided that they meet the visa waiver program, but we will continue to monitor their compliance going forward.
So you are not concerned that Israel could use this pretext or this caveat that it has special security needs and so on to abuse this, these requirements that you demand of them?
I don't know what you mean with respect to taking advantage of it, but we will be watching for compliance with the program very carefully.
So what recourse do Americans that, not treated equally upon entry or departure, what recourse do they have?
They should report that to the United States Embassy.
And in the event that there are repeated incidents, will there be like a pullback?
I don't want to get into any hypotheticals other than to say, as I just said, that we monitor ongoing compliance with the program and have the ability to take steps up to and excluding people from the program, countries from the program going forward if they fail to stay in compliance.
Last question on this. A group of American rights groups, Arab American rights groups, have filed a suit against this step. Do you have any comment on that?
I don't. I would refer you to the Department of Justice for comment on that.
Can I ask you about this stat you just gave? You said since when more than 100,000 Americans have entered Israel without a visa?
Since we started this trial period, which was July.
That's like all Americans, right? That includes like people like me and you.
I said over 100,000.
Palestinian Americans?
No, hold on. Over 100,000 Americans. Let me just.
Matt, that means nothing. Americans could get into Israel unless they're Palestinian Americans.
I think you missed the second part of what I said. Over 100,000 Americans since we began trialing this program have entered Israel without a visa, and that includes tens of thousands of Americans on the Palestinian registry.
All right, but saying more than 100,000 since the trial period began means absolutely nothing. Okay, it means nothing because you and I could go to Israel without a visa, for years. That's not the issue. So when you say tens of thousands of Palestinian Americans or tens of thousands of Americans who are on the Palestinian registry, how many?
I don't have the exact number. Tens of thousands.
Well, but how do you know that they're? How do you know it's reciprocal? How do you know that this is reciprocity if you can't give an exact number?
I'm giving you tens of thousands. I oftentimes walk out here with numbers that are in a range without the exact number. I'll tell you that's down to the decimal point.
Well, tell me how many was it before the trial period?
I don't have that information.
Well, the point.
I think it is
a meaningless statistic.
I think it is important information that certainly given that the criticism.
There has been improvements to the way Palestinian Americans are treated when they go to or through Israel. No one is saying that there haven't been. But the question is the reciprocity issue. So let me ask you something. Will Israeli citizens need to get permission from the U.S. government to leave the United States?
To leave the United States? I would refer you to the Department of Homeland Security for that level of specificity.
Is it correct that Palestinian Americans who are on the Palestinian registration list, who are in Gaza, need to get permission, specific permission, not just checking a box on an ESTA form or whatever, to leave?
They do have to go through a different circumstance.
How is that reciprocal?
I said they have to go through a different circumstance because of the unique nature of the fact that they live in a place that's controlled by a foreign terrorist organization, which is something that we fully understand. So it is different, but we expect, we expect them to be.
I'm not suggesting that Israel, and I'm not trying to say that Israel, that they shouldn't be in the program for whatever reason, except for the fact that is not reciprocity right there. That is discriminatory, whether it is based on sound national security strategy or not. It isn't reciprocity. It doesn't meet the requirements of the law, and that's what this lawsuit that Saeed was just talking about is about. So, how you just saying that okay, it's all right that some Palestinian Americans are going to be discriminated against?
That is not at all what I've said. I've said
that is what it is.
I've said that Palestinian Americans coming from Gaza have to go through different procedures because they're coming from a place that's controlled by a foreign terrorist organization.
Yeah. But wait a second. But those Palestinian Americans do not have. This is just to leave Gaza, to leave Israel, to get back to the United States, presumably. It is not a U.S. requirement that they have to do this. It is an Israeli requirement, and that means that it is that the treatment is not reciprocal.
We believe that under the procedures that the government of Israel is putting into place, they will be able to travel. Americans on the Palestinian registry in Gaza, or any American citizens in Gaza, will be able to travel into Israel without a visa. There are different procedures, but ultimately they may have to go. But ultimately, it's
so reciprocity is only getting in. It doesn't include getting out.
I'm gonna
really just what because you don't know.
No, I'm not.
Because it doesn't make any sense.
I would disagree with that. That we believe that we have set up a program that allows them, first of all, again, is delivering an enormous benefit to American citizens, including Palestinian Americans who have not been able to fly into Ben Gurion before now, who have not been able to transit in and out of the West Bank. There are different procedures for Gaza. We understand that. We expect it. We think it's appropriate for there to be so. But at the end of the day, those American citizens who are in Gaza have the ability to transit with different procedures, but without a visa.
I'm not arguing, and I don't think anyone else is arguing that this isn't a good thing for U.S.-Israeli relations, or that Israeli citizens should have them. The question is whether they meet the legal criteria. And honestly, what you have just said now does not meet the criteria for reciprocity.
We have made it.
Doesn't.
So I'm not a lawyer, but we have looked at it inside the State Department and come to a different determination. Well, then we're really in the we have come to a different determination.
So would you agree that there is a two-tier system of there's a two-tier. There's a different system for Palestinians.
I don't know how many times I have to say this, which is that there are different requirements for people that live in Gaza, and I think for understandable reasons.
An Israeli citizen wants to leave the United States and go back to Israel, and they're
an Israeli citizen.
Yeah. Under the visa waiver program, right? So they can get in without a visa, but they bring them. So, like if they're in Arizona, they politically you think is a suspect.
So I'm not going
to apply for an exit visa to get out of the U.S.
Again, now you are getting beyond my knowledge of immigration law. When we start talking about Israeli citizens here.
I've read the 15-page DHS talking points and they don't address this question. And not only do they not address the question of the Gaza issue and reciprocity, Israel is not even meeting right now the criteria for the West Bank, for Palestinians who are going, Palestinian Americans who are on the registry who are going into the West Bank. Now, yes, it has improved, no doubt. No one's saying it hasn't, but they're not meeting that requirement either. So it's not an issue of whether Israel should get into the program based on it being a partner of the U.S. and a strategic ally in the Middle East. It's a question of whether they meet the legal criteria under the law and they don't. And what your answers have just said is that they don't meet the criteria, and you're letting them in anyway.
That is not at all what I've said. I have said we make the determination that they do, and ultimately we have the ability to monitor this going forward. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, when Secretary met his Indian counterpart, Mr. Jaishankar, in New York for the Quad meeting, did he raise the issue of Canadian allegations with the India?
Did he raise the issue of what?
The Canadian allegations?
No, not in that meeting. It was that was not a bilateral meeting. It was a meeting of a number of countries, and it did not come up in that meeting. But we have engaged with our Indian counterparts on this issue and urged them to fully cooperate with the Canadian investigation.
And the minister is going to be here in the city this week. The secretary has plans to meet him and raise
tomorrow.
This issue again.
Yeah. And what
will he be raising this issue with Mr. Jaishankar?
I don't want to preview the conversations he will have in that meeting, but as we've made clear, we've raised this. We have engaged with our Indian counterparts on this and encouraged them to cooperate with the Canadian investigation, and we continue to encourage them to cooperate.
The engagement you had with the Indians, do you see a sense of cooperation from them?
I'm not going to I'm not going to speak to our private diplomatic conversations. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sehun Kim, Global StratView. Last week, the visit of President Raisi's visit to the United Nations actually carried on a lot of conversation in the public sphere. However, there were incidences where journalists from Iran International were harassed and attacked on the streets by Iranian diplomats. Namely, the Iran International's journalist Kian Amani was directly attacked and harassed by the protocol officer of Raisi, Reza Nagipour. I'm just wondering what your comment on that is, and also would like to see your comment regarding the constant harassment and the targeting of Iranian dissidents located in the United States who are U.S. citizens, green card holders, and a lot of times asylees.
So with respect to the first question, we actually put out a statement on this last week during the UN General Assembly in which we made very clear that we condemn the harassment and intimidation of journalists. And with respect to the harassment and intimidation of Iranian citizens living in the United States, of course, we condemn that as well. We condemn transnational repression wherever it happens in the world. Go ahead.
Thank you. Today, Serbia is holding day of mourning after violent clashes in Kosovo on Sunday. The State Department so far didn't send a message of condolences to the Serbian victims. And while Secretary Blinken expressed condolences for the loss of Kosovo police officer, there has been a noticeable absence of any mention of the Serbian victims in his statement. What kind of message does this convey to the Serbs in Kosovo?
I think we have pretty consistently expressed our condolences to the victims of violence in both in this situation and around the world. And one of the messages we have had for both sides in this conflict is that they should refrain from violence and return to the EU facilitated dialogue. That continues to be our message.
Thank you so much, John David from Airway News. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
All right, I'm Lexi Petrovich here on the desk now. You're watching the State Department briefing from earlier today. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox as we take you through some of these top stories of the day. We want to turn our attention now to Philadelphia, where several retail stores were looted when police say a large group of people, including many juveniles, terrorized several sections of Philadelphia during an hours-long crime spree that spanned from Tuesday night into this morning. Joining us live now for the very latest is Fox 29's Shayna Ferreira from Philadelphia. And Shayna, it wasn't just these retail stores, also some local pharmacies, too, that received damage.
Yep, that's exactly right. We're talking about locally owned, a lot of neighborhood, respected establishments. And imagine needing crucial medication like your insulin or high blood pressure. You go to the pharmacy to pick it up only to realize your local pharmacy was one of the ones that was affected by the looting. And this is just one of them. We're in Fairmount, the Fairmount section of Philadelphia, but a number of other locally owned pharmacies were also hit. Several businesses were looted after Philadelphia police say a large group of people, including juveniles, terrorized sections of the city during an 8-hour crime spree that began Tuesday night into the wee hours of Wednesday morning. The looters didn't just hit high-end retailers like the Apple Store, but also your local mom-and-pop owned pharmacies.
About 3 o'clock this morning, I actually got a phone call from our tenants in the apartments above the pharmacy.
Jerry Volgraff is the owner of Fairmount Pharmacy. He says after that shocking call from his tenants,
I got a call from my security company.
He says he ran out of his front door, got down to his pharmacy, only to find the unthinkable.
The store was a mess. There was a ton of debris, a ton of damage. There were prescriptions missing.
Fox 29 obtained this surveillance video showing the moments that a group of individuals attempted to break the lock on the pharmacy security gate. But when that didn't work, the group worked together to rip the gate off and eventually made their way in.
After 12 big pulls of like 10 or 12 guys, it ripped it off its tracks. And that's when my tenants had told me that they heard like 12 or 15 loud bangs.
This second surveillance video shows the perspective from inside the pharmacy. After the group broke the glass, they hopped the register, stole about $68 and lots of prepackaged prescriptions, including refrigerated insulin.
They were only in the pharmacy for under 2 minutes, and they did a tremendous amount of damage.
About 3 miles away in North Philadelphia, more looters reportedly causing lots of exterior damage to the North Philly pharmacy overnight. The owners did not want to go on camera, but tell Fox 29 crucial prescriptions were stolen, like AIDS and high blood pressure medication.
We got robbed and looted last night.
For Volgraff back in Fairmount, he says this is a setback, but not the end.
We opened at 9 o'clock this morning, and we'll open again at 9 o'clock tomorrow. We're not going to let somebody do something like this that's going to break our spirit and break our commitment to the community.
And now the Fairmount Pharmacy is open, as you heard the owner talking about, but there's going to be some increased security measures. They're thinking about bringing in some guards to make sure that this area is secured, and they're also going to make good on the promises for the community. Those that had their medication stolen, they're going to make sure that no one goes without medication. So one positive end to this, but certainly not the only pharmacy hit. And I want to point your attention to this plywood that you see just through the gate here. This was actually the same plywood that this owner used during the 2020 unrest in the murder of George Floyd. He kept this in his basement, not thinking he would ever need it, but boy, does he need it now.
All right, Fox 29, Shayna Ferreira there. Shayna, thanks so much for that update. We'll continue to check in with you guys here on the latest. All right, and let's continue to show you some more video from this as well. As this continued to come in, we are showing you some of these images last night too. But again, another look here at the aftermath of what happened last night. A very scary situation there across Philadelphia. A lot of places, as you heard Shayna say, they're still dealing with the cleanup and looking to prevent something like this from happening again. We also heard from police earlier today, just briefly being asked again about this. What happens from here? What are you going to do even into the rest of the day? Let's play out just briefly here what they had to say.
In anticipation of something happening last night, and at one point were they dismissed to go home?
We did. So we anticipated the protest, which again, this had nothing to do with the protest. Protest had ended peacefully. No indication that we were going to have additional riotous behavior and this looting behavior. This all popped up very quickly. We still had resources available to us in which we redeployed them into Center City area and then started moving them around the city. And so we were prepared in the sense of having staff ready to go in the situation. Again, we prepared for knowing that there was going to be a protest. It didn't have any issues surrounding that. Tonight we will be doing the same in the sense of extending shifts and doing that through the remainder of the week and weekend, of making sure that we have enough personnel prepared to cover all the establishments throughout the city.
Mr. Mayor, did you see the Defender's Instagram post?
No, I didn't see it, but I heard about it. It's just dumb. I mean, it's stupid. I don't know how you justify that kind of behavior, whether you're a public defender or not. I just think it's short-sighted, and if it was her house that was, or the defender's house that was looted, I think they'd feel differently.
Thank you. All right, I'm putting up this tweet here also as we continue to follow this from the Philadelphia Police Department, saying here, due to last night's events, Philly police will have an increased presence throughout the city. We've made dozens of arrests last night with more to come, and we're ready to make more. Please call 911 if you're aware of any ongoing criminal activity. All of this really unraveling very quickly yesterday evening, and a lot of communities and especially business owners on edge as a result. But here, Philly police saying that they will have an increased presence throughout the city. And it's not just in Philadelphia. We've talked a lot about this issue, especially in California, but also in New York, too. We want to bring you a report here as more stores are closing across the country as a result of this crime and theft. Fox 5 has the latest.
They thought they was being smart and everything, running in, running out. Just disrespectful to this store. You understand what I'm saying? They just disrespected the store to the tires. Now there's not going to be no more Target. Now what they going to do? Now what's going to happen to this neighborhood?
This Target employee, who asked not to be identified, explains to Fox 5's Arthur Chien her frustration after learning the Target on East 117th Street in East Harlem, the branch she's worked at since it opened in 2010, is closing due to shoplifting.
They come here, they steal. And I told them, they're hurting the neighborhood.
This Target in East Harlem isn't alone. Other locations in San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle are following suit. Surveillance video from Los Angeles shows shoplifting is an issue there. And in Philadelphia, where just last night, up to 20 people were arrested after breaking into several stores across the city, stealing merchandise and vandalizing property. According to the National Retail Federation, last year, shoplifting cost retailers over $112 billion in losses. This shopper has had enough.
CVS, the Rite Aids, they're all closing. These guys are shoplifting left and right, and it's horrible.
All right, we are going to step away for a quick commercial break here. Still much more to come. A live look from the U.S. Capitol. More talks about what is going to happen if a shutdown occurs. Lawmakers scrambling to reach some sort of deal. We'll have more on this after the break. Welcome back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks for being with us. A live look here as the debate stage is set. Going to be happening in California. 9 o'clock Eastern is when the second GOP debate is set to begin in Simi Valley, California. This will be broadcasted on Fox Business Network along with Fox News Channel. Here on Live Now, we'll be bringing you pre- and post-debate analysis as well. Of course, also bringing you live remarks from one candidate who will not be in attendance. Of course, we're talking about former President Donald Trump, also the frontrunner in the GOP polls, will not be at this debate as he wasn't at the first either. Now, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, he will be center stage at this second GOP debate. A lot of this, as you know, goes off of the polling numbers. DeSantis, among those who are going to be there, is going to be in the center because he is in the lead amongst those who will be in attendance. One person who also will not be there, Asa Hutchinson, he did not qualify for this second debate here. We also have a live look that just came in right now. As you can see, the stage is set for Donald Trump as he will be speaking in Michigan. Again, we will have you covered with that coverage here, live, raw, and unfiltered. So a lot going to be happening tonight, a very busy Wednesday, and don't worry, we will be taking you through all of it as we always do, live, raw, and unfiltered. Also giving you another live look as well, this one from the U.S. Capitol. The House and Senate could be past the point of no return to avert a government shutdown by early Sunday morning. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson brings us the latest on what happens next from Washington.
While lawmakers huddled in the nation's capital Wednesday morning to try and avert a government shutdown, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez instead was in a Manhattan court for his arraignment on federal corruption charges.
The gravity of the alleged corruption, the scope of the alleged corruption. This is 40 pages of just straight up old school fraud, bribery, extortion.
The prosecution says Menendez leveraged his position as chair of the powerful Foreign Relations Committee to offer up favors to 3 New Jersey businessmen and the Egyptian government, even handing over sensitive government information. In exchange, Menendez and his wife reportedly lined their pockets, receiving bribes like gold bars, money, and a Mercedes-Benz. Authorities found nearly $500,000 in cash, mostly hidden in clothing, at the senator's home. The New Jersey Democrat says the money was from a personal savings account he held in case of emergencies.
I think if he decides he wants to go before a jury and force the government to prove its case and poke holes in it, he has every right to do that.
Menendez says he will be exonerated and refuses to resign.
Senator Menendez, because I'm innocent. What's wrong with you guys?
Why were there gold bars there?
While the White House isn't taking a side, more than half of the Democrat caucus wants Menendez out.
I think he should resign.
This is Menendez's second corruption case in a decade. If convicted, he faces up to 45 years in prison. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, of course, that was Fox's Caroline Shively there talking about Senator Menendez, who is arraigned today, pleading not guilty. We'll have a live report on this coming up at 2:40 as well, although that was not the report we meant to play for you there. We do want to bring you this update, though, on the looming shutdown. Again, this is from Fox's Lucas Tomlinson.
The House and Senate appear to be talking past one another in an effort to avoid a government shutdown. A bipartisan bill to fund the government for 45 days got 77 votes in the Senate on Tuesday night. But critics of the bill are stalling, meaning senators won't be able to pass it until Saturday, just hours before funding is about to expire. But that bill is likely dead on arrival in the House because it contains funding for Ukraine. House Republicans want to see those funds used to secure the southern border, and some are willing to shut down the government to make it happen.
All House Republicans are saying is that we want to keep the government open, but this administration has to start caring about our southern border crisis.
And then there are Republicans who oppose the idea of a short-term spending bill, saying it should be all or nothing when it comes to passing the federal budget.
It's doing away with our duties. We got one thing to do is pass a budget. All 50 states do it. Most families do it. Yet the United States Congress is so dysfunctional, they refuse to do it.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy now says he wants a meeting with President Biden to discuss the border provisions in the continuing resolution. But it won't matter if Republicans in the House can't align their bill with Democrats in the Senate.
If they want to put and focus on Ukraine and not focus on the southern border, I think their priorities are backwards.
McCarthy says he'll bring up the short-term spending bill on Friday, even if it doesn't have the votes to pass. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, speaking of Speaker McCarthy, we heard from him just moments ago speaking on this potential shutdown. Let's listen in here to these brief remarks here next.
of the discretionary funding already done, and we'll continue to work through to get all of ours done.
You asked the president to meet with you. Have you made a formal request? Have you heard anything from the White House?
No, I just think from this perspective, here's the President of the United States. He's had a 5-month strike in California. He's got a strike in the auto workers now. He's got embassies in America, 5 of them across the world for America that they had to evacuate. He's got allies looking to China now. He's got the price of gasoline so high because he attacks American energy. Why would he want the government to shut down? Why wouldn't he get? Look, I have tried to talk to the president. I've tried to talk to him about the. Look, I'm not saying anybody rebuked. I'm just saying this is a president that's sitting on the sidelines. I would like to see a president that's willing to engage. I'm willing to work.
He didn't sit on the sidelines. You guys negotiated a debt ceiling. They seem to think that, and I know you're right. I understand that there was a long period of time between when you guys.
I had to wait 97 days. I would think you would learn from that. Look, I don't sit back on anything. I've been engaged trying to get these done since July. I will work with anybody who wants to work to make America a better place. And I know people have different opinion on different sides. I know you're not going to get 100% of what you want. We were able to achieve a lot when we worked together on the debt ceiling, but we shouldn't have to wait 97 more days to try to do something on the border when Republicans and Democrats across this nation, when the state of Massachusetts declares an emergency. I would think if you're President of the United States, you don't have to have an invitation. Engage. Let's solve this problem together.
What would be enough on border security? Senators Collins, Tillis, and Sinema are working on an amendment to the Senate short-term spending bill. What would be enough? Would it be $10 billion? Is it a number? Is it a policy?
Okay, you're missing. Don't think money solves the problem, because what has happened here, it's been the president's policies that has made the border wide open. And I've worked with Sinema and others. There are Democrat elected members who want the border secure as well because they see what's happening to their own states. This is why I don't understand why the president would ignore this problem continue when both sides of both sides are asking to help solve this problem together.
So one final thing, if on this bill for Friday, fund the government, border security, why are there some members on your side who are resistant to this? You keep saying you don't understand why they wouldn't vote.
You'd have to ask them.
But you're the speaker. What are the concerns that they've expressed to you and the whip team?
Well, some get caught up in the idea of something being a continuing resolution. I view it as emergency funding to keep the government open while you solve the problems. We've been going through all the appropriation bills.
Do you have a lot of confidence that the 4 individual spending bills, the year-long bills that are coming to the floor at some point this week, are actually going to pass? Are you going to?
You watch every day I walk in this place. I have confidence. You know why? Because we're America. We will solve the problems before us, and every day will be better than the day before. Some days you stumble, and some days you get better. All right, I got to vote. Thank you all very much. Come on.
All right, we are just past 5:30 Eastern here. We still have much more coverage to come. Let's take our second break here of this hour, bring you into more of this coverage on the shutdown. Also, again, on Senator Menendez pleading not guilty. A live report coming up here in the next few minutes as well. Stick with us as we take you through all of this. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being here with us as we give you a couple of live looks here to show you right now. Of course, you can see a live look inside of the second GOP debate scheduled to begin at 9 o'clock Eastern. You can catch that on the Fox Business Network and Fox News Channel. We'll be bringing you more pre and post debate analysis, though, of course, as we always do here. One thing that we will be carrying, though, as this is going on here on Live Now from Fox is the former president and GOP frontrunner Donald Trump as he takes the stage in Michigan, where he'll be working to win over blue-collar voters in the midst of an auto worker strike. Of course, this comes after President Joe Biden visited Michigan himself, becoming the first sitting president in U.S. history to walk a picket line as he joined the United Auto Workers in Detroit. The union is pushing for higher wages, shorter work weeks, and assurances from the country's top automakers that new electric vehicle jobs will be unionized. So you're taking a live look here from the stage there. We'll be hearing from him as well. So a lot here to come. In the meantime, we've been bringing you the very latest on the shutdown as we give you a live look here from the Capitol. Let's just leave this image up for you for just a moment as we get ready to bring you out to some more live reports. All right, you're taking a live look here from the Capitol, also giving you, again, another live look here from the debate stage in Simi Valley, California. The stage is set there for the second GOP debate happening this evening at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. Let's give you a look at who all will be in attendance. If we can pull up this graphic here, we can. You can see the 7 candidates who will be taking the stage there in California. Another person outside of the former president who will not be in attendance is Asa Hutchinson, as he did not qualify for this second debate. But there front and center is the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis. Next to him, we have Vivek Ramaswamy, Tim Scott, Mike Pence, and to the left here, Doug Burgum, Chris Christie, Nikki Haley, all will be taking the stage there. Of course, again, you can catch this on the Fox Business Network and Fox News Channel. So we will continue to bring you more coverage, though, as we bring you more analysis on that from Michigan as Donald Trump takes the stage there, and we'll be speaking later this evening as well. In the meantime, as we continue talking about the potential shutdown, let's bring you remarks from Senator McConnell and other GOP senators speaking on what could come from here.
The Border Patrol and the ICE agencies have to continue to work for nothing. So I don't think even those of us who are deeply concerned about the border, I don't think that's likely, more likely to happen in a shutdown than with the government open. So the Senate and the House are quite different, as you know, and I think in the Senate we're going to continue to try to reach an agreement, pass it on a bipartisan basis, and hopefully keep the government open.
Last year, during consideration of the Inflation Reduction Act, there was a discussion about whether or not there would be increased audits of people making less than $400,000. Because you all recall, the Democrats appropriated or funded $80 billion for new IRS agents, 87,000 new IRS agents, and at the time, Republicans offered an amendment led by Senator Crapo that would have forced the IRS not to increase audits on people making less than $400,000 per year. Every single Democrat voted against that amendment. And now we find out through the IRS watchdog that the IRS is not going to be able to adhere to the pledge that they made to ensure that people making under $400,000 a year aren't subject to increased audits. Under the guise of agility, they need agility in order to reach their funding goals for the IRS. Well, this is exactly what we suggested was going to happen. that ultimately all that money, all those new IRS agents, we're going to start auditing people making less than $400,000 a year. And it's another byproduct of Bidenomics. What have we gotten with Bidenomics? We got increased audits, you got higher interest rates, crippling inflation, lower buying power, and depleted savings accounts. That's what we get with Bidenomics. That's what the Inflation Reduction Act ultimately has yielded in terms of an outcome and a result, which many of us predicted. The work before us, obviously, this week, as the leader pointed out, is to try and make sure we get the government funded so that we can get a normal appropriations process going where we can have the big policy and funding debates that we should be having through normal appropriation bill debates, where not just members of the Appropriations Committee, but also of our entire caucus have an opportunity through the amendment process to have their voices heard.
Well, the government is on the verge of a shutdown, and the government is currently being operated using the bloated budget of Pelosi and Schumer and Biden from last year, with lots of wasteful Washington spending in it. The American people deserve better. They deserve a government that is open and that works for them. They deserve a government that is open and a border that is closed, which is why Republicans will be working on amendments on what we're dealing with on the floor now that will stop the flow of illegal immigrants coming into this country and stop the flow of illegal drugs that are doing so much damage to the people of this country. But the public deserves a Congress that provides a check on this out-of-control administration and the agenda that's coming out of the Biden administration. The way to do that is to pass 12 appropriations bills. We have a responsibility to do that. And that's why I'm such a proponent of the Prevent Government Shutdowns Act. I have continually co-sponsored this every time over the last 3 Congresses. Simply speaking, this holds the public harmless. And it holds Washington here, Republicans, Democrats, House and Senate here, working day after day, 7 days a week, to get all the appropriation bills done, and they can work on nothing else until that happens. This is set up to put the pressure and the punishment on the politicians, not on the public. We need to pass the Prevent Government Shutdowns Act. We need to do it now. That's the way to prevent government shutdowns permanently.
Well, harvest is in full swing back home in Iowa, and on Monday as I was driving up to the airport, I go through all of these wonderful communities lined with soybean fields, corn fields, and some of the fondest memories that I have as a little girl in Southwest Iowa was always riding in the tractor or the combine with my dad or my uncle or my grandpa. And, you know, Iowans are working really, really hard. And it's such a different position than what we see here in Washington, D.C., where yet once again Congress as a body is not able to get its work done. And I think folks here in Washington could really learn a lot from our hardworking Iowans. And so this last Friday, I tried something new, and I brought a lot of these Washington, D.C. agencies out to Iowa for my first ever Entrepreneur Expo, where we connected small businesses and individuals from the great state of Iowa with those in government agencies to learn about contracting opportunities. We really want to develop our small businesses in Iowa and again give them the shot at providing government, our federal government, with their next best idea.
Well, we saw the startling numbers, I think, from the August immigration. I talked about that illegal immigration. I talked about that last week. But this week, I also realized as I went to see what's called the Martinsburg Initiative in Martinsburg, West Virginia, where it's an all-hands-on-deck preventative initiative to fight addiction and the addiction crisis. The numbers that were released, 111,000 Americans lost their lives to fentanyl overdoses last year. My state of West Virginia per population unfortunately leads that statistics, and our statistics went up 4.5% in terms of the number of lives that we lost. So as we look at this potential for a government shutdown, if we look at the alarming numbers at the border, what we're faced with is what the leader says. We're faced with asking our Border Patrol agents who are totally overrun, we're asking them to do more now, but now we could be asking them, or they could be asked to work and not receive a paycheck. And so what happens? What happens to all these fentanyl?
All right, you've been listening in here to GOP senators talking about the possibility of a shutdown. What happens if lawmakers don't come to some sort of agreement by the end of the month? Giving you a live look here next out of New York City, courtesy of our EarthCam cameras. New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez, his wife, and 2 other co-conspirators pleaded not guilty in a Manhattan federal court earlier today. Senator Menendez and his wife are charged with 3 corruption-related crimes. Joining us live with the very latest is Fox's Kaylee Schuyler. Kaylee, thanks so much for being here with us. Break down exactly what happened in court today.
Well, Lexi, first thing this morning, Senator Menendez and his wife seemed like they were in a fairly good mood. Once they got inside, they were talking and smiling, and it really was a quick day in court. The hearing for all 4 defendants only lasted for about 30 minutes, and ultimately all 4 defendants were released on a recognizant bond after they gave over their personal passports. Senator Menendez has a $100,000 bond, and his wife's Nadine is $250,000. The 2 co-conspirators that appeared in court today are New Jersey businessmen Jose Uribe and Fred Davies. Uribe is facing $1 million bond and Davies is $2 million. Another one of Menendez's co-defendants, an Egyptian-born businessman, was arraigned yesterday. He pleaded not guilty and will be released on a $5 million bond. Menendez and his wife are accused of accepting hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes, including cash, gold, and a Mercedes-Benz in exchange for benefiting the government of Egypt. Some of Menendez's conditions are no contact with co-defendants or witnesses except for his wife, and no contact with Senate staff with personal knowledge of the alleged crimes. At least 30 Senate Democrats have called for Menendez to resign.
Firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
The next scheduled court date is on October 2nd. If he is convicted, he could face up to 45 years in prison. Back to you, Lexi.
All right, Fox's Kaylee Schuyler there reporting. Kaylee, thanks so much.
Thanks, Lexi.
All right, let's step away for our final commercial break here of this hour. Much more to come. A very busy Wednesday here. Hope you continue to stick with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks for being with us on Live Now from Fox. A live look here from Simi Valley, California. The stage is set for the second GOP debate scheduled for 9 o'clock Eastern. It'll be on Fox Business Network and Fox News Channel. We also have another live look here from Michigan, where the former president and current GOP frontrunner will not be at the debate. He will be here in Michigan speaking later this evening. That's scheduled for 8 o'clock Eastern. We will be carrying that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Also giving you a live look here from New York City, courtesy of our EarthCam cameras. We just brought you the latest on Senator Bob Menendez, who appeared in court today pleading not guilty. We also want to bring you another update from New York as well. This having to do with Rex Heuermann, the 59-year-old architect charged with killing at least 3 sex workers. He appeared back in court this morning. He was seen handcuffed in a jacket, suit, and khaki pants. Heuermann broke his silence when asked by the judge if he'd been able to review the evidence against him, to which he said he's been averaging 2 to 3 hours a day. Prior to this court hearing, the defense had well over 8,000 pages of evidence, and today they were given an additional 5,000. That included grand jury testimony and exhibits, property warrants, subpoenas, DNA reports, and memo books from the officers. Previously, investigators said they were able to confirm one of the hairs on one of the bodies was Heuermann's by matching it to a pizza box he'd thrown away, matching his DNA through leftover pizza crust. Detectives had previously discovered the bodies wrapped in hunting camouflage burlap within a quarter mile of each other on a stretch of Gilgo Beach. At that time, they made a discovery that would prove crucial to the case: 5 hairs found on 3 victims. More than a decade ago, the hairs were so degraded that they couldn't be tested. However, fortunately, they weren't discarded. Advancements in what's known as mitochondrial DNA had proven to be valuable in cracking the Gilgo Beach case wide open. And now the defense said the latest evidence has been countless hours of surveillance from outside of Heuermann's house, and have asked for prosecutors to remove the watermark initially placed on all evidence. There were no updates on a decision to charge Heuermann with the murder of a 4th victim. He's due back in court on November 15th. We did hear from both the prosecution as well as the lawyer for Rex Heuermann. Let's bring you first what his lawyer had to say.
The mitochondrial DNA, what it is they have an exclusion pool, and then they have an inclusion pool. So they have excluded, and this is all and I haven't seen this. I still have not gotten any DNA evidence, but I can talk about it because I'm familiar with it. They exclude a significant portion of the population, and they have said that my client is inclusive in a small percentage of the population. But if you look at, and I'm just throwing it out there, if you look at the metropolitan area and you take 25 million people, I can tell you that the included pool, those people that could be included as being the source of that one hair, is pretty significant. So that's what they have. So that's all I can tell you. And I have not, and that's assuming a lot of different things, right? Because DNA can be transferred. DNA can be transferred from me going up to the cameraman and shaking his hand, and I would say he would get my hair, but I have no hair, but he would get my DNA, and then he goes to a second person, and now it's transferred. So all things, I'm just putting that out there, but going back to inclusive versus exclusive, it's still a significant amount of people that could be the source of this hair. But anyway, any other questions?
You said something about the protective order to the judge. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, so initially there was a protective order that we agreed to, which had a couple of things in it that were troubling to us. Number one is there's a watermark across every single piece of evidence, every photograph. It's troubling because we want to obviously print out some of these items and utilize it to our benefit at trial. In addition, the photographs that they provided were in a PDF fashion. So PDF is much less clear than a digital photograph. So we wanted everything digital, because when you enlarge things digitally, you can see much more detail. That's going to be important for us. So those are 2 of the things that we're now getting. I don't know if there's any other significant portions of the protective order that were amended, but those were 2 significant parts. Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk about your client was asked if he was taking advantage of his right to review material? Is he What is he doing? Is he reviewing everything that you get?
He is. So what happened was we went to the court, we went to Justice Mazie, and we asked for a court order. We wanted a court order because we wanted to enable him the opportunity to review all the discovery while he's in custody. Justice Mazie signed that, and the sheriff is now abiding by that order, and he's permitting my client to review the discovery as it trickles in. We're providing it to him, and he's reviewing the discovery.
And how is his mood and demeanor now?
Well, he's somebody who has from the beginning has said he's not guilty, so he's now incarcerated. He's a fellow who was working, has never been arrested, has a wife and children, is a productive member of society, and obviously the district attorney, the government is making these allegations, and they're horrific. But if he's not guilty of this, well, now he has to sit in custody, be away from his family, be away from his wife and kids, not work, not produce for his family and support them, and sit in a jail cell until this case can come to fruition. So he's doing the best he can. The sheriff made a comment about how he's not making any emotions, right? And I know the press ran with that and said, oh, look, he's not showing emotions. Well, I have to tell you that when I first started on this case, I made it a point to tell him, just get through this, Rex. Get through this. Get to the point where we can go to trial. And don't show emotion. Don't let anything upset you. Just be stoic. And that's what he's done. And then we saw a comment, unfortunately, and I have a lot of respect for Sheriff Toulon, but the sheriff made a comment about he's not showing emotion, and from that I can tell you there's something wrong with him. Well, that's just not the case. That's just sensationalism, and that's just things that, unfortunately, poison the jury pool. That's not true. So the answer to your question is he's doing the best he can at this point.
Has he been in touch with Asa and those children?
They do communicate, yes.
Have they physically?
Yes, sir.
What's your experience working with the data? Was it the table of contents? Was it you working with the organizer?
In terms, which data are you referring to?
This is 8 terabytes to start with that.
The 8 terabytes. So initially we got 4 external hard drives. 99% of those 4 external hard drives was what's called poll cameras. What the DA's office did is they set, and the police department I should say, they had poll cameras focused on my client's house from a year and a half prior up until the date of the arrest. What that shows, and this defies common sense that he is actually the murderer, what the poll cameras show is a guy who gets up in the morning, he goes to work, he comes home, he spends time with his wife and children, you see him chopping wood, you see him hanging out on his porch. That's what you see. And that is 99% of what we got from the beginning.
Yeah, so you said you've gotten very little actual evidence. I mean, can you expand on that?
So we just talked about those 4 external hard drives. I have ME reports, which are from the scene itself. They don't attribute in any way my client to the commission of these acts. The poll cameras basically defy their suggestion that this is this monster of a person. When he was arrested, there was a video in the actual police vehicle. My client, unless he's a tremendous actor, he was completely shocked, had no idea why he was being taken into custody, and there's this interaction. So they don't tell you, the government doesn't tell you about these things, but these are things we're going to bring out during the course of the trial.
You said 99% of what you reviewed is poll cameras?
What I had said was in the first 4 external hard drives, I'm going to say that there's about 99% of that was the poll camera video. Correct.
So you've been given very little indication of what their actual case is at this point?
I think that you folks have received what I've received, which is the bail letter, which says there's a pizza crust, and then they talked about burner phones, and they talked about pinging in New York City. That's what I've seen in terms of the bail letter. Pinging in New York City, I mean, you folks know how the ping works, and there's probably hundreds of thousands of people that are pinging off that cell site at any given time. That's all I've seen.
Given that and the fact that he's been able to...
How is Rex doing right now?
Go ahead, sir, I'm sorry.
Given that and the fact that he's got 2 to 3 hours at a clip sitting there going through this evidence with you, how come we're being told by the DA that it's going to be months and months and months before we get to trial? Does he want to be in jail for months and months?
You're asking me, well, I haven't gotten discovery. I'm still waiting for, so let's talk about things like this investigation was going on for 10 to 12 years. There were numerous other suspects, and you folks have reported this. There's numerous other suspects that they looked at. I want to see those records. I want to see those notes. I want to see why the police accused other people, were focusing on other people, and what it is about those individuals that caused them to discount those other individuals. I haven't seen any of that. I also want to see, obviously, the crime lab. I want to see the testing that was done. I want to make sure it was done in the right manner and fashion. None of that I have seen. Going back to your question, does Rex want to stay in